Good morning, Chatty
gang.
House.
Chatty gang.
What's
We got
up?
the belt. Russell Hunt.
What's up, friends? Join us. Join us. Did we send out a tweet today?
I did not.
Okay. I hit us with a join us tweet.
I got here a little bit late today.
Yeah. Oh. It's funny watching the TNT version because it's opposite of the view I have during the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the opposite side of the court.
All right. 1 minute.
1 minute.
What up, gang?
Oh, that's not very nice.
What up? I shot 0 for 10, Klay Thompson.
This is tough. That's tough.
Last year when he went 3 for 19 in Game 6 against the Warriors, I was calling him Game Ick Thompson.
Oh, look at Kyle going at his own.
Dude,
no, it's okay. Sorry.
No. I'm talking to Russell. I'm fine. Like they have given me a decade of really fun basketball. They weren't winning a title this year. They needed something like this to happen to make adult decisions with their team building. So this is all right, here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the vibes are so good. The vibes were great last night at Golden One Center. They've carried over into today. I imagine they will carry over into Thursday. At some point, we got to get to Friday, but we'll get there when we get there. The Kings throttled the Golden State Warriors last night, 118-94. And James Ham, I don't ever want to tell an athlete they don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
I never ever want to do that. But De'Aaron Fox said that the win over Milwaukee was the Kings' most complete performance of the year, the one at home.
Okay.
I thought last night was their most complete performance of the year and their most dominant performance of the year. That Milwaukee game, they missed a ton of open threes. It's like, yeah, okay, they're fine. I think Milwaukee was a little soft. The Kings just dominated last night, flat out, top to bottom. We're the better team for all 48 minutes.
Yeah, I totally agree. And, I think De'Aaron was like in the moment, right?
Yeah.
And he hadn't even had time to process. Shout out to little Mr. Rain, who was like, he won the night, on his TNT interview with his, like what you talk about Willis look that he gives, which was spectacular. But De'Aaron went from one interview to the next, holding his baby, handing it off, gets into the press room, and then, like we start throwing questions at him.
Yeah.
I thought Fox was really good. I think it's really difficult to, in that situation, to be respectful and to not, say like what probably should have been, like what could have been said was just, we were the better team and, and we showed up and we beat them.
Sure.
But at the same time, I also think we hadn't seen a Kings team that aggressive defensively.
They were so good. I was blown away.
Yeah, like 4 of the 5 starters had 2 steals or more.
And what they were doing that I thought was really impressive was the way when, whether it was Andrew Wiggins or Steph Curry or whoever, would go around the screen and the Kings would go over the screen. Instead of trying to fight over the screen and stay in front of the ball handler, they were just going over and poking the ball out from behind.
Spectacular.
They did that probably 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, the clean pick he had on Wiggins, where he just like reached in, grabbed the ball, and went down for a hammer.
Yeah.
Just
yeah. I had questions about, and we talked about this yesterday. These are ostensibly the same team, and I think if they played a 7-game series, it'd probably go 6 or 7 again.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
But in a 1-game setting like last night, where the lights weren't too bright now. It wasn't, oh man, the game 5 of last year's playoffs in Golden 1, where the Warriors won that one.
Okay.
Down the stretch, it was a back and forth game, but down the stretch, it was like, man, the Warriors are just making plays and the Kings are not. And last night, every single time Golden State would make some kind of push or get a big bucket where, hey, it was 11, hey, there's a big bucket to cut it to 9, Kings answered with a 3. Or maybe the Kings didn't get a bucket, but hey, you know what? It's at 9. Now they get a stop, and now they go get that bucket to extend it back to 11 or 12. Like I said, I had my biggest question with the Kings going into last night was, can you maintain this defensive intensity in this level of game in a win or go home matchup? Can you do what you've basically been doing the entire second half against a team with that championship medal that has been there before, that knocked you out of the postseason last year? And they did it, man. They played what I thought was their best game of the year. And I like, we do good, bad, and ugly sometimes.
Yep.
I had no bad and ugly. It was that thorough. It was that dominant for me.
I can only think of there was one other game.
No, don't do that
this season.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No.
Okay, I thought you were going to disagree with me. And boy, that was
no. There was only one other game this season where we the good, the bad, and the ugly. We did the good, the better, the
best.
The best.
Yeah.
I mean, and
I can't even remember what game that was.
Yeah, I can't remember either. But there was you couldn't complain about anything. And I thought again, Mike Brown went to an 8-man rotation, and I don't even know if it was a true 8-man rotation.
Mm-hmm.
He tightened this thing up, and I thought he got contributions from everybody. I thought Alex Len made the huge mistake in the second quarter that helped draw Golden State close.
Mm-hmm.
He had the bad foul on the 3-point shot, and then he also got called for the flagrant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one moment where you're like, okay, how are they going to respond?
Yeah.
Because again, Sabonis had picked up a third foul, and you're worried that maybe Sabonis was
fourth at that point, right?
No, it was a third in the first half. Yeah, he picked up a fourth
in
the third
quarter. Yeah,
and then Mike stuck with him.
Yeah,
I thought the physicality of the game was a different type of physicality. One team was playing with force, and the other team just was a step slow. And again, I was surprised how well the Kings responded, how well a player like Keon Ellis, who's never been there at all.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about a kid who was on a 2-way contract until midseason.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's your starting shooting guard, and he goes for 15 points with 5 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 blocks, 3 steals.
Yeah.
Just absolutely incredible. And just the way that every single player seemed to impact the game in some way. Harrison Barnes did not look good for a long stretch.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to go at Moses Moody a couple of times.
Stretch.
Yeah. And it didn't work out. He threw some crazy flip shots. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. He just started to roll. The Keegan Murray thing, just
fantastic.
A Star is Born.
That was the biggest takeaway for me last night.
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox was great on both ends. Keon Ellis was phenomenal, particularly defensively. Sabonis had a fine game, but Keegan Murray coming out, and I was sitting there and going, man, 5 of 10 from the field in the first quarter, and he had 11 first quarter points.
Yep.
And you're going, okay, this is great, but this can't be a game where he ends with 14 shots, which we've seen before.
Yeah.
And man, he stayed aggressive. He hit every single big shot that came to him with a chance to extend the lead. He was aggressive, getting downhill, getting in the paint. I man, hats off, dude. That was the game I've been asking for from Keegan Murray all freaking year.
Yep.
Now you got to do it again.
Yeah.
But they needed Keegan Murray last night. If Keegan Murray has a 50% worse game, that game is hanging in the balance.
No,
down the stretch.
I totally agree. And I think Keegan had 14 in the first quarter, but he also took like 10 shots.
Mhm.
And it was like, hey, look at that.
14 points in the first quarter.
Yeah. And then he kind of went quiet, and you're like, okay, is he going to disappear? And then he just kept plugging. 8 of 13 from 3.
Yep.
And 9 rebounds. I mean, like, look, I think that in a game of this magnitude, you're hoping that everyone steps up and plays their role.
Yeah.
I'll even shout out to Davion Mitchell, who he completely took Chris Paul out of the game.
Yep.
Like Chris Paul, I mean, people need to remember earlier in the season, the game where Chris Paul had 9 assists in the first half against the Kings. He was just dealing. And in this one, nothing.
Yeah.
Like I thought that there were strong matchups. And then, the center position, I know a lot of fans were, Domas just hasn't brought it. And it's like, are you kidding me? First of all, they tried every look they had to throw at Domas and try to mix things up. I thought he responded well.
Yeah, he was no complaints last night.
Yeah.
Maybe knocked down a jump shot, but at least he took them.
He
took some jumpers, had a 3 rattle out. No, the big deal, the other big deal to me last night, and we talked about this a lot yesterday, was what the Kings could do differently now defensively against Steph Curry that they could not do last year. One of the biggest difficulties of guarding Steph Curry, not that I've done it, but you hear people talk about it, is the fact that he is one of the most well-conditioned athletes in the league, where when he is off the ball, he is watch just him next time the Warriors play.
Yeah.
He never stops moving. And part of the reason that he is so good in third and fourth quarters is because, man, defenders running around to them all game are worn down. And all of a sudden they can't stay in front of him. Now they can't stay in front of the step back. But the Kings had Keegan Murray, who played a ton on Steph early in the game. They put De'Aaron Fox on him at times. And then in the second half, it was a ton of Keon Ellis, who has fresh legs and who's already a really, really good defender. But that's how, if you're going to ostensibly take Steph Curry out of a game, that's how you have to do it, with length, with multiple bodies. And they were all excellent. They all did an awesome job taking out Steph Curry. And when you do that, you kind of see it's Jonathan Kuminga, and then
who else?
What are you getting from Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah.
If Clay's going 0 for 10. It just, man.
Yeah, I also thought early in the game there was a moment where Steph started doing his crazy dribbling way out from around 30, 35 feet. And Keon Ellis is down in the stance. And he just keeps setting him up. And you're waiting for Steph to pull up and drop from 35. Keon just reached in, took the ball, and went in for a bucket.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy cow.
Yeah.
He's here for the moment.
Yeah.
Keon was there for not can you survive the moment? It's oh no, this is my moment right here. I'm here.
Yeah.
And I think the ability to be present is something Mike talked about, kind of building up to this. Can you be present in a one game? This is one or done. Yep. Who's going to show up? Who's going to be present? Who's going to really, really be ready for whatever happens? And I thought, again, Keon, so many of them, but for a kid who's never been there, yeah, huge.
You wouldn't have known it.
Never.
You would have had no idea. There was another thing. You were mentioning Davion. This play just popped out to me. His development as a point guard, where the pace is not nearly as frenetic as it used to be for him, where it doesn't feel like the game is too fast. He had that moment last night where he drove in, dribbled out towards the baseline, hung out there for a second, and then eventually drove baseline and got a bucket after taking down the entire shot clock. That's something we would not have seen from him 3 months ago.
Oh no.
And that just, it wasn't a huge play in the game or something, but when it comes to Davion Mitchell playing as well as he did defensively on Chris Paul, like you mentioned, it's that's why he can stay on the court.
Yep.
Because he has improved that much offensively. And when you have Davion Mitchell playing like that, you have Keon Ellis, you have Keegan Murray, you have De'Aaron Fox. Those are 4 legitimate, bona fide NBA defenders. And you saw it last night. They just kind of put the Warriors in a stranglehold, and it was ball game.
Yeah.
They could have been
shocking.
They were so good offensively yesterday, and they didn't need to be. They could have been 35% worse offensively and still won that game.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So, all right, let's dive in a little deeper with James Ham's 6 quick thoughts. That's coming up next. We will talk about the Lakers' 110-104 win over the Pelicans as well. And we have a lifetime ban in the NBA. We'll touch on that. All of coming up on the Insider, sponsored. Oh, and we're giving away $500 again today.
Oh, yeah.
We got so much going on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The vibes are great. Hang out with us on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And we're clear.
Yeah.
Somebody asked about
Wow, Mike Brown really did go.
We were talking about Moses Moody.
7.5.
Dude, don't even get me started. Moses.
We'll get to that. We're going to get to the some of the Warrior stuff. It's crazy, man. I thought that you would have seen all of the Kings at 40 minutes plus. I mean, Keon got to 39, 39 for Fox, 37 for Domas.
Need him.
39 for Keegan, 34 for Harrison. Plus your starting lineup, plus 29, plus 20, plus 25, plus 27, plus 20.
Yeah, somebody tweeted this stat last night. The Kings starters, I believe, outscored the Warriors 104-48.
Well, there was a point mid to late second quarter where the Warriors starters the Warriors bench had outscored their starters by a ton. I tweeted it out. I think it was 27-17.
48-46 was the final between the Warriors starters and the Warriors bench.
Oh, wow. Yeah, talk about a bunch of no-shows.
Moses Moody, +3, plays 15 minutes. Everybody else, -20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, and I'd point out.
I don't know what they're doing with Moses.
I thought Draymond Green really he hit the opening three. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, no, you're going to have a Draymond Green game where all of a sudden he's doing stupid stuff. And you're like, oh, 6 assists, only 3 rebounds. I thought his defense against Sabonis was spectacular. There's that one play where he just literally.
He's still, when he locks in, he's still a really good player. And that's why the Warriors keep talking themselves into it.
Yep. Yeah, Trace Jackson Davis, just complete non-factor. Wild. Looney, complete non-factor.
Loon just.
Yeah, that was wild. Yeah, Tom L., we did see Jonte Porter was banned from the NBA for life.
Yeah, that's one of those hard things that like, that's a big deal, but also it feels very secondary here today for us. If that was Luka Doncic or Steph Curry or John Morant or I don't know.
Name that Sacramento King.
Yeah, Sacramento King, of course. Then I'd talk about it more. But
yeah, I think the biggest question that's going to come out of that is they're talking about how he was betting millions of dollars, like he had a premium account, and I don't know where he would get that money.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We're doing a radio show.
Are we, Kyle?
I think so. We're trying to. Before we get to 6 quick thoughts, I want to remind everybody that tonight we got some play-in action. Hawks Bulls right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock. I need Trae Young.
I heard you're a Trae Young fan.
I'm a big Trae Young guy tonight.
I
got prize picks riding on it. I know nobody cares, but I need Trae Young to play well. So I'm going to be tapped in right here on ESPN 13.
Okay.
Also want to remind everybody that we are giving away $500 today. We will announce yesterday's winner in a bit. We'll also give you today's code word. So you can go to ESPN1320.com and you can enter that code word to win 500 smackaroos. And want to remind everybody that D'Lo and KC having a watch party.
Oh.
Friday. Sky River Casino. They'll be out there doing their show. And then we're hanging out to watch some basketball.
Okay.
So get tapped in. You're not going to New Orleans, right?
No, I
Are-
don't think I'm
oh.
going to New Orleans because I'd have to leave on Thursday. It like the travel there is really, not only is it difficult to get
Yeah.
there, but it's super expensive right now.
Sure. Yeah. No, that
'cause
makes
it's so
sense.
late. Yeah.
That makes sense. So Sky River Casino, King's Watch Party, immediately following D'Lo and KC's show on Friday. Hope to see you all out there. All right, let's get to James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go?
Good as it could.
Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
6 quick thoughts could be sponsored by you. Hit us up if you would like to sponsor this segment. Hopefully we have several more of them coming up this season. James Ham, 6 quick thoughts. Number 1.
Keegan arrives.
Yeah, he did.
Keegan Murray is quiet, but he let his game do the talking for him against Golden State. He was incredible, man. 14 points in the first quarter on his way to 32, 9 rebounds, 8 3-pointers.
Yeah.
Every time you needed a dagger, Keegan hit it.
Yep.
Anytime they drew close, Keegan separated. Just absolutely tremendous moment. And I thought he was really good in postgame. Sort of like understanding the moment, like, hey, yeah, this is what they've been telling me to do the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just be that guy. And for one of the few times you saw him like rise up and just be that guy.
Yeah, making the shots is obviously the goal. So that's an analytics tip for you.
Yeah,
making shots
science.
is the goal. No, but it's the fact that De'Aaron Fox 25 field goal attempts, Keegan Murray 20.
Oh yeah.
The Kings had 39 3-point attempts. Keegan Murray had a third of them with 13. This is what, when you envision the maximized version of this Kings roster next year, in 2 years, in 3 years, this is the version of Keegan Murray that they need to get night in and night out. And it's not that he's going to shoot 50, 61, 1,000 every night.
Yeah.
But but the aggressiveness and that assertiveness of knowing that, like, dude, this team doesn't have a plan to guard me. I am going to take over this game.
I thought the crazy thing to me was again, we talked about this with Davion, the lack of hesitation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, as soon as he got the ball, you're like, oh, look at that. He's hunting.
Yes.
Like, I need to see him hunt.
Yes.
Like, go get the shots. And again, you talked about the shot distribution. It's perfect. 20 for Keegan, 25 for Fox, 14 for Sabonis, 11 for Harrison Barnes, Keon Ellis 8. Like that, all of this
super efficient.
It is, all of it is what you're hoping for.
Yep.
Yep.
Number 2.
Two-way star. De'Aaron Fox turned up his offense, but he also balanced his scoring with some outstanding defense. Look, Fox is, we always call him the head of the snake, whatever you want to call him. 24 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals. His defense was so next level. It wasn't just the steals. It was the deflections. It was the way that he was always right in somebody's face. Like, if he can find that intensity, he can be one of the best two-way guards in the NBA.
Yeah, I think he's already up there.
Yeah, he's close.
I mean, he's trending that direction for sure. And it's picking his spots too, because you can get in some trouble if Chris Duarte on line 1. You can get in some trouble if you were just hyper aggressive on the ball in a guy's jersey all the time.
Yeah.
But picking spots, knowing like, hey, you know what? We've gone on a little run here. We've stretched this lead to 7. I'm going to go pick somebody's pocket and go make it 9 with an easy basket. Just understanding the moment defensively. De'Aaron is quite a player, man. Number 3,
we've got Keon Ellis.
Yeah, we do. Hell yeah, we do.
He has quietly staked his claim to the starting job. And
is it that quiet?
Maybe not. Maybe not. But I think what happened, he basically, he's Wally Pipping Kevin Huerter. Like, Kevin Huerter stepped away, and all of a sudden Keon Ellis is not just like living up to the standard. He's showing you that what his style of player can mean to this team. And that is a big time problem for a guy like Kevin Huerter. Like, Kevin Huerter cannot be Keon Ellis. And all of a sudden, Keon Ellis is showing that he might be able to be Kevin Huerter and Keon Ellis.
So this is not a can of worms I want to open all the way right now.
Yeah.
I'm simply addressing the can of worms. We're not opening it. It's
Okay.
just there. We talked a while back about fits for the Kings.
Yep.
And we said, and I think you and I agreed on this, Kevin Huerter's a better player than Keon Ellis, but Keon Ellis is a better fit for the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure about that anymore.
I'm not so sure either.
I'm not so sure that Kevin Huerter is a better player than Keon Ellis. And like I said, I don't want to open that can of worms right now. We'll talk about Kevin Huerter plenty this offseason.
Yes.
He's, of course, hurt right now, so we'll talk about what his role looks like moving forward. But this is not an anti-Kevin Huerter thing. This is Keon Ellis has just shown that he's been way better very quickly than I thought he would be at this point.
Well, that and way better for this team. And Kyle,
Yeah.
in this game specifically, he hit the pocket pass. He flung a ball cross court to Trey Lyles for an open three.
Yeah.
Like his activity when he took them off the dribble, one time he got called for a travel, didn't buy it, but another time, like the layups and the key and stuff, it was like, oh my gosh, like he has so much more game. We're just seeing like the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
And everything you've seen so far, you're like, oh, they found something.
Yeah.
They did. They found a diamond in the rough, and that's what great teams have to do. That's how you become great. It's the Warriors not just drafting Steph and Clay. It's finding Draymond in the second round.
Yeah.
And we're not going to compare him right now to who Draymond is, but you have to find these players that matter, that are cheap, and that you just find them. And kudos to whoever's idea it was to bring on Keon Ellis.
Yeah, man. He was phenomenal last night.
Number 4, where are we? Domantas Monis. He didn't exactly crush the competition, but he was impactful.
Yeah.
16 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, and a block. He struggled with foul trouble, but I also would say, like, he was everything they needed in that game. Like, could he have been bigger? Yeah, but also when he started to feel like the matchup was bad with Draymond Green, he didn't force it.
Yeah.
Could he have hit the jump shot? Yeah, but he also took the jumper.
Yeah.
And so those are things that matter.
Yeah.
And so I definitely thought he had a good game. It wasn't a great game, but it was a really good game in a must win.
Yeah, he wasn't he didn't jump off the page, but he also wasn't a non-factor. Made a couple of really nice passes out of the paint too for open threes. Kings 10 of 18 on sprays last night. Didn't get to that 20 number.
Oh, they didn't need to, Kyle.
No, they sure didn't. Number 5.
Came into play. Harrison Barnes, just like midway through the game, him and Andrew Wiggins both had 8 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists. It looked like they were just going to go even Steven. And that's what I had written initially, even Steven.
Yeah.
Then he muscled up.
Yeah, he just
like he helped put the game away.
He hit for me. We in fact, you know what? We can talk about this later, but he hit the dagger.
Yeah.
With the 6:09 left. That was the like, okay, this is even out of the reach of a Kings collapse. This is done. Yeah, man. Psyched for Harrison Barnes. He had 39 in the last game against Golden State.
Yeah.
Overcame a bad start in this one to put together a good game.
17 points.
I mean, really,
assists,
really, he helped put the game away. Got to the free throw line, made a couple of tough shots. Love it.
Yep.
Number 6.
End of the line? Question mark. The Kings put a stranglehold on the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. And I'll say it. This is the greatest shooting backcourt of all time. It's one of the great backcourts in NBA history.
Yeah.
The Kings just shut them down. I mean, the fact that Steph Curry could only take 16 shots, and the fact that Klay Thompson went 0 for 10, some of that's on Klay, but some of that's on the Kings as well. The Kings were just
great job,
spectacular defensively.
Yeah. I don't. You can talk about, the Warriors are old and this and that, and they are, like, just in basketball years, objectively, they're old. But that was not, to me last night, that was not just they just don't have it anymore. Like, Klay shot 41% from 3 in the second half of the year.
Yeah.
He had been really good in the 4 or 5 games leading up to the play-in. He'd been really, really good. Did he miss a couple open shots? For sure, but that happens sometimes. The Kings made sure that he was not consistently open. And I just, they were great.
Yeah.
As for the end of the line, probably
is.
I don't know.
We'll see.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know if the Magic, if they were going to pay Klay $25 million a year, watching his last couple of playoff runs going. This is Klay Thompson's staff for you. in the Warriors' last 2 elimination games, Game 6 last year against the Lakers and this one, 3 for 29 from the field, 2 of 18 from 3.
Ooh,
Yikes.
yikes.
But still, like, played 77 games this year after tearing his ACL and Achilles in consecutive years.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, but
Yep.
really, really god awful last night. All right, let's you know what? Let's continue talking about this. How much does just kind of exercising this Warriors demon matter for the Kings? And then was that the last game for Steph, Clay, and Draymond? Are the Kings going to go down as the team that finally put that last nail in the coffin? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Let's see. Yeah, even last year, Game 7 against the Kings, Clay was horrible. 4 of 19.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, he was a plus 30.
So hang on. So 4 of 19, so 7 of 48 from the field in the Warriors' last 3 win or go home games.
Wow. That's like 16 or 17%. Wow.
It's such a hard thing. Like,
and even
because-
the game before that, he wasn't good, if I remember correctly.
he was bad the entire Lakers series.
Yeah, well, he was bad against the Kings. I mean, the Game 6, he was 8 of 20.
Yeah, he had one. I think he had one good game against the Kings.
Well, that
He may or may
game,
not have even won it.
he went 8 in Game 6. He went 8 of 20. He was a negative 28.
Ooh.
The only other player that was like Looney was a negative 19 in that game, but a negative 28 by a long shot.
Wait, Jim Park was a Kings fan? What?
I don't know Jim Park.
Oh, dude. Jim Park's a Twitter legend. Jim Park, if Steve Kerr mysteriously vanished, Jim Park would be suspect number 1. He does like post-game spaces. Like Nick Wright was in his post-game space last night. Oh, he is a madman. But he has a tweet from 2013 that says, "Wasn't a fan of Kobe in my early days because I was a Kings fan. I will forever respect him for the love he's shown for the game."
Okay. Interesting.
That's just, I thought maybe you had an idea of who Jim Park was. So
No.
That was a shocker for your boy.
If you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up for us.
Yeah, do that. If you're happy that the Kings won last night, go ahead and slap a thumbs up on our video.
There you go.
Man, they were so freaking good.
I'm going to have to look up Jim Park now.
At Sheridan Blog.
That's where you find him?
Yeah. On Twitter. Or at least it used to be.
Not like Chris Sheridan.
Yes, I believe.
Oh. Maybe I do remember this.
With the Snoop Dogg gif. Who? All right, we see your message. Thank you for letting us know. You did, Russell. You got the belt, bro. Congrats.
Who got the belt? Russell got the belt.
Russell got the goddamn belt. What does Moses Moody do wrong that he doesn't get more? Buddy, if I had the answer to that question,
we're gonna address that. Wow, round trip to New Orleans for 500. Is it direct? That's the other problem. Getting to New Orleans from Sacramento is a pain in the butt.
I can drive you to SFO.
You got to go through Houston.
That was from SFO, I think.
Denver.
Did Katrina get the belt? Oh, dang, James. Oh,
we have a question?
Okay, here we go. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Controversy in the chatty house.
I like belt controversy.
If you're not familiar, in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 or twitch.tv/ESPN1320, whoever gets in the chat first every morning gets the quote-unquote belt. At some point, when I'm making more money, if I'm ever making more money, my plan is to get like a little certificate or something put together for somebody who wins like the most belts in a week or in a month or something. But anyways, sometimes when James and I log in, the chat doesn't load all the way, so we can't see who is in here first. So like I had Manny, Serial Connection.
Yep.
You had Russell Hunt, and now I'm being told in the chat that it was Katrina.
Well, I think the way that we'll have to play this is like we need a time. What time did you have the belt, Katrina? That's the question, because I can see what time Russell made his first comment. So once we get that, then I can determine who was first, I think. So I don't know.
Right, we'll get that sorted out.
I'm here for the controversy.
Kings 118, Warriors 94. Sacramento moving on to face the New Orleans Pelicans in New Orleans after the Lakers beat them 110-104 last night. Still awaiting news about the Zion Williamson hamstring injury. I have not seen anything yet.
No,
but he had 40 last night.
Well, that and the Alvarado situation. He rolled his ankle late, and he kept playing, but there's no telling what that thing's going to look like the next day.
Adrenaline. That's the Zion injury. So we'll dive into this over the next few days, but the Zion thing, it may wind up benefiting the Kings if he's not available and doesn't play. It makes the Pelicans at least a little bit easier to deal with.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if he's healthy last night, they might win that game. The Lakers had nothing for him, dude. He was ridiculous.
Well, if he's not 100%, which, I mean, throughout his career, this is a problem. This is a problem with the Pelicans. I feel bad for them. But this is always going to be, this is who they are until it's not. Like, they are always hurt. Always. And anytime it's a big game, you're waiting for the other shoe to drop. How are they going to play in a 7-game series? And they've stayed healthy, reasonably healthy throughout most of the season. But then Ingram got dinged up near the end. And, like, this is who they have been. And it's very frustrating, but you cannot count on them when it matters. And I mean, the Kings are hoping, like, they're not like, hey, we want to play them full strength. No. You want to play. The Kings aren't full strength. They don't need to play anyone else full strength. They're not going to feel bad.
Let me tell you something. As somebody who watched Golden State win the title in 2015. And everybody said, well, the Cavs didn't have Kevin Love or Kyrie Irving. The banner still hangs. So I don't care how the Kings do it. I don't care how they get there.
And we're talking about
I don't
one
care
game.
if they have to play G League teams en route to a title. If they get there, it counts, bro.
I'm with you.
Banner hangs.
Yep.
So anyways, no, so we will keep an eye on that Zion Williamson injury, the Jose Alvarado stuff. The Kings got through last night healthy. I'm guessing no Malik Monk on Friday. I'd be shocked.
I think Malik spoke yesterday, like during our show, because he was at shoot around, and I believe he said he hasn't started running yet. So until he starts running, that's when he would be able to start like tell you like where he's at, like how close he is to a return. It's not gonna be anytime soon.
Yeah. So that's something, like I said, we'll dive into kind of throughout the week. But the matter at hand right now, the Kings get a big time win over the Warriors last night. So Mike Brown, and I believe Mike Brown when he says this, he said after the game that the fact that it was the Warriors doesn't matter. I wanted to kick Steve Kerr's ass. He wanted to kick my ass. And, got love for those guys, but we're trying to win basketball games. I don't care who's on the other side. We want to win. And I believe that. Like, I genuinely do. I don't think that Mike Brown relishes the win more. Like, he's already looking ahead to New Orleans. So I don't think he relishes the win. He probably started working on New Orleans last night.
Yeah.
But I don't think he relishes it more because But I think there's something to it for the Kings. I think there's something that matters here for the Kings. Where, okay, we look at this season and we go, okay, they won 2 fewer games. You have some injury issues for sure, but it's just it's also very clear that, hey, this roster probably going to need to look pretty significantly different to, at least on the margins, to win a title. And that's just all kind of come to the fore this year. If this season ended at home to the Warriors again, I think there's a damage. It's the same reason. It's the same reason we're not talking football right now, and we'll get to this in July or August or September or whatever. But it's the same reason I'm kind of worried about the 49ers this year. It's like, man, you just lost a heartbreaker to Patrick Mahomes again.
Yep.
And I think there would have been still that, okay, yeah, you beat him twice in the regular season, but there would still be that psychological hurdle to clear. And that, hey, you know what? Maybe they're checking all these boxes, but hey, that Warriors one isn't checked. I think checking that box, getting Golden State clear, and asserting the Kings as in this race of NorCal teams, if that's what it is. It's not, but for this discussion, it is. The Kings asserted themselves as the better team right now. And I think that going into next year, I think that's a really, really big deal, whether they acknowledge it or not.
No, I think the one person who always acknowledges it is Davion. Davion was like, yeah, this means more. No, it does. Like, this
Hell
is
yeah.
like, no, like
honesty from athletes is the best.
like we need to get past these guys. Yeah, like it does feel good to send them home. It does. And like whether it's the end of the dynasty or not, I think that was a question Fox answered.
Zion's out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, but
no.
Chatty House is blowing up. Adrian Wojnarowski, Zion Williamson's left hamstring. He is out for Friday's play-in tournament elimination game versus Sacramento and will be reevaluated again in coming weeks.
Yeah.
Oof. That's so brutal, dude.
Wow.
That, like I said, we'll talk about the ramifications of that for the Kings for sure here in a second, but I feel so bad for Zion, man. He plays a career high in games played this year. He's gotten in shape this year. Like, he just throughout the season, he's gotten in shape. He plays all these games. He has a 40-point game going in the play, and he certainly would have finished the game with more. Now he's out.
That's wild.
Brutal, dude.
That's wild. Now, that doesn't mean the Kings are just going to win.
No. The Kings have a very, very steep hill to climb still.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone watched that game, but Trey Murphy was spectacular, and he's beat up the Kings. Herb Jones was really just awesome.
CJ McCollum is more than capable of...
He's a Kings killer.
Of lighting it up.
Yeah.
So it's like I said, don't get this twisted. This is not, oh, wow, hey, look, the Kings are going to the playoffs now because the Pelicans don't have Zion. But in the list of things that we have to talk about, in terms of, hey, the Kings got to figure out how to deal with this. The Kings got to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah.
Because we talked about it a little bit yesterday. A guy like Jonathan Kuminga on the Warriors. That's just a player that when he's rolling, the Kings don't really have an answer. And you saw it for a couple of stretches in that game.
Yeah.
But Zion's different. Zion is just a load that not a lot of teams do have. The Lakers have an all-NBA defender in Anthony Davis, a guy that some people consider a defensive player of the year this year. And they had nothing for Zion. Like, that's a big deal that he's out.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. So basically what Zion does is he tilts the entire court.
Yes.
And what that means is that wherever he's at, you have to have two guys ready to step up and wall him off. And that leaves Jonas Valanciunas, or it leaves CJ McCollum a little bit of space. It leaves a guy like Herb Jones or Trey Murphy a little bit of space. And really, when Brandon Ingram's healthy, it leaves Brandon Ingram as that player as well that can totally exploit you. And then he takes his turn. And when he takes his turn, it's devastating.
Yep.
Like, you pick up fouls. Not only that, but he's such a big dude that when you're going to go for rebounds, if they have him and Valanciunas together, it just like makes this giant wall of people, and it's really difficult for Sabonis to get inside. Now we're going to see Sabonis man up against Valanciunas. Again, they're super close friends. They play on the Lithuanian national team together. you're going to get to see like a true one-on-one.
Mhm.
And then who else steps up? Like, what is this going to look like? This is a big deal. It's a big deal.
On November 20th, the Kings and Pelicans played at Smoothie Kings Center. No Zion Williamson in that game, and the Pelicans won 129-93.
Yeah, they kicked 36. Yeah.
I know Zion did play in that game. Where's the one he didn't play? Where was I at?
Oh.
Wait, where did it? Oh my God, I'm losing my mind.
There is one game he didn't play against the Kings. I could have sworn.
I just had it.
Oh, now
Maybe
it's
there
hiding from
wasn't.
you.
Oh, there it was. Okay, I've got it now. 133-100 on January 7th at Golden One.
Oh, that's better.
That was the game.
Not 36, only 33.
It was 33 and at home. BI in that one, 15 points. CJ McCollum, 30 on 7 of 10 from 3. Trey Murphy, 11.
Herb Jones busting you up.
Herb Jones, 9 points.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
He had a 20-point piece, a 20-point game. I think 23 against the Kings.
Team high plus 34 in that game, though.
Yeah, man, Herb Jones. And Herb Jones.
They're still really good.
Herb Jones and Keon Ellis played together, right?
Yes.
At Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
De'Aaron talking about that last night was really fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Could you imagine playing against those two?
No. Not at all.
Well, and the crazy thing is, look, I think just to get to the Keon point, we've been like saying this forever. Like, man, if you could just find a guy like Herb Jones, you may have found your Herb Jones. You may have found him. Like, what in the world? How did you find a Herb Jones?
I'll go find another one, maybe 2.
And Keon Ellis is such a cooler name than Herb Jones.
1,000%.
Yeah.
And I rock with Herb Jones though.
Oh yeah.
His whole the clip from last year where Draymond's getting in his face and talking a bunch of trash, and then Draymond gets subbed out, and while he's talking trash, Herb Jones just like points to the bench and is like, "Hey, I think you got to go.
It's time for you to go."
You got to just the demeanor and not
Yeah.
getting into. I rock with her.
You don't have to leave,
He's a
but
good
you
player.
can't stay here.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a good player. All right. Anyways, continuing this Kings Warriors discussion, you were mentioning that Davion Mitchell doesn't hide from the fact that, hey, this is way different than beating Dallas or Phoenix or pick a team in the play-in.
Yeah, he gets a smirk on his face. He's like, "This is a team that ended us last year,"
Mhm.
and that team last year. They thought they were going somewhere,
Mhm.
and what they were looking at was the Lakers were in front of them, and they had like bombarded the Lakers.
Yep.
They had won
3-1.
3-1, and they had confidence, and they're like, "Hey, how far can we go?"
Mhm.
Right? And then they couldn't get past the Warriors,
Mhm.
and then at this point, like, look, I think it is it's refreshing to see like a team that, two teams that are so close geographically.
Yeah.
One that like really took advantage of the fact that another team had a 16-year playoff drought
Mhm.
and they went out and won 4 titles,
Mhm.
stole a bunch of their fan base,
Mhm.
like a bunch of kids walking around Sacramento and the surrounding area. They now are walking around wearing Steph Curry jerseys and not
Yeah.
De'Aaron Fox jerseys.
Yeah.
And now you have this moment where maybe you can steal back some of these people. Maybe you can steal back some of the young crowd that has been so in love with the Warriors run.
Mhm.
I think it is a big deal. And not only that, but like it feels like this is the end. And Mike Brown was asked about it in post game.
I loved his answer so much.
Mike Brown's like, "Yeah, I don't care, man.
Yeah, couldn't
Like,
care less.
I could care less." Like, like I put out the quote and people are like, "Oh, shade." No, it was like he was saying, "No, look, I don't need to worry about that. That's their problem.
Yeah.
It's not a me problem. For me right now, I've got to worry as Mike Brown about what happens on Friday."
Yeah.
Like
I got to make sure that our season isn't done in 3 days.
Yeah, I mean, I've told you this story before. Like we were playing a softball game and we're beating this team, and we get to the end, and they had this incredible player. But as we're doing high fives, we go to walk off. The guy's like, "I can't believe we lost to those bloops," and I yelled out to him, "Yeah, that's twice this season you lost to us."
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, "I'll meet you in the parking lot." I said, "No, you won't. I got another game because we didn't just get eliminated from the playoffs."
Got him.
And so that's what I think Mike Brown like inadvertently did was exactly that.
Sure.
But that's not what his intent was. His intent was like, "No, man, like we got so much more to worry about."
And dude, like if you want an introspective thought from Mike Brown on Steve Kerr, who he coached with and won championships
loves
with,
him.
Look at their
Yeah.
embrace after the game.
Yeah.
That wasn't a dap hug. Good job. That was like a long, like friends hugging it out.
Yes.
If you want an introspective answer from Mike Brown on that, and you'll get one. You'll get one about Steve Kerr. He coached Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. Like, that's something that, hey, maybe at some point in the offseason, tap in with Mike Brown where he can actually like sit and think about it. He could. I think he was dead honest last night when he was like, "Yeah, I don't care."
Yep.
I think he deep down as a person, as a human, he cares. But he's basketball coach last night. He's just coming off a win. He's already thinking about New Orleans, who they've lost to 5 times this year, by the way.
5
times. 5 times.
Can you lose to a team 6 times in a season, Kyle?
Hard to beat a team 6 times in a season. So he's in the NFL when a team goes 2-0 against somebody in their division.
Oh, can you beat them 3 times?
It's hard to beat. Oh, I can't wait for that to be a bit.
Tough
to beat a team 6 times. Yeah, man. I for me, so a couple things. One, I love Mike Brown's answer.
Yeah,
that is the as a basketball coach the correct thing to say in that spot. 2, don't get it twisted. Just to reiterate this, when the story gets written, if Klay Thompson signs elsewhere, and this is just kind of the end, when the story of this Warriors dynasty gets written, Mike Brown will be part of it. Mike Brown has a role in that.
Oh yeah,
and he will have thoughts on it. But yeah, anyways, last night he did not, and I don't blame him. But I thought De'Aaron gave a really good answer when he got asked about it. And I think it just kind of hits the nail on the head because the Kings aren't worried about it. But at the same time, if you have a second to kind of think, this was you
need to be respectful. You do.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. That's part of the reason I like this rivalry so much is it gets kind of sticky between the fans.
Yeah.
But you had Steph doing the light the beam thing last year, so you had Keon in the defensive player of the game photo doing the night. Like, that's great. That's fantastic. That's good. Like, honest sports trash talk. That's not getting personal. That's not getting weird. A couple of the guys behind me last night got really, really weird talking about Steph Curry and like his relationship and his family. It was just weird. But
like media members or
no. A couple fans. It's like, that's weird. But if you're doing night to people and like, that's fun.
Yes.
That is sports, dude. That's what we're here for.
I totally agree.
And that's why I love this, the Draymond Sabonis thing, notwithstanding, because that was gross. But I think there's a lot of mutual respect between the coaches, the players, and that to me is why it's fun.
Yes.
I think you saw it last night.
No, I totally agree. And like watching a dynasty, and like I had a front row seat for so much of it. I had to go cover playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've been in the locker room when they lost one. I was there when they won one. I was in Toronto when things went south and Kevin Durant popped his Achilles. Like to be around them, man, like watching something spectacular and something that is honestly like one of the greatest basketball teams that we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was a joy. Like, and if this is it for them, like I feel bad for their fans because that the death of something like that is really, really hard to come to grips with. And we're already seeing how they're trying to cling to it for the last 2 seasons. But this is the like lifespan of sports. This is what happens.
That's the thing is you don't have to feel bad. you definitely don't. I don't want as somebody as a Warriors fan, I don't expect somebody to feel bad for me.
No.
They have just had this run but I get what you're saying of people trying to cling to it, but that was the thing with this Warriors stuff is the 2022 title is the outlier.
Yeah.
That was the weird one. Because the Warriors lost the finals in 19. They went 16 and how many games was it? They lost 50 games, 50 or 51 games.
Yeah, they were
in the following year, in the pandemic year.
Yeah.
And then they lost the 2 play-in games to the Lakers and the Grizzlies in the following year. So it was that 2021. Then 21-22, they just win the title.
Yeah, just like, hey, we're back.
That's going to go down as one of the most random NBA championships of all time.
I think it will. Again, they were 15 and 50 in 1920. I don't even know, like, that it was 65 games. Like,
That was the pandemic year.
Pandemic year. 15-50.
They were not invited to the bubble at 15-50.
No, followed by a 39-33 in the 72 game season.
Mm-hmm.
And then boom, they win the championship again. And you're like,
so that title was the grand closing. The reality is the Kings last night, I believe, put that final nail, like, okay, this is done.
It is done.
But it's realistically, it's kind of been done.
No, I agree. But nobody had put the nail in it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, Game 7 last year was the way to end it. And the Kings weren't able to do it. And Steph Curry showed up once again and told you why he is one of the greatest players of all time. Then we get to this year, and it does feel like this is sort of the final moment.
Well, and you can talk yourself into, after last year, if you're the Warriors, going, oh, okay, well, hey, Klay just had a bad series against the Lakers, and if we revamp this roster a little bit and bring in some youth, and Jonathan Kuminga develops, and hey, this would be great. And you can kind of talk yourself into it if you're the Warriors. But now after this year, and this is why it feels so final after this one, is because there's no talking yourself into this anymore.
I don't know, because I heard Steve Kerr afterwards say, "Oh, we love Klay.
We desperately need
Klay." And it's like, you know what, man? Like, somebody needs to stop enabling you, because you don't need Klay. The reason why you had no chance in the game last night is because when Moses Moody came in and busted up the Kings, you went back to Klay Thompson. And when he came in again and busted up the Kings, you went back to Klay Thompson. The dude scored 16 points in 15 minutes, and you keep going back to the guy who went 0 for 10. Somebody needs to take Klay away from you, so you can't do that, and you can let a young guy develop.
So that's where that's kind of the thing, and you know, we can leave this conversation for our buddies in San Francisco, but that's where I actually don't disagree with him, because Klay still does carry some weight with defenses,
of course,
but it needs to be a dramatically different role than the one he has.
Yeah.
You need Klay. I don't disagree, but A, you don't need him at 25 or 30 million a year or something insane like that.
No.
And two, you don't need him playing that many minutes in a game where he clearly didn't have it.
No.
It's not like he's this great defender where, okay, when he used to have a bad game offensively, hey, you know what? You're getting a lockdown defender on the other end.
Yeah.
Like, nah, man, he's a non-factor defensively, and if he's not hitting his shots, then he shouldn't be playing. You should be treating him like you treated Trace Jackson Davis last night.
Yeah.
Trace Jackson Davis has been really good for the Warriors. He was bad last night.
They went away from him, played 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Brandon Podziemski was not all that impactful.
Nope.
He was a good rebounder.
They both looked like rookies.
But they did. They looked like rookies. Again, Looney plays 9 minutes. They went away. It wasn't working. They went away from him. But that's not what they did with Klay. And not only that, but the guy who was sitting there, and it's also Wiggins. Like, Wiggins plays 25 minutes, super non-factor.
Yep.
Kuminga should have been playing. Like, if you're the two timeline thing, really, really, it just stuck out as like, oh, this isn't working at all. And like, again, I feel bad because for Warriors fans, because I think they have to watch like what happens after. And then how quickly can you come back, but like while clinging to the fact that Steph is still going to be there. And you want him to, like, you're just wasting him. It's like, yeah, that's why players go to play for other teams late in their careers.
Right. But even Steph, like, is he still excellent? Yeah, but he's not prime Steph anymore.
No.
Like, it's still very good, but it's definitely a little worse. Draymond Green, still a fine player, but definitely worse.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of decisions they have to make, and they don't have. This is the issue for them. They don't have a lot of avenues. It's not like they can go out and sign a max player. So, yeah, whether the big three is done for them or not, like, we'll see. But whatever iteration of them was winning championships as the three of the four best players on the team,
yeah,
that's done, and it's been that way. But last night, with the way the Kings dominated that game, put a microscope or put a spotlight on it.
Yeah.
All right. We'll continue talking about this Kings win. We will continue talking about the Zion Williamson injury. He is out for Friday's game. What does that mean for the Kings? And
we got $500.
$500 to give away. Oh boy.
That's right.
And Jonte Porter's banned for life.
Banned for life.
For life.
Forever.
There goes Charlie. And there we go. We'll be back in a second on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Boom, boom, boom. I think like being around their media, which again I I love their media. Like I like a lot of friends. We've had so many games where again, while I've had to go down and cover Warriors and all that stuff, like you just become friends, and I have all my friends from NBC. Um, like I love their media group. There's so many good people there, and I feel like they're looking around and they're very clearly like, man, they don't have another 1A and 1B. Like, even if Pajemski, even if Kuminga, even if Trace Jackson Davis develop and are rotational players, they're not a 1A, a
All
1B.
rotational guys.
They're all rotational. No one is a star. So I at least see that, like, that side of the honesty from them. But yeah, really, really interesting. It's hard. I mean, like, I watch Kings fans go through it as you clung to hope that there's some way that this all could work out and, you know, where you can continue a run. The only team that's ever been able to really do that were the Spurs, who, like, 39 to, like, their first 41 or 42 years in the league were a playoff team.
It's insane, their success.
Yeah. And then the one season that they had was just god awful. They ended up getting Tim Duncan. And it was god awful because David Robinson trashed his back and had back surgery and couldn't play for a year. Yeah, that's going to come back to haunt them. Especially, they couldn't pull the trigger on Tyrese. They love Tyrese Halliburton.
Yep.
And they couldn't pull the trigger for whatever reason. This whole weird Team USA thing is lame. Where they just decided this week, while all these players are like gearing up for the playoffs and some are playing in the play-in, they just sent Grant Hill out like he's Ed McMahon trying to give the Publishers Clearinghouse money away. Hey, honey, Ed McMahon's at the door.
Oh, man.
Hey, honey.
Oh, boy.
Grant Hill is here. He's got a Team USA jersey. That's like, it's so weird. I don't know. Yeah.
30 seconds to the illegal. If we got hey, Chatty House, can you guys let me know? Is there any word on Zion Williamson's status for Friday? Has anyone seen anything? All right, here we go. Vibes are high today, guys. Hour number 2. Here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. You know, I'm hearing in the Chatty House that Zion Williamson's out on Friday.
Is he really?
Yeah, rumors swirling.
I don't believe you, Kyle.
Oh, man. Kings 118, Warriors 94. At what point did you think last night's game was over?
5 minutes into the third.
Yeah, that's kind of how. So I have a couple of different points that I thought it was done, and it was tough because there's the part of me that watches not as many Warriors games as I used to, but watches Warriors games when I can.
Mm-hmm.
That just kind of knows and knows this team, and knows like, A is not it. Is not the one. Is not got it tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's the part of me that watches every Kings game and goes, "Hey, I know not to pack it in with this team."
Yeah, whether it's the Warriors or it's the Kings, like for me, the Kings have shown you time and time again who they are, that they are more than willing to blow a 20-point lead. And so when they started to blow that 20-point lead in the second quarter, and it got to, 54-50 at half.
Yes.
And then you come out in the third, and it was yuck, like both ways. It was like, uh-oh, what is happening? What is happening?
Yep.
And then boom, 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 Kings start to hit some shots. And normally when the Warriors can crush you in the third quarter. That's, again, I believe the 37-point quarter from Klay Thompson was in the third quarter against the Kings.
Yep.
They have an ability to like throttle up and just destroy you in one quarter. That just didn't happen. And when you saw the Kings were not just they're up 15 after three quarters. I thought this ball game, like the way the Kings were playing, the way that they weren't letting off the gas, the way that they like literally had the gas pegged to the floor.
Yeah.
Like the whole time. You're like, look at, they are playing so much faster.
Yep.
So much more physical.
Yep.
They are the presence on the court.
Yep. The only thing that, okay, so I have a couple things on this. I am with you 100% on that. The only thing that kept me from going, yeah, for sure, this is done, like call it, this is all a formality the rest of the way, is the Kings going cold from three, and then it's still Steph and it's still Klay.
Yeah.
And Klay wasn't shooting it well, but he could hit 3 or 4 in a row. Steph hits 3 or 4 in a row, makes a couple of tough shots, start getting a friendly whistle. Like those were the things that, like, ooh, this could get a little dicey, and it just never did. So there's a couple things that jumped out to me. The De'Aaron Fox dunk on the offensive rebound over Draymond Green.
Oh,
that made it, I think, 11-8.
Yeah,
that was the first like tone-setting play for me. Where you went, oh, like they're here, they have arrived. The second one, and this is where, again, as somebody who's watched a ton of Warriors games this year, just kind of knew. Like, oh man, I don't know if a win is in the cards tonight, was the end of first quarter series. The Kings leading 28-22. The Warriors get a stop on a Davion Mitchell miss, but Davion gets his own rebound. Gets it out to Keegan for 3. Oh, Keegan finally misses in the first quarter. Alex Len, offensive rebound. Alex Len tricks his shot. Davion Mitchell, offensive rebound, kicks it out. Keegan for 3. 6-point lead that could have been cut to 4 or 3 is now up to 9. And that was where, to me, that sequence defined the entire game. Every loose ball, every 50-50 ball, Keegan Murray knocking down a 3, the Kings being the aggressor, and the Warriors, frankly, just like being a couple steps slow. There's a loose ball in the half court, Draymond Green, half a step slow to it.
Yep.
Stephen Curry, usually very good very good rebounder for a guard, just not as effective as he used to be there.
Yeah.
Chris Paul, a non-factor. Like they were a step slow kind of all night in that end of first quarter series. Looking back, was really, really indicative of what was going to happen the rest of the way.
I would even say that the way that Kuminga scored just didn't like build any super confidence in him at all. Like the jumpers, okay, but he was shooting jumpers because Sabonis backed all the way off of him.
Yep.
And like the lack of understanding of like being in the game and really understanding. Sabonis was in foul trouble. Sabonis backs off you and you're a super athlete. You run at him. You go pick up the 5th foul. You pick up the 6th foul. You get him out of the game. There is no fear of Kuminga hitting an 18-foot jumper. Okay, we're trading baskets. That's fine. We'll trade baskets with you. If that's what you want to do, we'll trade baskets. Again, he finishes like, what is it, 6 of 15? That's not a great night. And while he was impactful, just the way he did it, if Kuminga was doing spin moves and dunking on you, that's how you get their players back in it. That's how you build the energy. And I just didn't feel like it was all that big of a threat. And every time Moses Moody started rolling, Steve Kerr pulled him.
It's crazy, dude.
Absolutely crazy.
I have no idea what the deal is. All last year, when the Warriors were really, really bad, especially on the road, and it was a lot of God, I can't even remember the guy's name. Drew Down, help me. Who it was?
For who?
The Warriors. Anthony. He's not even in the league anymore. Anthony.
Oh, I can't remember.
They had these two-way guys who maxed out their games played.
Oh yeah.
And everyone's going, why isn't Moses Moody playing?
Yeah.
And the discussion point from our friend John Dickinson, because I'd ask him about this regularly, Anthony Lamb, thank you.
Not Morrow.
Anthony Lamb. Hey, I love Anthony. Ty Jerome. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Jeez. But they were playing way too much. And you're going, hey, why can't Moses Moody get in the game?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's something about Moody they don't like. And they tried to trade him to Chicago at the deadline for Alex Caruso.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bulls said no at the end of the day. And I was sitting next to Anthony Slater last night during the game, and I said, why does he keep pulling Moody? He literally is the only impactful player in the first half. Yeah. He has like 8 points in the first half. He's playing well.
He was a +3 in a game they lost by 25.
Yeah, and he did get cooked a couple of times defensively,
sure.
And it was like, okay, he's a little slow-footed. And Slater said, look, Clay's won 4 titles. And I'm like, that is the wrong. I mean, I get that it's a reporter saying that, and I get that that's what he's saying.
But he's getting that from someone.
But that is it's a mentality that is why you're sitting at home today.
Yes,
if you're the Warriors.
Yes, 1,000%.
You cannot keep living in the past. This deep into an NBA season. You have to go with what's working. And that's why like people want to blame Mike Brown for what happens here, what happens there. Like Mike Brown has been in scramble mode for most of the season because he didn't have a complete roster. He's been scrambling and doing everything in his power to get this team to this point. And he realized very quickly, like, look, everyone is good at offenses here. We can't just win with offense. We have to be this defensive-minded team. You get to the playoffs, you get to a postseason game to play in. That is what Mike Brown has been preaching for the last 2 years, but specifically this year, we have got, that is who we have to be. And kudos to him. Kudos to him and his staff. Like the Keon Ellis thing, that didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen by accident. They worked their tail off with that kid, and good for Keon Ellis to like show up and be great. But look at the guys like Dutch Gately. Look at the people like Lindsey Harding who helped develop him. Look at all the people that went in to help build Keon Ellis in year 2. And that's what you get. This is why you invest in every single aspect of your franchise you invest in. And I see one team that literally elevated a young player out of necessity, but also they've empowered him.
Yep.
And it's not just him. It's him and Keegan Murray that they have been empowering. And then you look at another team who, like, this year 3 for Moses Moody, man. And he's out there doing it. And you just keep pulling grabbing him with the big cane and yanking him off the court.
Doesn't make any sense.
Wild.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And that's why I think if you ask a lot of normal Warriors fans, what in the world? My phone just started talking at me. If you ask a lot of normal Warriors fans, like, they'll tell you this was what needed to happen.
Oh, yeah. Well, what needs to happen is this offseason needs to happen.
Right.
And they need to let Clay go to Orlando.
Yeah.
And Kings fans celebrate that because they won't have enough for both him and
unless they can't sign him to 25 or 30 million or whatever.
No.
Just because he's won 4 titles.
No.
Like that, I love and respect Clay, but we know this is what it is now. They're a second round playoff exit if their first round playoff opponent has their best player break his finger, and now they're a back end play-in team.
Yeah.
Just kind of That's kind of where they're at. Last thing, real quick, before we get out of here. The point that it was over for me was the Harrison Barnes 3 with 6:09 left.
Yeah.
They made it 19. The Keegan one before that, they made it 16, felt like the dagger, but the Barnes one was like, call the fight. This is done.
Yeah.
Right. Anyways, we'll keep talking about this. We'll talk about some of the best performances from last night. We will give away some money, and we'll have a Zion Williamson update for you as well, right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports City. All right, we're giving away money. I'm not forgetting this segment.
Money.
Money.
There it is. Let's do it.
I finished 1989 in my Taylor Swift listening journey today, by the way, guys. Please clap.
Oh, dear Lord. What was Kevin Herter wearing?
What?
What?
Oh, hell yes.
Kevin murdered a 1970s couch?
Bro, put that up. Yes.
What? It's not camo, folks. It's not.
Dude, if you're going to be
It's
on
a
the
bad
sideline
drape.
getting a fit off, that's how you do it.
You know, and I want to give a shout out to fake Kevin Herter, but fake Kevin Herter, if you're a real Kevin Herter, you have to wear the sling. Like, I don't care. Like, sit there with the sling on your left arm the whole game. Go down to a medical supply store. Go on Amazon, whatever it is. If you're going to be that guy, if you're going to be Kevin Herter guy, you got to have the sling.
What in the world is happening with my phone, dude?
Your phone is talking?
Well, it just started randomly playing a podcast at me. Like,
That's
luckily it
just
was the
weird.
podcast I was listening to recently. Shout out to Brian Curtis of The Ringer. The Press Box is one of my favorite pods I listen to. I think you'd like The Press Box.
Yeah?
It's a podcast that talks about, like, media. Like, they'll talk about the Super Bowl, but they'll talk about, like, the media coverage of the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
It's really good.
I don't even understand what's happening here. There are layers to the confusion here.
Hey, man,
Kev,
if you don't understand it, then the outfit wasn't for you.
look at the shorts don't fully match the shirt. Like, it's a slightly different pattern.
Chain link is what I'm hearing from the chat.
Oh, okay. Wow. Oh yeah, we do not have a Jiffy Lube player of the game.
That was regular season only, but we will have a jersey to give away courtesy of Jiffy Lube.
That's right.
That's coming, I believe. Don't quote me on this, but I think tomorrow.
Okay, so let me see. What were our passwords yesterday?
I don't remember.
Ours was dribble, wasn't it?
Yes.
I don't know what they are today. I don't look at the passwords.
I have it right here.
Okay.
I literally have it right here.
Oh.
Oh, you know what I'm going to do?
Kyle is running. I don't even know what's happening.
I just broke that door.
What happened?
I think I just broke the Studio One door.
Oh.
It made a nasty ass cracking noise when I opened it. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Hey, James. James, that's you.
Hey, Apple, I'm here.
Hey, Apple.
What's a joke? You don't know? Hey, Apple. Hey, Apple. Knife. No, man, you don't have kids.
I don't.
I'm here. What's
don't.
up?
You want to give away $500?
I do.
The vibes are just really high today, so we're just gonna.
Yeah, I'm
Try
in.
and keep them going. I'm writing down the keyword because I refuse to spell it out loud.
Okay.
I'm gonna write it down, and I'll show it to the chatty house.
You're gonna write it on. You wrote it on the paper. Car ramrod. No. Now
No,
I'm
but I'm
making
writing it
Super
on-
Trooper jokes, and you.
I'm sorry, dude. I am. Now I'm shook. You got me flummoxed. No, I'm right. I have a whiteboard that I wrote it down on.
Oh.
But I'm also now I have to spell it because I can't give preferential treatment to the chatty house.
Oh.
People
I can
listening on-
spell it if you would like.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
Okay.
I'll show it. You spell it, and then we have all our bases covered. So this is the Nothing But Net $500 giveaway.
Yes.
A huge shout out to Sherry K. Sherry K in Roseville was our big winner yesterday. Sherry K entered the Nothing But Net $500 giveaway and won 500 smackaroos. We stole $5,000 from our boss. We didn't. We were giving.
We totally beat up.
We do.
Aaron. We called in
we
Nate
did-
Diaz.
Yeah.
we had him rough Aaron up.
Yeah. So we're giving away $500 every day this week, every day next week. You're going to be given 2 keywords, one on our show. You can go enter that at ESPN1320.com and then keep on listening to D-Lo and KC
That's right.
because they'll have a code word for you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And when you enter that code word, you'll be entered again to win $500
That's right.
today. So Sherry K in Roseville, shout out to you. Appreciate you listening. She entered the word yesterday and won. One of the words, I don't know which word it was.
I don't even
Whether
know
it
what
was
the
ours or
D-Lo and
D-Lo's.
Casey word was.
I don't either. But today's word,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to go to, in fact, you know what? I'm going to set this up first. ESPN1320.com. Go there.
Right now.
Find the Nothing But Net giveaway. You're going to go to that. See $500 giveaway.
Okay.
And you're going to enter the code word court. Court.
Okay.
Court. Like this. Like a basketball court.
COURT. Court.
Yeah. At ESPN1320.com, it's a Nothing But Net $500 giveaway. That is the first keyword, court. COURT. And you will be entered to win $500. Keep on listening to ESPN 1320 because D-Lo and KC during their show will give you another keyword, and you'll be able to enter to win again. Make sure to get your name in the hat twice. Increase those chances that you'll win.
That's right.
Court.
Court. COURT. Court. Basketball court.
Ramsey, I've been had a whiteboard. I just don't use it. I need to use it more though.
Yeah, we started with the whiteboard and then we went away from the whiteboard.
It's like comb, but with an MN. Sorry. Well, we used that when I was sitting in the other room, when I was sitting in Studio 1.
Yeah.
Because when I was in 1, there were things I had to like sometimes communicate that I didn't necessarily want to do over the air or while you were talking or something. So I bought a whiteboard to be like, hey, 2 minutes or whatever. And then we ended up just kind of finding a workaround, and then I ended up in here, so I don't really have a use for the whiteboard anymore. Well, but I feel like I could have some fun with it.
You remember there was a one day where I did an entire salary cap breakdown on this small whiteboard?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like, I mean, there was that day.
Oh, you did. That's right. You did James Ham's School of Salary Cap.
Yeah, I did like the Venn graph, the crazy.
I hope I'm not going to lie to you. I hope you never do that again.
You don't like it?
I like it fine when we're sitting there and we're like, yeah, hey, we're chit-chatting, but
all right.
I don't know.
All right.
Separate YouTube video, maybe.
All right.
Also, numbers scare me. I'm a bad math guy. You're a good math guy. I'm a bad math guy.
I'm a good math guy.
Tell me how much money a team has to spend. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to overthecap.com. I'm going to go, the 49ers are $6 million under the cap. We're good.
Yeah, the Kings are at 152 million. The salary cap is 142 million this coming year. The luxury tax is 172 million. Yeah. I could keep going. Like I know they have
onion
a
and-
roughly 20 million before they the luxury tax.
Ketchup?
They have the mid-level exception at $11.4 million. They have an offer they can make to Malik Monk at $17.4 million. Yeah, we can keep going.
You done?
No numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We're all done with that. $500. Code word court at ESPN1320.com. The vibes at Golden One last night were so good. There were more Warriors fans there than I thought there would be.
Well, I think that's because they couldn't sell tickets until like Sunday and Monday. Like I think the official release was like Monday at 10 a.m. So season ticket holders, I don't even know how that worked for season ticket holders. I think they got first dibs.
Sure.
But I think it opened it up to everybody. And like, look, you just got hit with a big fat like bill for playoff tickets.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of people aren't convinced about who this team is and what they're doing. And you're like, well, I might as well make some of my money back right now. I don't know. I like
Makes sense.
I like the bipartisan crowd. I do because
what'd you feel? I thought it was like 80-20,
it was
maybe
probably
85-15.
Yeah, something like that. But
Yeah.
I still think it's fun when there's cheering after every basket. There's oohs and ahs after every basket. You're
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah.
you know, I thought it was really cool. As long as there's not like a takeover, and as long as it's not you know, that moment where the home team is going to lose and you start hearing the other crowd.
Yeah.
And then it's like,
That's a
oh
bummer.
man, this could get bloody.
Yeah.
Like really quick. There could be fights.
I didn't see anything like that last night. I didn't see anything ever get physical or anything.
No, but I did
saw-
see Kings fans talking trash
Yes,
every
they should.
time.
Yes,
Every
they
time a
should.
Warriors fan got up to leave,
Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
like, oh, where are you going?
Dude, it was so embarrassing. I'm sitting there and watching Warriors fans get up and leave, which is fine. Like they're down a million. You're trying to beat traffic. I would have stayed, but that's again to each their own. Fan how you want to fan. I'm not
Yeah.
going to begrudge you. But like in that situation, just clap, give thumbs up. You know, do the. I saw one guy walking out doing the like, you know, and let people razz you, and that's what it is. Your favorite team has 4 championships in the last decade. Like
Mhm.
it's fine. You got smoked in this game. Stuff
Okay.
happens.
Yeah.
How many times has Golden State been on the other end of that? You know, so you just eat it and you deal with it, and it's fun. It was a good game.
Fun game.
Fun
Yeah.
atmosphere for a lot of it. So, but the amount of people I saw walking out going,
Oh.
like, okay, look, again, fan how you want to fan. Hold up those 4 fingers and go 4 rings. 4 rings.
You know how many they have?
okay.
None. You're a fan. You have no rings.
Well, okay, there's that.
You have
but,
no rings.
But no,
fan.
but look, here's I get that, like the want to do that as a fan. Like I have witnessed my team win 4 championships, and that's cool. That holds no weight right now.
Mm-mm.
You're up 25 in an elimination game. You lost. It's okay. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not. This is not.
And that's when, if you're a Kings fan, you just point at the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's like
Scoreboard.
like cool, man, and you're out. Like it's
Yeah.
okay. So I don't know. I just thought that was I thought that was a bummer. Like it was like cringy. Like I'm one of those people that when something embarrassing happens to other people, I have secondhand embarrassment really bad. I'm an empathetic person, and so I would just like wanted to crawl in my own chest and just die there because it's like, bro, that looks so sad. Like that does nothing. That's zero impact.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are launching mortars at you and you're pulling out a water pistol.
Oh yeah.
With your all right, man.
You know what? I will say this. It's something we've talked about on the show before, but Scott Moak. Just shout out to Scott Moak. It's not all him. They're like Mo Brazelton and their entire staff to do an incredible job, and Scott Freshour as well. They do an incredible job of creating a atmosphere and a show. And the Keegan Murray thing to me is stunning. Like how that's taken a life
great.
of its own. You can hear through the Domantas Sabonis. Like
it's gotten a lot better.
It gets in your head. Like everyone in there's like Domantas. Like everyone is like bobbing their head. Like they do such a good job of involving the crowd, and every single game is a new experience for somebody that's there, and they cherish that. as a franchise and as a group of people that want to put on a show.
Mhm.
And I just think it was tremendous.
Yeah, it was really good. Yogi Ferrell walked so Keegan Murray could run.
Yes. Yes.
Do not sleep on the Yogi Ferrell chant.
Oh no, I totally agree. I totally agree.
Love me some Yogi Ferrell, dude. All right. Anyways, we'll keep talking about this. The handoff. I can't wait for KC to come in today. I love when KC's vibes are high.
Oh yeah.
So KC will be joining us for the handoff. Coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Later. Wait, hang on.
What's up?
Is this right?
You know what? Shams just broke it, so it must be right.
Shams just now?
Yeah. Yeah, he retweeted his thing from last night.
I know.
That's funny.
Jesse, can you hear me?
Jesse, can you hear me?
Jesse, are you there? We're doing a bit. Okay. Yeah.
And Jesse, did you know that Zion Williamson is out for Friday?
What? What is that?
You know,
what did I do?
I don't know. Someone else didn't like.
The Zion thing. They were saying, I see. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I will be there Friday, by the way. Did somebody ask me that? I can't remember somebody. I'm gonna be in the building Friday for the watch party.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. Do you think OKC is rooting for? Who do we think OKC is rooting for? That's a good question. If I'm OKC, I'm probably I'm rooting for the Kings to win. No. For the Pelicans to win because the Pelicans are beat up all of a sudden. Although the Kings are too. I just worry if I'm OKC that there's a point where Malik Monk could come back. Michael, I don't think I've told fans how to fan. I don't know.
I might have been. I wasn't trying to.
Yeah.
I was just saying you can throw up your four fingers. I was just saying it looks kind of tough look. That's all.
Yeah.
Do what you want. Fan how you want to fan as long as you're not violating other people's space and rights.
Yeah. Oh, I guess maybe because I said you didn't win. So stop showing the four fingers. Yeah. I don't care. Whatever. See, now you're getting into complex questions. Look, how much time do we have?
55 seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna take this. No, this. Fresh is there not for every fan. You have to understand, again, there's a basic concept, like their idea of every single game night is very specific. They understand that there are a lot of people who this is the first time that they've ever gone to a game. There's a lot of people that can't afford games, and this might be the first time they ever get to go to a game. There are kids in the arena, and they want to put on a show for every single one of those. So whether you love the Lion or hate the Lion, or you love Scott Freshour yelling and screaming, you have to understand that after after standing for what probably is 1,000 national anthems, like
Well,
Now, back to the
you want,
Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
do you know the Kings mascot's name?
yeah, Slamson.
Okay.
Well, I actually know his real name, so
You just call it. No, that is his real name.
the Lion.
You knock it off. You called him the Lion.
I mean, yeah, I get it. It's still a lion.
When we went to
His name is Slamson, and I know his real name.
what if I just called you the person? Okay, Kyle, who do you host a show with? Oh, the person.
The person.
It's the
Yeah.
guy.
That's funny.
The Lion has a name. I went to a Nationals game on my honeymoon, not to brag, and we sit down and my wife goes, "Oh, they have a mascot. It's Screech is the mascot. I think is his name.
Oh, like
it's
from
an eagle.
Saved
It's
by
a
the
bald
Bell?
eagle. Yeah, it's just Screech. It's just Dustin Diamond or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
It's just the guy. Yeah, R.I.P. So, no, it's a bald eagle named Screech, right? And my wife, we sit down and she goes, "Oh, they have a mascot. I hope he comes over here." And the lady behind us goes, "I have it on good authority that he's going to come up here." And I was like, okay, like whatever, maybe she knows somebody in game ops or something. And so we're like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. And she goes, "Yeah, it's my son." And I was like, "You birthed the bald eagle?"
Oh.
Like, that's crazy. How did you do that? No.
How did you do that? All that clothing. How did it happen?
Was it small?
Oh my goodness.
Kings-Pelicans Friday after the Pelicans beat the Pelicans lost to the Los Angeles Lakers 110-104 last night. Not doing the bit here, Chatty House.
Yeah.
I'm saying this for people who might have just tuned into the radio, who might be on their lunch break and are tapping into some sports talk, or maybe they're tapping in on the Odyssey app, or maybe they're jumping into the Chatty House because they're responsible at their jobs and they work instead of watching YouTube like some of us may. Zion Williamson not going to play for the Pelicans.
He's not?
No. Like I said, not doing the bit. I'm actually reiterating news that broke a long time ago. If you missed it, Zion Williamson is out with a hamstring injury. He will be reevaluated in the coming weeks. So even if the Pelicans wind up beating the Kings and going to the playoffs, they may not have Zion for that first round series.
The coming weeks. That's
where somebody in the chatty house asked if you're the Thunder, you're rooting for the Kings or Pelicans on Friday. I think you're rooting for the Pelicans.
Yeah, I would think. Yeah. I mean, the Kings have played the Thunder tough all season long.
Yeah, and they've beat them without De'Aaron Fox. I think Malik Monk being out is obviously a big deal.
Yep.
But I think Zion, the Kings have shown. I mean, look at last night. They played an A++ game. That if they play here, breaking news. If they play like they did last night on Friday in New Orleans, they're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Flat out. You play that good of defense and that good of offense, you are going to beat almost every team in the NBA. Again, the question is whether they can do it again, and we'll talk about all that. But to me, the Pelicans are just a much easier team, I think, to deal with over 7 games if they don't have Zion than if they do. Versus the Kings without Malik Monk are much harder to deal with over 7 games.
No, I totally agree. I would say that the depth of the Pelicans is like they have really, really good depth. But the fact is that they have one guy who you have to put so much attention on, and then they have like a couple of guys who are like right below or right near all-star level.
Mm-hmm.
Like they got one guy who's like way up here, and then another 2 that are really, really good players. And then they have like the Pelicans. They have quality throughout, but when you look at OKC, they just have they have a ton of youth, mm-hmm. but a ton of depth, and they come at you in waves, but they also have a superstar. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be tough to contend with if you're a team who doesn't have that at this point.
Speaking of the Thunder, just while we're here, I have a Kings thing I want to get into as well. But speaking of the Thunder, while we're here,
okay,
Chet Holmgren, this season in his quote unquote rookie season, I think it's silly that you get to be a rookie in your second year, but whatever. 53% from the field, 37% from three. He was a 79% free throw shooter, an average 16.5, 8, and 2.5 with 2.3 blocks a game.
Yeah, he's really good.
He would have been the runaway rookie of the year in literally any other season.
Yeah, almost. Yeah. I totally agree. I mean,
any other regular normal season.
Yeah, he's really, really talented.
He is so freaking good. That was just I thought, as award stuff kind of starts coming out. Do we want to address the John Hollinger thing, or we want to skip over it?
You can if you want. No, we can skip over
it. If you missed it, John Hollinger he doesn't have a vote.
He doesn't.
And so he wrote a column in The Athletic about what his ballot would have looked like. And he talks about, and so he has Victor Wembanyama as MVP, as not MVP, but his rookie of the year.
Yep.
And he talks about how Chet Holmgren will probably be unanimous second, just because of how much better he was than everybody else. He just wasn't as good as Victor Wembanyama. But he does not, let's see, a shocker here. He doesn't have any Kings on all NBA teams.
Okay.
He does mention that if there was a fourth all NBA team, that Domantas Sabonis would be on it.
Okay. Well, that's just not grasping like NBA talent, but go ahead.
Yeah. And then for sixth man of the year, he put down his top three, and Malik Monk not included.
Yeah. Okay. So
sure.
That's just being irresponsible and bad at your job. Like, in all honesty, like, and I like John. I do. I like.
This guy sucks at his job. I like the guy.
No. I like, not as a right. Like I'm saying, like, I like him. I've met John many times. He's a very nice guy, but that's just trying to be like a contrarian to be a contrarian. There are these guys out there that do this, that they're like, oh, who can I get under? Who can I ruffle the feathers of? How is this going to get read by more eyes? And not only is The Athletic based on like how many subscribers you get, but individual writers are like, they're retained and not retained, and they bonus and not bonus on how many subscribers they bring in. They have a quota for every year that they have to reach.
Sure.
Like, this is something. So when he does stuff like this, it's like, how many people can I get to read this inflammatory piece where I don't put a clear, like, every betting
odds on favorite, right?
Odds on favorite to win it. Now, all of a sudden, people want to give it to Naz Reid, the sixth man of the year, over Malik Monk. His stats still aren't near Malik Monk, and the only reason you're adding him into the mix realistically is because he started 14 games, and hey, he was great in those 14 games. What do you think Malik Monk would have done as a starter in 14 games? Equal to or greater than.
Dude, I don't.
Like, it is what it is. Like,
I'm not going to try and find logic in it. I just got to, I was like, of course, like, naturally. Because I really try to give national people the benefit of the doubt on stuff like this. Like, I really do. Because it's hard to cover a full league and understand every team's nuances, every team's little intricacies. Bottom line is, if you're looking for Sacramento Kings stuff, you should be consuming Sacramento media, specifically ESPN 1320 and the Kings Beat. Maybe a little Fox 40 if you want.
Yeah.
But no, but you should be, that's what you should be tapped into, right? But every once in a while there's one that it's like, dude, what are we doing here, man?
Why are we doing this?
I don't maybe it was an oversight. Maybe he's trying to get subscribers. Maybe he's being a jerk. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wanted to.
I have a tough time with it. And I don't have it in front of me, but like, there's something called PER, which, most
player
people,
efficiency rating.
Player efficiency rating. That's a Hollinger rating system, right?
Yeah, he made it.
He literally made the system. So it is his algorithm, his like mathematical equation to tell you how good a player is, or how good or how bad they are. And I don't know where Sabonis, I'm trying to find it right now, where Sabonis player efficiency rating. Where does Sabonis rate in this? He's number 11.
Well, I was going to say 12.
He's tied for Kawhi Leonard at number 10, actually, ahead of Victor Wembanyama. So my point to John Hollinger would be, if your own system has him in the top 15,
Right.
and you don't put him in the top 15, that's being intellectually dishonest.
Sure.
That's what that's called.
Sure.
Intellectually dishonest.
And this is the thing. So Soren Smith asked, and I really want to talk more about last night's game. So this is the last thing for me on this. And it's a important point. Soren Smith says, why do writers literally hate Sacramento? It's so bizarre. The thing is, I don't think anybody hates Sacramento. I think there is a shortcoming in an attempt to, I think there's two things. One, I think there's a want and need to generate clicks like you talked about, James.
Yeah.
Where if you have Lakers, LeBron James, Warriors, Steph Curry in your search engine optimization and in your URL and in the headline, that's more likely to draw clicks from a larger swath of people, right? Like that's basic blogging economy. But I think there's another part of it where I don't think there are a bunch of people who are out there like, F Sacramento, I hate that town. There might be some. But I think the bigger issue is people just don't take into account the entire Western Conference. And they are so caught up in LA, Golden State, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic, and the defending champion Nuggets that teams like the Kings, and if, maybe Utah, the Blazers, whoever, these smaller market teams just kind of fall by the wayside in their thinking, which is, again, them not doing a great job. But I don't think it's a genuine disdain.
No. And I think it's a bit. I think a lot of it's a bit. And, again, like
I love that bit.
I'm friends with Zach Harper, right?
I do love this bit.
Yeah, I do love that bit too. I'm friends with Zach Harper, who writes for The Athletic and trashes the Kings every chance he gets. Zach grew up here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Minnesota Timberwolves fan, but he grew up here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
He owned Cowbell Kingdom. We're friends, right? But I feel like it's always a bit.
Yeah.
And I don't think everyone gets that it's a bit because you're now like 15 years into your NBA writing career and you still have the same bit. And a lot of people haven't followed you that whole time, so they don't know that it's a bit. So I would say, like, if you're going to be honest about your voting and everything else, number one, Domantas Sabonis is 4th in the league in win shares at 12.6. Jokic first, Shai Gilgeous second, Giannis Antetokounmpo is third, and then Luka Doncic. Win shares. Domantas Sabonis has more win shares than Luka Doncic.
Crazy.
So, like, these are advanced stats. And if you're John Hollinger, who is one of the leaders in the advanced
stats dudes,
he is one of the advanced stats. You can't tell us that the stats are wrong on this one guy. It's just like I've brought it up. The top 19 guys in scoring, the 19 scoring leaders in the NBA, 1 through 19, every single one of them got into the All-Star game except for one. The guy who is number 10 in the league in scoring at that time, or 9 in the league in scoring, and that's De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
So there is a bias somewhat against the Kings and a disbelief that the Kings are as good as they are.
Yep.
And it's on the Kings to go out and prove those people wrong time and time again.
It's a complete crap.
Indeed. Kenny Caraway going to be joining us shortly for the handoff, brought to you by, nobody yet, but it could be brought to you by you. We do it every single day, basketball season or otherwise. So if you want to tap in on that, please do so. Lives on the radio. It lives on YouTube. Kenny, your mic is not up yet because I'm doing a bad job of running a board. Your mic is now up. Are you in? Are you in the?
Oh, there he is.
It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building. Kenny Caraway, big Kings win last night. Your thoughts?
I don't think his mic.
Oh man, what a beautiful day. Sorry, Kyle. First of all, here's the thing. I be talking trash.
Do not be sorry to me.
I be talking.
Do not be
crazy.
sorry to me.
I'm talking crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be talking
as
crazy.
you should.
You're gonna go crazy all day.
It's not.
Yeah, I can't wait. This is gonna be 4 hours of electricity.
sure.
I'm super excited.
But Kyle's my friend. You know what I mean? I don't be talking crazy. Kyle don't, and on top of that, Kyle don't say nothing to nobody. Kyle, Warriors fan who minds his business, who shows love, shows respect for everybody else. So I don't want to laugh in Kyle's face.
No, don't do.
But everybody else, but the rest of y'all, Warriors World, Light Years Pod. Oh, we having a good time today. We having a real good time today.
I can't wait. This is gonna be so fun. Hey, let's do this because I don't want you unloading all your ammo here on our little program. Yeah, come Rick, come on.
Oh, you got flagged. Kyle's been flagged.
He said he don't.
Really?
Yeah.
No. All right.
Yes,
Well,
he
hey, I
said,
wasn't gonna do it, but you made.
Okay, Lake Show.
I just. I don't, no. So I don't. So we had so many good performances last night from the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the best player for the Kings last night? To you. Obvious answer for me.
I mean, God, we text. And my first thought is I want to say Keegan.
I got a text back from Kenny, guys. Big deal.
It was a busy day.
Big deal.
It was a busy night, man. And like there were so many people in there. Like I was telling
it
Damian,
was crazy.
Yeah, I was telling Damian, like there is a difference between playoff, postseason, Kings game, and regular season Kings. Like downtown is crazy. The arena. I say all that to say, like, I couldn't get reception. That never happens at a Kings game. Like, and then we sold out during the regular season. And I can still get reception.
Yeah.
That one, I don't know if it's the media members or whatever, but
I lost Wi-Fi at one point.
Yeah, it's crazy in there, man. So
I did get a text back.
It was late.
Great.
It was late, but yeah.
Great.
But I'm torn really between Keegan, Keon, and Fox. I thought Fox was sensational.
Fox was great. He was great.
And
I thought Keegan was their best player.
Man, Keegan was phenomenal.
He was so good.
Keegan was phenomenal.
I agree, but I also the Keon Ellis thing.
Keon, come on, man. Keon was spectacular.
He had 3 blocks, 3 steals. Like he had a bunch of assists. Some of his assists were nuts.
It was like there were 4 Keon Ellises on the court.
Mm-hmm.
He would close out and run somebody off the line here on one end. It would get swung to the other corner, and he's knocking the pass down. Like, how did he get there?
It's funny you said I saw the same thing at least once, maybe another time, but I didn't have the time to tweet it, or I was just so locked in or whatever. But he was having Davion Mitchell moments. Remember when Davion was a rookie and these clips will fly around him covering all 5 guys on a possession.
Here's the caption.
Keon was having those moments.
Here's the caption on the tweet that you're talking about, where it's watch Keon Ellis this entire possession. That's the caption, and then you just do it.
Yeah,
he's having those like he's future Metro Boomin, Kendrick Lamar. He's like that. He's like that.
Yeah,
defense. He was spectacular last night. That's why I don't know. I can't answer your question. I don't know because Keegan was unreal. Keegan, that felt like this is the birth of Keegan Murray.
A light bulb moment.
Yes.
7-8 years. That's what last night felt like. Not that he's going to average 30, but he's going to be that type of aggressive player. He's going to be that type of offensive weapon. So I don't know.
Because it happened in the brightest lights this team has played in all year. And the brightest lights they've played in since really game 7 of last year.
Yeah.
Maybe game 6 if you want to do that. But all due respect to his game against Utah. Was it 47 points?
Yeah.
All due respect to that game. All due respect to some of the other great games he's had. This was a moment where, Kenny, you and I have talked about this. James, you and I have talked about this. I wondered if Keegan Murray, in a game like that one last night, at home, national TV, win or go home, will he go out and take 20 shots? And he did. While also playing phenomenal defense.
Yes.
Yeah.
He guarded Steph Curry most of the first half and only 5 points.
Yes.
I also, like, you have your whiteboard over there. I felt like Keon looked at the whiteboard.
Kenny, did you see Zion?
That's outside. It's out right. That's all thanks to you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, we may have mentioned it.
A lot of reporting here on ESPN.
I felt like what Keon did last night was like there's a whiteboard in the locker room, right? Giant whiteboard. And sometimes starting lineups go in there. He just walked up with a Sharpie and wrote his name in the starting shooting guard spot for next season.
Come on, dog. I said the same thing.
It's like, hey,
that's what it is.
That's my name goes in, and it's permanent. And there's De'Aaron Fox, there's Domantas Sabonis at center, there's Keegan Murray at one of the forward positions, and next season there's Keon Ellis at the shooting guard spot.
We weren't already there.
I kind of feel like
it was close.
Okay,
look,
I was there.
I'll go a step further. And y'all probably say I'm crazy or just settle down, Kenny. But I'm gonna go a step further.
No, go crazy.
If you talk to Malik Monk this offseason and he says, all right, 17-5, that's what you want. I need to start though. Like, all right, Malik, you're starting. So is Keon. That's how I feel about what he can do defensively.
Keon at the 3, Keegan at the 4.
Yes, we'll go 3 guard with Keon. That's how serious I am about what Keon can do defensively. He can do that.
Yeah, because I look at him and it's funny. You don't really think about it, but he and Herb Jones played together, right, at Alabama. Like you found Herb Jones. And like the Kings have been searching for this, right? We just talk about, like, I've said it like a bunch of times. The Kings for years, it's the searching for Bobby Jackson, right? That I thought, like, Jeff Petrie spent years of his career trying to find another Bobby Jackson. It's why I drafted Quincy Doobie. It's why he brought in so many guys, couldn't ever find it. Well, the Kings found the Bobby Jackson player. It's Malik Monk. But now you had been searching for this other piece, and you have to find your Herb Jones. And all of a sudden, Keon Ellis in the last 15 games of the season says, "Hey, I'm that dude. I'm good."
Oh, he ripped Steph Curry.
That was
I
sick.
ain't never seen that. Steph Curry got one of the sickest handles in the league. It's Kyrie-esque.
Steph gets ripped sometimes.
Yeah,
his handle gets a little loose.
Well, you would know more than I would.
Last night,
I ain't never.
But that was a clean. It's usually he gets ripped when the handle gets a little out of control, and maybe he goes like behind the back and he's trying to get. That was a clean, like, he was looking up, had the dribble, goes around and just see ya.
Yeah, I don't.
Wow,
I didn't answer your question. I don't know. Fox was phenomenal too.
Yeah,
Fox was really. That's what, dude. That was a.
Harrison was phenomenal.
Said this. We got about a minute left, but said this at the top of the show. That was like a perfect Kings game.
Yes.
That was about as good as they can realistically play.
So yes, but as I dive deeper into the numbers, I think you could get, maybe you got a lot more from Keegan and Harrison and all those other guys, but Trey Lyles wasn't fantastic. Davion wasn't fantastic. Like,
no, but I think
you can get a little bit more from them.
Yeah, but
and it would probably take away from the other guys. It would balance out. Like, so
yeah.
Keegan might not have 30 something. He might have 22, and Lyles has 11.
But from a standpoint of guys you're going to rely on night in and night out,
starters.
Keegan,
the starters can't play.
Fox, they were phenomenal. More of this, I'm sure.
Oh man,
coming up from you guys.
Oh man, we have a good time.
If this is your first time listening to the station, tap in, stay. We're gonna go to break here in a second.
Yeah.
You're gonna want to hang out for this intro.
Time,
I don't even know. I don't talk to you guys before the show. I don't know what you guys have going on, but I know how you guys roll. And I can't wait to see how this goes.
Hey, we having a funeral and we're doing it like a second line. We having a party at this. We having a party at this.
Is that
funeral.
Picture of the guy that said I came to my hater's funeral?
We having a party at this funeral. Let's go.
All right, very good.
Okay.
That was an accident. It's an accident. Zion Williamson out Friday for the Pelicans. D'Lo and Casey next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Bye. All right, gang. Appreciate you guys. Great job today. Hit the thumbs up if you're on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up for us. All right, see ya.
What up, man?
You already know what it is, Mrs. MacTan.
What up, man?
You already know.
Listen. All the little catchphrases today, man. We having a good time.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check, baby. 1 2 1 2. Vibe check. 1 2 1 2. One more time.
Yeah, man. Hey.
Y'all know what it is, man.
Hey.
Y'all know what it is. The Sacramento Kings. They got one.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming
now.
down the lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now.
Look to the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Y'all know we ain't cutting this off.
Nah,
Y'all
nah.
know we ain't cutting this off.
Warriors World, we see you. Turn it up, Warriors World. Turn it up, BBL Warriors World.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt. We believe over here, we don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, only deal with real kings over here.
So tell me what you see now. Look to the sky like the rebound. Tell them like see now. Going to the sky like the beam now. Hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Hold up.
BBL light years. BBL light years.
Hey, man. They calling for it.
Oh.
They calling for it.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Hold on.
Come on now. Come on now. They calling for it. Here it comes. Hey. Come on, man. We in here, baby. One more time for the good time. Yo, welcome in. It is the Wednesday, April 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is courtside, Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Boy, and they got them one yesterday.
Hey, check this out.
They got them one.
Did you notice? Did you? Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. Everything, all the chakras and everything falling in a line. You see what show this is? Come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh, stop it.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Come on, man.
Stop it.
Which show is this? I didn't even look at the top.
Come
It's
on, man.
show 916.
Come on, man.
Show number 916.
It was already written. It was already written.
Wow.
Come on, man. We out here.
Wow. Show 916. Come on, man. Yo, that's
Let's go,
fire.
baby. Let's go.
That is fire right there.
Let's go.
Wow.
Hey, man, like I said on the handoff, it's a great day here in Sacramento. We're not going to lose sight of the fact that we're having a funeral today. And like I said, it's going to be like a second line. Everybody bring out the flutes. Everybody bring out the saxophones, the horns, everything. We're going to have a good time today sending these guys off.
But here's the thing. I don't care nothing about them.
Oh,
we got business ahead of us.
We got business.
We LeBron James.
Hey.
One more.
Look here.
One more.
People were asking for Drake bars and all this other stuff. I understand. But this is when we get into Kobe mode. Job's not done.
Job's not done.
We're gonna have a good time today.
Yeah,
I got jokes.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna laugh. We're gonna have a good time today.
Yeah,
but once the clock really hits about 4:05,
yeah,
we move on to New Orleans.
Yeah, like a man Ramsey said, we're on to New Orleans.
That's right.
Simple as that, man.
Yeah.
Business trip. The business trip.
We're not at the airport yet, though. We having a good time right now.
As my bad. That's tomorrow.
That's right. We having a good time
tomorrow.
We beat their ass. We backhanded their asses. Just get the hell out of here.
The previous 4 games between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings were decided by 11 points. Not last night.
Oh, man.
Kings 118-96. Saw a double-digit lead turn to a 1-point lead, and the Sacramento Kings turned up after that.
Man.
And there was various points in the second half where you get to that. Man, this will hurt. This will hurt. And then you realize the Kings were like, nah, man, ain't gonna be today. Ain't gonna be today.
I wasn't feeling good at the half. I tweeted out maybe about 3 minutes to go.
I saw that.
I said, Kings I need a 10 plus.
Yep.
And they were up 4. And I was like, oh man, they're gonna lose. I just didn't feel good. I didn't feel settled. And then coming out of that third quarter, the Warriors got it to within 1 at one point. And this is one of the things that we talked about yesterday that we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We can say, oh, it'll propel them or whatever, but we don't know. But maybe a situation like that where they've routinely, remember what happened in OKC a couple weeks ago, routinely in that third quarter. Same thing with the Knicks game. They're up going into the half, league dwindles down a little bit, and then they lose it all in the third quarter. And last night they said, it's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen tonight. They answered the call, and they were able to get back out there and build that lead back up. And just like we'll find out, but just like we talked about yesterday, maybe that is what they needed going into a New Orleans game, or like get over that hump. We don't have all our guys, and we can build these leads, but as soon as somebody comes at us, we don't have enough to sustain it, or late in games, we don't have enough to get over the top. Maybe yesterday was that sign that, no, we are good enough. We can do this. We can get this done. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that's something we'll certainly talk about throughout the day. I mean, everyone said the right thing last night. The demeanor was on point. Everyone talked about New Orleans. It didn't look like it was over celebratory, certainly not in front of the camera. With the Sacramento Kings beating the Warriors, they understand last night was nothing more than a step. And that's kind of the, admit, feel a little better than I thought I would. Because my original feeling was like, all right, cool. If you beat the Warriors, like, that's great. You didn't really accomplish anything. You just lived to fight another day, which I guess is an accomplishment in and of itself. Yeah. Well, I was wrong. I feel much better than I thought I would with the Kings getting that victory yesterday. But the fact of the matter is, once you get the jokes aside, we're not done getting the jokes off. Once you get the jokes aside, though, it is just a matter of, okay, you earn the right to play another game. Right. The interesting one, no one's ever advanced in the Kings position, which I didn't realize that until yesterday. No one has ever advanced out of the 10 position before.
Okay, no, right, you're right. Well, Kings are 9. Warriors.
Kings are 9.
Nobody, no 10.
No one's ever advanced out of the 9-10 matchup before.
No 10 has ever won a game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So a 9 has.
9 has. The Pelicans actually did it.
Okay.
Pelicans did it a couple years ago. The year Pat Bev cried after beating the Clippers.
Yeah.
The Pelicans beat the Spurs, and then they went into LA and beat the Clippers. I think that might be the only time, though.
Okay.
I think that might be the only time the 9 has ever advanced.
And did I read right?
Or actually, no, maybe not, because the Grizzlies did. They beat the Warriors.
So this has happened a whole bunch.
Grizzlies beat the Warriors. They've only been doing it for what?
Just
5
dump
years?
this whole effing start.
But
Just
no,
dump all of this.
but what you saw is what I saw too. I think no 10 seed has ever won a game, and that still remains.
Yeah, that was the stat they had on TNT yesterday.
Yeah, they've never even won a game, let alone been able to advance and get into the playoffs. And that continued. I didn't know that before yesterday.
But it'll be the Kings and the Pelicans. So that's the interesting dichotomy of all of this, right? Like the Kings earned their way into another game, and the Pelicans lost their way into another game, right? People want to equate this to the NCAA tournament. There is no part of the NCAA tournament like that.
Right.
A team lost themselves into another game while the team that won is elated to play in that other game. And now, I mean, God, this is brutal. This will be, a much lengthier discussion later. Zion was phenomenal last night.
Man, he was.
Like Zion was. Here he is. Like this is what y'all asked for. And then what just looked like a routine little jump, stop, flip, seemingly has wiped him out for the foreseeable future.
It's crazy. That's crazy. And we were sitting here.
Yeah, 40 when he exited.
While we were doing the 102.5 game, we were just both talking about like, man, the NBA, needs to see Zion in the playoffs. You know what I mean? That would be good for him. Obviously, we don't want it at the expense of the Kings at this point. But we were thinking maybe if they were to beat the Lakers, Zion would get that stage of being in the playoffs. And now, first of all, the team might get knocked out by the Kings. Second of all, he'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. Season might be done at that point. He still might not get in the playoffs.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Not our problem.
No, it's not.
Not our problem whatsoever.
Get well soon in the offseason is what I say. I think the Kings might get it, bro. I think they might get it. I remember everything I said last week about I don't think they can get 2, all this other stuff.
They get 2.
Man, I think
because they got 1. And we'll talk. There's one thing from last night that leads me to believe they might have another one in them. Because at first glance, it was like, everything was perfect.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. There's one small little piece where it was like, okay, I see it. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
We're just getting started.
Yeah. We just getting started. Hey, y'all call in, give all your thoughts and condolences to that dynasty that's over. That group is done. Put them in the dirt. They're over. Call us in, man, 916-909-1320. We want to hear from you guys all day long.
It'll be the less I talk, the better. It'll be the Sacramento Kings versus the New Orleans Pelicans on Friday at 6:30. Zion Williamson is out for that game, and the Kings have an opportunity to get into the play-in. We'll talk about last night's game. They have an opportunity to get into the playoffs. We'll talk about last night's game with D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yo, is this going to ruin the show? Yeah.
I thought he sounded better than yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, it's 6:30. Isn't it 6:30 our time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6:30.
Yeah, 6:30. It's the second game on Friday.
They're going 4 and 6:30. That was a foul by Draymond. But they was letting them play, so I couldn't get mad at them.
They really were.
They were letting them play.
There was a play with Keegan that was crazy.
Got his ass beat.
He got fouled once. He got hit hella hard the second time, and then finally he goes up. And I think they were just like, well, fuck it. Like we can't let him get fouled this many times. So this question is going to come up a lot. I don't think so, Zell. I think we'll invite people to stay. I don't want to make it official. Like we are there for a live broadcast from 12 to 4. That's our focus. We'll get ready for the game. Anyone who wants to stay should. But
both of us. We
Yeah,
might still be around. I know
yeah.
I got some things going on.
It could be
Friday,
some
but-
coming and going
Yeah.
type stuff.
But it's a great place to watch the game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
yeah.
going to be booming in 32 Brews,
If
regardless of there or not.
I'll say this: if you're there, there ain't no point in leaving.
Right. It's going to be booming on a Friday night.
Yeah.
Chance to get into the playoffs, 32 Brews, it's going to be booming. Drew Down, you my dog, man. You know I like you, man. So it's love. I saw
Drew Down.
I saw Jay Dillard in there last night, man. That's my dog too.
Mm-hmm. That's why I don't mess with Twitter, because I'm gonna have to fuck this whole up.
I saw Tribal Chief, aka Courtside Tribal Chief. You know what I mean, man? Come on, man. Come on, man. His seat had 3 letters. You know what I'm saying? There's one of them things going on. I saw the boss. She was very neutral, dressed in black and white. I didn't see who she was cheering for during the game, but she came in there neutral. Nah, Ryan is, somebody called him, and it's pretty accurate. Somebody called him the Mexican Adrian Bronner. And that's about right. His screws are loose. You know what, Pat? Nah. I already said Patrick. Yeah, I wasn't feeling that. I wasn't feeling not somebody said it perfect. Not at that game. I wasn't feeling that. And I wouldn't go as far as what you say, but man, come on, don't wear that shirt at that game. That game, that opponent. No. Team Manguia. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna be successful. He's gonna have to hurt Canelo to a point we haven't seen Canelo get hurt before. Because he don't have the skills to outbox him. Oh, come on, Patrick. That's called Clink Thompson.
KNBR really upset about the beam, huh? Man, hate to see it.
Oh, man.
Phone lines open for you if you want to get in here. 916-909-1320. It was fun watching the game at home. I made a very, very late game decision.
People were asking too.
That's a lie.
That is not a lie. People were asking. It's like, yo, where D-Lo at? I said, he said he might come, but I don't know.
I actually sat in the car and thought, like, go. I was like, I can't go because I don't want to talk. I just need to sit.
Mm.
And but I did get a kick out of watching the game at home because the TNT crew was absolutely astonished by Keon Ellis.
The broadcast or the inside crew?
The broadcast crew. They talked about, the inside crew talked about Domas. Charles actually brought up Alex Lynn. And I think they referenced Charles brought up the kid from Baylor.
I did see that. I watched Inside. I didn't see, obviously.
He brought up the kid from Baylor. But the broadcast crew was absolutely stunned by what Keon Ellis was doing. They thought last night, Keon Ellis was extraordinary, obviously. They thought Keon Ellis had the game of his life last night.
Bro, they were talking about Keon like he was Andre Ingram. Coming out the G League and like, oh my gosh, how is he doing this?
I saw a highlight of that.
That's a shoot. Yo, they were they thought he had just walked out of Stockton onto the floor.
Now, okay, now let me see. Let me ask you guys a question. Maybe this is stalling them out.
They were still better than Reggie Miller was last night.
Well, I heard Reggie didn't have
he had a tough
the
night.
best analysis.
He had a tough night.
That's your guy. You stall him out more than anyone on this show. You got anything to say?
I do like Reggie, but I can't. There's nothing.
Did I ever tell you about the time he was on the Dan Patrick show?
No.
And Dan asked him about the Clippers and the Lakers playing each other in the playoffs. And he asked who would have home court advantage. He said like it would be like a big, like he it would depend on who had home court advantage. Like that's a shoot that actually there's a clip of that lives out there. That
Come on,
happened.
Reg.
Yeah, Reggie had a tough night, but go ahead.
Oh man.
You want to stall them out? Go ahead.
Well, I'll stall them out a little bit. He's not Andre Ingram. He's not far off. Keon Ellis.
Keon's
a month
story
ago
is amazing.
Was not playing. And we were like, are we going to let the two-way thing run out? Are we going to lose him?
No, that's true.
And
no, for sure.
And also I'm out just a little bit. I wasn't as in shock about his play and everything else like that, but I was absolutely floored by what he did on the floor last night.
Mm-hmm.
He was insane. Did you see that stat about like what is it, three steals, 3 blocks, 3 threes? There's only 2 other people who've done it. And
who was it?
It was like LeBron and Kobe.
Right. Yeah.
He was unbelievable. So obviously I'm a little it's not as astonishing to me as it is Stan Van, who probably has never seen him play. But even I was like, yo, Keon was amazing last night.
Maybe let's talk about him like he's a Miami Heat guy who developed rather than he's Andre Ingram.
That's true. That's fair. That is 100% fair. He was so good, man.
He did have 26 points like a couple of nights ago.
True. What do you have? 8 threes in that game?
The Thunder, yeah.
That boy had
he
8
was
threes.
Incredible. Yeah, he's incredible. Like Keon's story is absolutely special. Like you talked about what we were talking about earlier this year. Does the contract expire? What do they do? Do they have to start rationing out these games? Do they tear it up and sign him to a regular deal? Like what do they do? And man, he was special last night. Man, he was asked to go out there and guard the dude who scored 50 in the last winner go home game that took place on that floor. And he did that.
And I was talking to Kyle about it, and Kyle's seen way more Warrior games than I have. But he said like it has happened. But I ain't never seen Steph rip like that. I had never seen that before. Clean, straight on, not like he's juggling with the basketball and the handle's kind of loose. Nah, he was in his bag, handling the rock, tried to cross over in front of Keon and ripped him. I said, oh snap. I was standing next to Sarah Hodges and I said, oh. We both were like, yo, what?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that. I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with his game. He ripped him and then got him again on another play later, man. Like to me, we kind of talked about this. We've had an epiphany and all this other stuff. But I mean, that's the 2 guard. That's the 2 guard. That's him. He is the starting 2 guard on this team moving forward. He's got it. He can score enough. He's a great defender. He has a good basketball IQ. Yeah, I've seen enough.
Okay. That's a discussion we'll have for sure. One of my favorite parts about yesterday, and this will always be the case, no one picked the Kings to win that game. Absolutely no one. Not a single ESPN personality. Kings were barely mentioned in the discussion headed into last night's game.
Kenny Smith and Shaq basically told you to turn the channel.
Pretty much.
Game.
Pretty much.
That's what they was talking about?
Pretty much.
Jeez.
Yep. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. Absolutely. No one believed Sacramento would win that game. Halftime rolls around. You pointed it out a second ago. That lead disappears. No chance Kings can pull this game out. Kings at, what was it, 4?
Yep.
Kings up 4. Clay's got nothing. Steph ain't even cooking. Kings are in trouble. Who knew that Clay's second half would be identical to his first? Shout out to everybody listening. Shout out to everybody watching. Because you too had 0 points in last night's game against the Warriors.
We didn't get the cardio that he got. That was the cardio, man.
Some of them memes.
That was him on the Peloton.
Some of them memes that was out there was wild, boy.
Man.
Sailing Clay with the Michael Jackson song playing.
Oh, no.
Cold.
Oh, no.
Cold, cold, cold.
Oh, man, that boy Clay was basically out there with Alex Toussaint on the Peloton.
Just riding.
That's it. Getting that cardio up.
Just riding.
Did you see the AI thing on Twitter? Like it was like an AI story, like, you know, because Elon Musk things never works. It was like an AI story on Twitter, like Klay Thompson is like vandalizing in Sacramento, throwing up bricks or whatever.
Come on.
That's funny.
Oh, man. But yeah, and look, once again, I didn't expect Clay to do that. I didn't think he was going to be, 2015 Clay, but 0 for 10, scoreless. Who would have predicted that? I mean, it really is the end of the road for those guys. They've got to revamp everything they do. But, I think also a lot of that has to do with the way the Kings played and the defense and the game plan that they had. And watching that game back a little bit last night when I got home, we can have a discussion now or later, but I think regardless of what happens on Friday, there is something to be taken out of this season, something positive, and something that you can build on. Because I think maybe it just happened maybe 4 weeks ago, but Mike Brown has finally mixed and matched, dinked and dunked, got the personnel to play the type of basketball that he wants. He's got it now. He's got it. And he's going to build on that now. Like, you got your Keon. You got Keegan growing up. You got De'Aaron in a spot where he can do things defensively.
Yeah.
And now you can start to mix around that. And that's something they had to get to this year. They didn't always have that this year.
Yeah. Let's take off the hyped glasses for a second about what they did yesterday. We know the Kings are in a certain position right now with Malik and Kevin Huerter out. And I think for the bulk of the season, we didn't think the Warriors were very good. They were playing really good basketball headed into last night's game. In the game before, the Lakers had been playing really good basketball headed into that game. They carried it through. So if you're watching both of those games, if you're like the TNT crew watching both of those games one after another, you look at the way the Lakers been playing, you look at the way the Warriors been playing, you see the Lakers win that game. Okay, that might be what we see from the Warriors. I think when we watch the Warriors in totality, it's like, okay, there's a lot missing from this group. They're kind of sporadic with what happens. They've been a little bit better. Not a little bit better. They've been better defensively. But in the end, if nothing else, the Warriors were probably in similar tiers, if not the same exact tier. The Pelicans have been playing above Sacramento. So I think, and I get correct me if I'm wrong, your overarching point is making the playoffs or not, there's something to take away from this. But to me, and it's a distinction without a difference here at this point, having a game like you had last night, and maybe not to that 20 plus point degree, but having a game like you had last night against a team like New Orleans, who's been a tier above you, that carries a little bit more weight, because all of us collectively, we called that game to perfection last night. We were going to see our five guys with Davion, Alex, and Trey. That was going to be the group. That's what Mike was going to do. He was going to shorten up that rotation. We're of the belief that's probably what's going to happen Friday as well. But the Pelicans have been the team that Mike has searched the most against. And so I get your point, and to a certain degree, I agree with your point, but I don't want to use the Golden State Warriors as the measurement for that.
Fair
I want to
enough.
use a better team.
Fair enough, but I'm not using the Warriors. I'm
Okay.
looking at, and this is where we don't have to go necessarily back down this road, but this goes to the discussion of yesterday. A bad team, have they been playing good, all this other stuff. They've played like that, in my opinion. They've played like that for the better part of 3-4 weeks.
The Kings.
The Kings.
Mhm.
The difference yesterday was they got hit and they found a way, whether it was Keegan being more aggressive or whatever, to close the game out. Also, we haven't talked about him. Harrison Barnes was phenomenal. Hit some big time shots in the fourth quarter. But they found a way.
No, the one we haven't talked about is the one that y'all were demanding be the guy. It was Keegan. You, Kyle Madsen,
might have been the best guy on the floor.
James, y'all demanded that Keegan Murray be the guy.
Yeah.
And so Keegan, like, without hesitation, first quarter.
Yes.
Yo, I'm him.
Yes.
Okay. I got it.
Cooking.
Did that. But you say the difference was Keegan, Harrison, all that. 18 of 39, 46%. That was
what we
the
say
difference.
yesterday, 43?
Yeah.
I think
that was the number we were using.
Yeah.
That was the number that Will did the measurements with. It was 43%. Yeah. They were 46% from three last night. 18 threes. That was the biggest difference from what we saw last night to what you were just talking about right there, where they've played well, but they've been stuck at 107, 105, because the three hasn't been falling at that clip.
Yeah, no, I feel you on that. I think they've played well for the better part of 3-4 weeks now. And when he's, his hand might have been forced a little bit, or he kind of got bailed out a little bit because of the hurt or injury. But once he was able to put Keon in there and play a certain type
Definitely
of basketball,
got bailed out. Definitely got bailed out. And that's all right.
Yeah. And he was able to play a certain type of basketball, a basketball that's probably more conducive to his beliefs. When I'm talking about Mike Brown, they found something that you can build upon. And I don't think that isn't, for me, that isn't confirmed by yesterday, because like I said, I think they played close to the same way for almost a month. And it won't be dispelled no matter what happens on Friday. I think what they got right now, all right, that's the foundation, and that's going to turn into the new identity of this team. And we're going to try and get better around that identity and that idea of how we play basketball here in Sacramento. And I say that's a positive, and that's something you learn, because I don't know if they had that feeling or that belief 2 months ago. It was like, man, how do we get there? Mike, we talk about he's searching and stuff like that, right? He was searching for how to get to what he wants. Any contracts or the personnel or something, he couldn't figure out how to get there. Once again, got bailed out and got an opportunity to try something that maybe he had been wanting to try for a little while, but for various reasons couldn't. And he got that opportunity. It worked. And he's like, that's what I was looking for with this team.
Feels like before Keon was in there, even when they would win, it was kind of like, yeah, they won. Like Fox went off. Like a couple other players played well. I guess we'll see how it goes tomorrow. It's like Kenny says, like now there's just an identity to it. Even when they lose and stuff like that, it's just now it's Kings basketball.
Yeah, I think the trouble with first of all, there's never any trouble with victories, but when you look back in hindsight, you talked about the way that the Kings have played in the last couple of weeks, excuse me. Their victories were against the Blazers, the Nets, and the Clippers. The Clippers,
or the Jazz in there too. Sorry,
well, the Jazz was before. I'm focused on April. You're right. The Jazz was before, but the Clippers, the Nets, and the Blazers. The Clippers being on April 2nd. Clippers was a good victory. The Nets, we know what time it is. The Blazers, we know what time it is. This is the first time we can look at a win that they've had in the last few weeks and go, that was a good one. Even if you want to throw Utah in there, it doesn't really change the argument.
No.
And then you go to the game before, that's where Malik goes out and everything kind of changes. And last night was the game where it's like, okay, That game has a little bit more meaning than beating the Blazers. That game has, I mean, take the playing stuff out of it. Like, okay, you beat the Warriors, who were playing really good basketball. Now you throw the playing part into it. You beat the Golden State Warriors in a game that really mattered. Okay, that has some that has something to it. You brought this up yesterday, so I'm going to ask you. It's not a series. You're going into a game on Friday. Completely different game, completely different team. Given the circumstances of yesterday, completely different demeanor. Is carryover a real thing? Can they carry something over from the victory against the Golden State Warriors last night to the game against the New Orleans Pelicans on Friday?
Absolutely. Will they? We'll find out together.
So,
But and it's absolutely, to me, it's absolutely a real thing, and they can.
So when you talk about going from game to game with different teams, what can you carry over, right? Because the game plan is going to be completely different. It's going to be a completely different game plan against the Pelicans than it was the Warriors. So what can you carry over?
The physicality that you play with on the
well, the refs are going to make sure that happens.
Right.
That's my new favorite thing. My new favorite thing last night was when there's just an obvious, they letting them play. There's just an obvious play where a foul isn't called, where Domas emerges with like a black eye. They just go, the announcers just go, boy, this game is physical. Shout out to Stan Van, who would be like, yeah, they missed the call on De'Aaron and they missed the call on Clay. So I guess it all washes out.
I was in the group chat with my cousin Ace, and, he watches the NBA like when it's on TNT and stuff like that, but he don't have League Pass. And he texts and he's like, why does Domas always have a black eye every time I see him?
Well, yeah, it's a shoot.
I said they be smacking him up every time, man.
Every single time, without fail, that man is at the free throw line with a black eye in the fourth quarter.
That poor guy. But yeah, I think you can bring that physicality into New Orleans, and whether they had Zion or not, you were going to have to bring that, and you're going to have to bring that type of energy. And it's one of those things that we talked about yesterday. We're going to keep talking about today and probably over the next couple of days. Is you just need this one game. You play the Pelicans in a series, they'll probably beat you. Hell, you played them in a series this year, they beat your ass. But you just need the one. What was Cena saying when he was facing Roman Reigns? He's like, you'll probably beat me up the whole time. You'll probably beat me up every time. Like when we played a series, I just need to get you 1, 2, 3. That's all I need to do. Now Cena ended up losing, but the Kings are looking at better fate, and all they got to do is be better than the Pelicans on Friday night.
Cena wound up losing, but the story still works. You can't do anything about the 5 games that you've already lost. You just got to get them the ones.
That's it.
You just have to get them the one time. And I said this last time. It's still true today. The 5 losses mean nothing, but they favor Sacramento in this case. Because there's nothing that can help New Orleans going into this game beating Sacramento 5 times. There are multiple things that can help Sacramento going into this New Orleans game. Again, this isn't a regular, the 5 losses have nothing to do with nothing. The 5 other games have nothing to do with nothing. But if you're Sacramento, you're deeper into the film than the Pelicans are. And you're probably hoping for a smidge bit of one or the other. And this is the lone advantage to the 9-10 matchup. You're hoping for either deflation or, in this case, and this doesn't work with all playing games, but it works in this one, overconfidence. Not only did the Pelicans beat you 5 times, the Pelicans beat your ass like 3 of them. Like bad.
I'd say 4.
Was it 4?
Only one of the games was close.
Okay. Beat your ass 4 times then. A couple of them was by 30. I mean, hey, you gonna show some pride.
I think,
and truth be told, as ridiculous as this sounds, with everything done now, I'd rather play the Pelicans than the Lakers. I would not want to play the Lakers with the need to beat them
you're in the
5th time.
other spot.
And I watched it last night. LeBron James with the game on the line. You there's nothing you could do. There's nothing you can do if he says, I'm going to go to the basket. He's going to go to the basket, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right. Yeah. No, I hear you. I feel good about the Kings' chances going into New Orleans.
I feel a little better than I thought I would.
Me too. All of this feels a little better than I thought I would. I knew I'd be happy and having a good time if they were able to win, but it's times about 5 or 6.
Well, I feel like what's encouraging coming out of yesterday is like TNT was just, oh my gosh, Keon Ellis, wow, but like nothing was really out of the ordinary for anyone that played. Like Keon has had games like that before. Like obviously the blocks and the steals are highlighted and stuff like that. Like HB has done that before. Keegan Murray, we've asked him to do that. He's done it before, not consistent as we'd like, but he's done that. Like you can do it again on Friday.
No, it's up.
See,
it's up.
So I'll elaborate on this in a minute. You got the performance you wanted from HB.
Yes.
You got a massive performance from Keegan Murray. You got double digits from all your scorers. Got a double-double from Domas. Got a nice night from De'Aaron. Not a great night from De'Aaron. Nice night from De'Aaron.
Nice night. It's good.
There's one little stat out there that I look at like, oh, that could be the difference maker against New Orleans. I'm going to tell you about it. D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Probably not. That's just too long of a day.
I got a lot going on. I want to.
It's like a 10-hour day. Nah, we're going to fix that right now.
Yeah. That's a lot for that situation. Especially, I don't even mean to say it like this, but especially for free. Come on, man. All right. Somebody said something in here that I wanted to respond to. And I forgot who said it. I forgot what was said. I said, oh, snap. Kind of like Stone Cold. Yeah. Well, what the hell? No. I'll go fix this right now. No, I didn't see Gavin Newsom where I was at. He was in a suite.
You weren't in no suite yesterday.
Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. That was crazy.
Yeah, I bet it was. Surprised Draymond Green didn't try to tackle you.
I'm surprised. I was talking. Hey, when JaVale got the block and got the dunk, I was talking crazy. Not like looking at nobody, but loud enough where maybe they could hear me. I thought they was gonna kick me out. I thought they was saying, "Get him out." I was talking crazy. Oh man, I forgot what that was. Somebody said something that caught my attention, and then I don't even remember what it was.
Man, how many Brad Clayton YouTube accounts are there?
I think that's 9 right there.
Shout out, Brad. Missed you, buddy.
Can't stay away. Well, I guess it's just gone into the abyss, unless I remember it. Lazy, stop it. I didn't even see you. Where were you at, Lazy?
Couldn't get down to you.
Lazy, you coming through Friday? (916-909-1320).
Real quick,
Mhm.
I just want to give a shout out. Want to give a shout out to my girl Jennifer.
Mhm.
Want to give a shout out to Mason. Want to give a shout out to the Sacramento Sings. I want to give a shout out to Jay Cliff. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to him. And then Linnea and her husband. You know, those are my people. Just want to give a shout out, man. Shout out to my man Dale too. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to him. Shout out Reggie. You know what I mean? That's my guy too. Shout out Kenny. That's my dude too. So, you know, a lot of they all said they love the show, man. I tell them I definitely got to give them a shout out, man. So yeah,
That's love, man.
Big
I
ups.
appreciate it. I said there's one category where you look at and you feel like, oh man, everything went perfect for Sacramento. And I don't think it did. Everything went great for Sacramento. And we said the Kings probably got to play perfect for them to get a win last night. The one area that I wonder, specifically against New Orleans, it'd be the case moving forward. I think it'd be a different conversation with Oklahoma City, but specifically against New Orleans, you look at the way HB played, especially the way Keegan played. Like Keegan was out of his mind. You got more from De'Aaron, right? De'Aaron took a lot of shots to get where he got yesterday. I think you still got something from that bench.
I agree.
You got fine performances from Trey and Davion, and I thought Alex was really good. I thought Alex was just really solid when he was out there. I can't think of anything he really did, but I was just like, those worked. Like sometimes it's just like survive those minutes. I thought Alex was good. And again, I can't point to, hey, remember when he can't do that?
Right.
But I was like, I thought Alex was solid. Davion was cool. Trey was cool. If there's something that can be better on Friday, it's that.
Yes.
It is that second group where if you can't get 32 from Keegan, which I'm not sure that you wouldn't be able to get that again, but if you can't, no, you keep them above 20, but you get a little more from Davion.
Yeah.
You get a little more from Trey. I think, excuse me, I think you might get a little more from De'Aaron as well. As much as, man, we said the Kings got one. I can't figure out if last night was the one or not, though. It was great.
Yeah.
It was really good. But let's not be, let's be aware of what we're talking about too. It might have been the one on the defensive end because Clay walked away with nothing. Steph, there was a moment the Kings were up 15 and they had like 3 shots to go up 18. They were all threes, missed them. And then I think it was either the next play or maybe there was an up and down. Steph hit that 4-point play. Okay. Steph took like a damn near logo 3 right after that. And that was the one as the ball was in the air where I was like, this is it. The whole game is right here. Hits the back of the rim. It's off. And that was the first time where I thought the Kings might win this. Because those are the Steph moments. Those are the Steph plays that turn into Steph moments, right? A 4-point play into a logo 3, 7 points in a matter of seconds, and all of a sudden the deficit is now 7. Oh man, never happened. It never happened. So a lot of what last night was what the Warriors weren't able to do. Or credit to Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings, a lot of what last night was or what the Kings prevented the Warriors from doing. I think they got a little bit more in them. The Sacramento Kings. I think they got a little bit more in them. It's just a completely different type of game against the New Orleans Pelicans than it is against the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I hear you. I think they do too. I noticed the same bench production, or I don't want to say lack thereof, like they didn't do anything, but it wasn't like somebody came off the bench and had 17 or something like that. It wasn't that. And I think that there's room for Davion to have a better game, for Trey Lyles to have a better game offensively. I'm already anxious in a good way for Friday. I think they can go get one. And that's really, we keep talking about it and we keep putting it in this type of context because it's real, it's factual. You just need to get the one. You just need to get the one. And Zion not being there, they've lost to the Pelicans in a major way with Zion not there.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't guarantee anything or anything like that. But that right now, for how this Pelicans team is playing with Zion and without Zion, it's a big loss.
Yeah.
That's a big loss. And that's something that, if anything, for me, what it does is it just balances out the playing field. Because while Herb Jones and Trey Murphy and CJ McCollum are all guys, and even Valanciunas and Brandon Ingram when he plays, those are all guys that are problems, absolute problems. You have guys in the vicinity of being able to match up with them. The Kings don't have anything for Zion. A lot of the league doesn't, but the Kings specifically don't have anything for Zion. And now you eliminate that. Now you can just kind of match up how you do, and we'll see who's better on that day. But with Zion there, it was like, all right, we're going to match up, but HB, we need you to guard Zion. What? Or let's try something different. Sabonis, you guard Zion. HB, you guard Valanciunas. What? Like they don't have the matchups.
Yeah.
Now it balances things out just a little bit more for this team. And I think that goes in their favor of the possibility of being able to get one in New Orleans.
Let's get Manny in here, 916-909-1320. Manny, what's happening?
Warriors, no more games to play. Yay!
No more games to play.
What's up, y'all?
You're so weird, dude.
What up, man?
Hey, I picked up your shirt late, KC, so couldn't get it out to you. I apologize.
Oh, don't even trip, man. It's all good, dog. It's all good.
But I said it a couple of weeks ago, right, when they were doing that little downslide, unfortunately, up into that 9th spot. Like, yo, give me the Warriors, man. Like, if there's any team that I think, one, that we'll get up for, and two, that it's almost like exercising that demon, it's them, man. I want to take them out. And I think it's really fitting, and I don't know if it's poetic justice yet. We're going to find out Friday that right after we exercise that demon, we go against the Pelicans, haven't beat them yet this year. It's lined up, man. It's lined up. And after that, it's gold, man.
Oh, man.
It's
into that playoff series.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That yeah, I don't think that was lost on anyone last night. Getting past the Warriors with the opportunity to now face the New Orleans Pelicans, a team who you could not touch this year. Poetic justice, sure. Great storytelling, sure. You got the Zion part of this now with Zion Williamson out Friday, coming off the game of his life. Yeah, there's a lot there. There's definitely a lot there. Imagine the Pelicans losing 2 home games.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's something that off the top of my head, I don't think that's happened in play-in history. I don't think that has happened. The 7th seed losing both games.
Well,
so
let's make history.
It's a good time for the first time.
Yeah, let's make history.
The game is being played in our studio, and I did see this. I went back and saw the end right before Inside the NBA. TNT was going to make sure they got that shot of the beam. They were going to wait around for as long as
they sure did. Shout out to our girl Rachel. We see you. Yeah, they was sticking around.
They had moments of silence where the announcers weren't saying nothing, and Scott Moak was the one.
They were like, "Are we still here?"
Come hell or high water, they were going to get when the beam was lit, and it did take a little longer than normal yesterday for whatever reason to do the lighting of the beam.
Our man Chris Haynes talking to De'Aaron Fox right now. Baby Rain has not made an appearance yet, but Baby Rain went viral.
He did.
There comes
There's
the baby.
Rain.
And then at some point here, the baby is going to make some interesting faces. There's a couple. Yep. Baby's going to make some interesting faces at the camera. Not quite clear what's going on. Looking at Chris Haynes like she want to go with our man Chris Haynes.
He like, bro, who is this dude?
How did Chris not get a plug in for the beauty spot?
He could have.
Come on, Chris.
He could have. But Ray,
look at shit, baby.
Ray sitting there like he's sitting there like, bruh, what's going on here? He's sitting there like, yo, what's going on here? What's good?
Oh, that's comedy. Babies are funny.
I love the kids.
Babies and dogs are funny. Babies and dogs are funny, man. That's awesome.
That was adorable, though.
I don't want it to get lost, man. Last night was the first time the Kings ever played in a playing game. Like whether we like it or not, they did, and they won, and they beat the Warriors.
And the Golden One Center crowd in Sacramento in general, they were up last night. They were up. You couldn't tell. You know, some people may scoff at a playing game or something like that. You can tell if that was a playing game or Game 7 of that series last year. It was up last night at the Golden One Center. And I will say this, it was 80-20, 70-30. Warrior fans were in the building last night.
Yeah.
Warrior fans were in the building.
You can hear
last
them
night.
a little bit. You can hear them.
And that's just to be expected. There's a lot of people that live here that are from the Bay Area now. And, you know, that's just what it is. They're one of those public teams and all this other stuff. But, man, felt good when they got sent home. They was leaving early.
I texted some of
leaving early.
I texted some of the Warrior fans in this building, and not all of them replied to me. It was
interesting.
Not everybody replied.
Interesting.
916-909-1320. Let's talk to our man Sam. Sam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, boys. Good afternoon. How's everybody?
Good, man. What's
Fantastic.
up with you, Sam?
Hey, really good. I think what's one of the most interesting things I spotted last night was Alex Lynn's slapbacks. You know, he kept the boys out there, the three-point shooters engaged, instead of them just standing around watching to see if their shot would go in so they could point at Spike Lee or somebody on the bench. You know, he had 4 or 5 slapbacks that Keegan knocked down a couple of them. So I like that. I think that's what I really think I like about him.
That's a good call, man. They did have a few of those, man. Quite a few of those.
That wasn't Spike Lee, Sam. That was Casey.
Well, no, it wasn't me. Well, all right, I can't beat the allegations.
Okay,
bro, you posted it from your account. What do you want us to do with that?
Like the allegations.
It's literally all over. It's literally all over social media.
Yeah, shout out to my people, man. Big ups to them. But they did a good job of that. They really did. They were active on the offensive boards. And remember, that's something that we talked about yesterday as well, is if the Kings, and I know the story last year was Kevon Looney and what he was able to do on the offensive boards, but I felt like the Kings were, you know, the bigger team in the paint this year. And if they could get extra shot attempts by dominating the offensive boards, would be a great sign. And they had to, and not just, oh yeah, that's obvious, but they had the ability to do it. That's the type of team that they have. That's the type of advantage that they have inside, and they were definitely able to take advantage of it.
Johnny G says, when Lynn got called for the flagrant, I thought that was the start of the Sacramento screw job.
Yeah, that was a bad call. As a flagrant.
They didn't even review it very long either. They said he closed out into the space, and then was it Andrew Wiggins?
Mm-hmm.
He missed the first 2 free throws.
They went crazy.
It was like, oh,
when he missed them 2 free. That was a big part of the game because that could have been a potential 6-point swing.
Mm-hmm.
They were getting the 3 free throws, and then there was 5.6, I think, left on the clock. They could get another 3. They came away with 1 point. I think at the time they might have been down 14 when that happened, and that could have been a 6-point swing. And they came away with 1 point. He made 1 of 3 free throws, and then Keon with the block of Steph Curry at the end of the quarter.
Yeah.
So that was big time. That was big time, man. Once again, the crowd was great yesterday. Crowd was phenomenal.
Our brother Bonte tweeted this. King starters outscored the Warrior starters, and this goes into the conversation we were having about the bench a second ago. King starters outscored the Warrior starters 104-48.
Oof.
The Warriors' second unit was dragging those skeletons through that game. Let's get to these phone lines, man. 916-919-1320. Is that Stahl? I don't want to mess that up. Stahl, what's going on, baby?
Hey, fellas, I appreciate the call. I just 2 things. Comment, enjoyed the game last night, was there. Ellis, he's amazing to watch him play defense. And here's my question for you guys. I went on the computer today, checked the spread, and was pretty shocked that the Kings are 1.5 point favorites for the Friday night's game. I just wanted your take and how you felt about that. Now I'll hang up and let you guys talk about it. Thank you.
Appreciate it. So I guess that's the Zion injury, I assume.
Zion injury.
It's a bit surprising.
To do with it, yeah.
Well, Ingram only played 25 minutes, so he wasn't closing out with the Pelicans. I don't know if he's on a minutes restriction or what, but he wasn't out there.
I think he is, and I saw the same thing. Like when I tried to watch the end of the game, but the reception was rough. But in the last minute, Ingram's on the bench with the shooting shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what?
Hey, here's what I'll say. Y'all ain't gonna fool me. Y'all ain't gonna get me excited about your stupid Las Vegas spread. I don't care what y'all do.
I don't worry about the Las Vegas spreads.
I don't care what y'all do.
Except when I'm actually betting on them.
Or
But
taking.
other than
For
that,
fun, of
yeah.
course.
Well, when I'm in Vegas only, only when I'm in Vegas. But yeah, that don't even matter because the Kings were a 2.5 point underdog last night. Beat the brakes off the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to talk about and try and maybe get some insight. But Stahl's question was also like, what do you think about? Why do you think it is? I think the Zion injury. If he's healthy, I don't think the Kings are favorites.
Yeah, I mean, we'll find out if anyone's, how versed you guys are in this. But did the spread change over the last 3 hours? I mean, they imagine they probably felt like Zion was going to miss the game following the reports that were coming out late last night.
Well, this is uncalled for. BS says, what does Jonte Porter think about Friday's Vegas Lane?
That's a story. That's a story probably for another time. But
all that's left is for him and Tim Donaghy to start a podcast together.
Oh, you know what's going to happen.
On BetMGM.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen.
Get him on with Trista.
Stilo and KC. Trista would eat their asses up. You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get Josh. Josh, what's going on, brother?
Hey guys, thanks for the call. I wanted to give a little bit more love to Keon Ellis because I mean that guy. When you really break down tape and look at it, it's not just individual defense. He's a team defense guy. He jumps in the passing lanes. He switches. It's just amazing to have a guy like that. And the Kings, because we can't bring in those major free agents, we got to find those guys like Michael Animal Smith back in the day, Yogi Stewart to an extent. A lot of people like Dikembe Mutombo, how he takes away the paint and can make up for mistakes. That's how Keon Ellis is on three-pointer at the top of the key, with guards. He can make up for mistakes from other guys. And it's a small sample size, but going forward, De'Aaron Fox and him in the backcourt, that could easily be the best defensive backcourt in the league. I really like it. The other thing I wanted to throw in, no love for Warriors fans, But last night when I was listening to the TNT broadcast, there was two guys you could hear, definitely Warrior fans, because they were yelling defense when Kings were on offense, and you could hear them. But every time we yell, Keegan Murray, all that, there was a time where, I think it was the first quarter, Keegan threw a pass to Fox and it went out of bounds. So it was a turnover. And I heard those two guys, Keegan Murray. I had
that on brand.
Oh, Josh, they took an L with that one, boy.
On brand. They ready to. They looking for the next bandwagon to hop on.
They got Klay Thompson 0 for 10, and they got the nerve to troll Keegan Murray. Get your whole asses out of our Doko.
They had. I was over by the media area. They that's where a lot of the Warrior fans were, and that they usually the opposing teams. And that's where they are. So they had a lot of Warrior fans over there. And our brother, the usher that's over there all the time, the black dude, he was there, whatever. And then one of the Warrior fans come up to him talking about, hey, can you stop all the traffic of people coming up and down the stairs? I'm trying to watch the game. I almost said Martin style, man, sit your dumb ass down. And this is a game. Ain't nobody hearing all that. How are you gonna stop people from walking up and down the stairs? But that's what we was dealing with yesterday. Luckily for him, he didn't have to stay the whole time to watch the game. I'm sure he left early.
No, he did.
I'm sure he did.
Speaking of leaving early, Anthony Green is asking, hey, D-Lo and KC, what are your thoughts about Mad Dog on First Take, talking bad about the Kings and how bad the beam was and that the Kings didn't win anything and they don't deserve anything. Look, y'all, about 2 years ago this month, 23 months ago, I had to put Smoothie down. And that's what happens with old dogs.
Oh no.
Sometimes it's time to say goodbye. And it's no different with Mad Dog. Mad Dog. So, hey,
Mad Dog probably think they're in Rochester. He don't know what's going on.
What's the story with old Yeller?
Give Mad Dog give him some, give him a marrow-bone with some peanut butter. Hold his hand and just wait for him to fall asleep. Because it's time. What's his name? Chris Russo? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Chris Russo, live your life.
Yeah.
Do you? But Mad Dog, the guy on TV, it's time to say goodbye, dog.
When it comes to this sports stuff,
it's over.
It's
time to say
goodbye.
I
said, I'm surprised he didn't say the Cincinnati Royals.
That's a good point. Yeah, he probably has no clue.
He got no idea what's going on. So, yeah, I saw the text. Shout out Young Zell. He alerted it to us.
Yeah.
And then also shout out TC's wife or girlfriend. He's really good to his wife or his girlfriend.
TC hit the group text at 7:08 and said, I'm at work now, my love. Have a blessed day. I don't think that was for us. But we love you too, TC. We love you too, my brother.
TC the man. TC is the man.
So is Drew Down. Drew Down, what up, boy?
D-Lo, KC, what's up with my two local radio yahoos, man?
What up, Drew? How you doing, family?
Hanging in there, it was, come pay my respects, Kings came in, whooped them, for me, nothing to be salty about. Luckily, I had my bowling last night, so, I wasn't able to watch the game, and luckily, obviously that was a good thing because, Kings gave them the business. So I just want to call in and give my respects, to the Kings. Like I said, me never ducking the smoke. I'm always here, so, good win for the Kings. Warriors got a lot of questions to answer in the offseason and, go take care of business against the Pelicans on Friday. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Drew.
Respect.
Drew is like you on the Drew on the lanes is like you on the gun.
Oh, that's how you get down?
He sent me the score. I was like, yo, what?
Man. Shout out Drew Down.
Yeah, Drew.
I like bowling. You like bowling? I need to bowl more.
Yeah.
Something happens with me though when I bowl. Like I always start off strong and then I get like the yips halfway through. Maybe it's something with my fingers or my forearms or something, or the form is not able to keep it consistent. But I'm killing it early and then it always, just doesn't stay straight the whole time after the first. Well, no, come on. No. Go, no.
I step aside to the production computer for 1 second, and you're just acting a fool out here. He's acting all willy nilly.
I ain't even say anything. I look over, Jesse in the other room like this.
Come on, man. That ain't a flag, man. What is even the penalty?
Now, suspect.
Pass interference. That's what it is. Keeping things straight and whatnot.
I gotta bowl more though. I gotta bowl more. I gotta get
bowling's cool. I get bored like when I'm like 7, whatever you call it, frames in or whatever.
So I've never been in a league either. When they talk about 300 games and your score, that's because you played 3 games, correct? 3 10-frame games, correct?
No, I think a 300 is a perfect score, isn't it?
Right, but how do you get to 300 on just the 10 frames?
Just keep bowling strikes, I'm assuming?
Yeah. It's literally a strike every time you.
I thought it was okay. I mean, I don't know how that adds up, but I don't know.
Yeah, bowling scores are weird.
Is that Mitch I see? Oh man. Mitch. How you feeling, Mitch?
How you doing, Damon? KC, how you guys doing?
Good, man. How you doing, Mitch?
I miss the dogs. I miss work sometimes. I could,
You can get a job, Mitch. Like you can get.
I know.
Isn't it a situation where you can to get your retirement and stuff like that? You just got to take like a part-time job at like a grocery store or something. So it'll give you something to do.
I'd rather deal with dogs than people.
Well, okay.
I go casual.
You go work at a PetSmart, Mitch.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, work at a PetSmart.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think about. Yeah, I agree with you with Chris Russo. I mean, he just loves the San Francisco Giants. That's it. Who's your favorite football team? San Francisco Giants. Who's your favorite basketball team? San Francisco Giants. Oh, I'm glad he's out of New York anyways.
He is a big Giants.
And Damon, I'm sorry about your pup. I'm sorry about Scooter's name. Schooler?
No, it was Smoothie, and it's okay. It was 2 years ago. I appreciate you. It's okay. I appreciate you.
What kind of dog was he?
She was a lab.
A golden black lab.
Labrador retriever.
Lab?
She was very, 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 very light skinned.
Okay, they're sweet dogs. They're very friendly.
They are.
I would have no problem. I wouldn't even ask if she's friendly. I would just go to her, and she'd be eating on my hand right away. Hey, you gotta love Keon and Keegan. You got something there to go along with Fox. The whole team star line was on top of the game last night. That is a good starting line we have.
Yeah,
it's a shame what happened with Zion. Did you see that LeBron really didn't want to have a part of him? He scored 40 points, and it wasn't LeBron pretty much covering him. I saw that he wanted no part of him. He finally met his match. LeBron is a great player, but Zion, if he could just stay healthy ever. I mean, it's the first time he had 40 points in the game and 10 rebounds.
Nah, he was a beast. He was a beast.
Who was?
Zion.
I love that man. I just love Mitch so much.
First ballot.
I just love that dude so much. We'll come back. I don't know that the show's going to get any better than a call from Mitch. Oh, we see y'all. 916-909-1320. We're going to get to everyone on hold. We'll talk to you with Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we'll be this Friday. We'll tell you all about that here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. It's my dog, man.
It's crazy, man. This dude tweeted. This dude was tweeting somebody. He said, "This is why Sacktown 1140 is way better than KMBR." And one of our people responded and said, "I think you meant to say ESPN 1320 with D'Lo and KC." This guy said no, and he said, "Our brother Big C said ratings say otherwise." And Matthew Keys said, "Arbitron ratings ? LOL. Okay." So I hit him and I said, "Hey, what metrics do you want to use? Streaming, sales, traditional ratings? Let me know what you want to use and I'll publicly publish it for you." He has not responded.
Wait, who are they comparing our ratings to?
He didn't compare our ratings to anybody. He said Sacktown was better than KMBR. and someone, or he said Sacktown is the best or something like that. Oh, he said this is why Sacktown is way better than KNBR. And he said, I think you meant to say, someone else said, I think you meant to say ESPN 1320 with D-Lo and KC. But my man won't respond. I'm trying to help him out. He appears to be a journalist of sorts.
Well, I mean,
just want to help my man out.
It's just one of them things, bro. Do your research.
Talk out your ass.
Hey,
No one calls you one.
Jim Calhoun, get the facts and then come talk to me.
Soren says, get another bar chart out, Charlie.
Hey, no, Dr. David, Alfonso, whoever else did one. We need the memes. Get Damien.
Time for another PowerPoint presentation.
Get Damien with either Mike Brown or with Cody Rhodes. I think Zabo did Mama Rose. We just look, the whole thing, we don't go around bragging and boasting and all this other stuff. Just don't disrespect what's going on. Don't lie to the people. You can say whatever you want. You can say, doing our thing. We had a good show today. Whatever you want to say, just don't lie to the people. Don't be out here like, yo, we're number one. Because then we got to say, all right, well, that's a lie. You're not number one, but you're doing whatever you're doing. And that's okay. That's okay. But just don't say you're number one. You could even say something like that can't even really be proven. You could be like, we're the best. Can't really prove that with a metric. Sometimes it's kind of opinion based. But you can't say you're number one. You can't say that. That's it. KC, like you said yesterday, it shows in 1 year gone by what you learned from it. What you mean? Zion. I think there he is. Got David with Al Davis.
I see you, Dr. David.
Like I said, man, don't just can't say you're the best. You can't say you're number one, actually.
Okay. Uh, 916-909-1320. All kidding aside, Clay going goose egg is pretty stunning.
That is stunning. That really is. I would have never expected that one. Wouldn't expected that. 0 for 10 from Clay. And when he was 0 for 9, I still was like terrified of whatever shot he would take.
Yeah, right.
He could go for 25 and 26 shot he took. So I'm like, whoa, he might heat up. He's just that type of scorer, that type of shooter, and that type of legend in this league. So for him to finish with no points, 0 of 10, that's crazy. That is crazy.
It felt like in a nice little turn of events, it felt like the Warriors were the ones searching last night.
It's funny you say that, man. I was sitting up there for the early part of the game watching it with Sarah, and the Kings started off the game. I don't know if Domas was killing. Like he got some buckets. And
he was
got
aggressive.
some rebounds and stuff like that. And Sarah was like, yeah, they need to go to Looney. I said, they are not playing Looney. Like he ain't played much at all season. Like he not that. What happened in the playoffs last year. And I like Looney. Like he's a really good role player, good guy. I don't have no issue with him, but I just see like what he did in the playoffs was a moment in time. That was not what's been going on this year. She's like, nah, they need to put him on there. I'm telling you. Draymond tried to guard him. TJD tried to guard him. Couldn't get rebounds, all this other stuff. Sure enough, first time out, Steve Kerr, She goes, look, Looney's about to go in. I said, I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
They dusted him off.
Yeah.
And I bring that up to say that early, it felt like Steve was like, I don't know really. What we have ain't enough. Let's try Old Faithful here and see if this works.
And
it didn't.
They went completely away from Trace Jackson Davis.
Mm-hmm.
Like we wondered yesterday if Trace would be some sort of like wild card. We wondered if Trace would be what Keon was for Sacramento yesterday. He was not.
Yeah.
He was not. Like he didn't even start the second half.
No.
They went completely away from him.
Felt like he didn't play much at all after that first 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, I don't think he did. He played 10 total minutes in that game. And again, this was a player we were wondering what sort of impact would he have. And the Kings, you know, the great part about last night's game is one of the many great parts of last night's game was the Kings kind of controlled the game. Like the lead disappeared. They were up 15. It got down to 4. It got all the way down to 1. But they didn't really waver after that. Like they got it back to 4. They were obviously able to build the lead back up and ultimately win, you know, by double digits, but win by over 20. But I felt like the Kings were in pretty good control of that game.
Yeah.
That wasn't a very good point on my part.
No, I thought you were still talking because I was about to say something about that. I was going to say I agree, but it was always like the threat of the Warriors that had the lead was 15, and we were like,
"Yep,
oh man, the lead's 15. Warriors get a layup. Oh boy,
yeah.
Oh
here
no.
we go. Yeah.
But they weathered every storm.
Yeah,
they weathered every storm.
It felt like
every answer,
with the exception of the one in the first half. The big run never came.
Yeah.
Let's get TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC? Love you too, man. Hope you having a great day, man.
How's the missus doing this
man.
morning, TC?
Hey, she doing good, bro. Thank you, man. She said, what's up to y'all, bro? I love y'all too, bro. Hey, look, hey, when I sent that out, right, I was sending it to her this morning, and then when G-Lo got back at me, I had to look twice. I fell out laughing. I texted her, I said, man, guess what? She was like, you crazy. Pay attention to what you doing.
That was hilarious. I woke up to that. That was like the first text.
It happens. Yeah, that was a 7 o'clock text.
That was wild. But hey, look. Hey, the Kings, listen, I'm fired up right now. Listen, I know y'all fired up. We're gonna beat the Pelicans. We're gonna exercise that demon, y'all. I gotta tell y'all. Check it out though, D-Lo. Kenny, Jesse in the back, whole chatty house. Hey, you know on Bad Boys 1, when Will Smith was telling Martin when they were driving, going to get Boucher, they were driving to the airport, and he was like, from now on, that's how you drive.
Yeah.
Hey, that's how I feel about Domas and Keegan last night. From now on, that's how I want y'all to dominate. Domas, dominate like that, bro. So
yeah.
That's all I got. Zion out. How y'all feeling about Friday? Be honest.
I'm feeling good. First of all, TC, real quick before you get out of here, you pulling up to the live show on Friday?
Yeah, he got dumped. That's my fault.
Oh well, guess we'll never know.
TC, let us know in the chat if you're gonna be here for Friday.
But yeah, that's how we feeling about Friday. I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good. I was talking to all our favorite ushers last night.
A lot of them
on the way out, man. I said I'll see y'all in about a week.
I like it.
I'll see y'all in about a week. It ain't over. This ain't the last time I'm seeing y'all until the California Classic. No, I'll see y'all in about a week. Yeah.
Saturday, May 4th. I think it's
Saturday, May 4th, 12:30. I shouldn't have looked at that time. I was thinking too. Oh man.
I know. Hey, one game at a time.
One game, man. We got Friday. But I feel good. I feel good about Friday. I feel good about the way they're playing, the way this Kings team is playing. It just for me, everybody else can feel however they want to feel. I just think they've been playing pretty good basketball. Yesterday, they got over the hump and played a complete game. That's what's been missing as of late. They hadn't been playing complete games, and they played a complete game on both ends of the floor last night. And that, for me, that lines up with how they played for the most part as of late. And I just think being able to play that complete game and see it through and come away with a W, I think that's going to be able to help them moving forward.
Is that who I think it is? Oh, yeah. I'm ready for this call.
What's good?
No, I'm ready for this call. Hi, Mom.
Yeah, tell Jesse don't hang up on
Hey,
me.
what up, though?
Yeah, oh, don't worry. Hi, Mom.
What up, though? Cheryl and Elgrove.
Look, I just wanted to say congratulations.
Hey, look, you right. Are you riding with us now? I mean, you've been dibbling and dabbling. Like she's a Warrior fan, right? But the Kings game will be on at the house, and she'll be over, and she's like, "Oh, look at Fox. I like what he's doing over there. Oh, who's that? Oh, that Sabonis? Yeah, he's physical. I like." So you've been dibbling and dabbling. Are you with us now since it's over with them boys?
Sabonis has asked for him to get to play, but yeah, I just want to say congratulations. You guys played really well. And, I hate to see the Warriors go out like they did, but, they got to go to Clay, got to go to the pasture.
Oh.
We got to get rid of Draymond.
Oh.
And Steph's got to start over.
What? Steph got to start over? Is he leaving too?
No, he's got to get a whole new team.
Well, he can come here. He can ring chase and come here to Sacramento if he wants.
Well, you know what? I said that exact thing last night, D-Lo. I did. I did say that. But, they ain't going to let him go.
So what you riding with us now or what? Are you talking about Light the Beam now or what? Come on now. Your sister's doing the same thing. She's at games.
Light the Beam, but I'm concerned they didn't already beat up Sabonis, and now you guys got to play them again on Friday. So I don't know.
Are we allowed to stay in California? Because you once told us to leave.
Well, that's true.
No. Look, I didn't call you guys. I won't be there on Friday. So that's why I called in just to say congratulations.
Okay.
D-Lo, I want that sweatshirt just to let you know that. And
it is pretty nice.
Kenny, I thought you had a black eye because you had those sunglasses on.
No, man, it's just I'm vibing out today.
All right. Love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
Look at D-Lo done got mad because I won his sweatshirt.
No, I didn't get mad. What do you mean? What do you mean? I ain't get mad at all. You can have it. You can have it. I'll send it home with Kenny. You can have it.
Love you, Mom.
Okay, congratulations, you guys. Thank you, Jesse, for not hanging up on me.
I don't even want to hang up on you right now. We're ending the call.
Jesse don't know how to end the call.
Cheryl and Elgrove. She gonna be with the Kings, man. Probably.
D-Lo and Casey, publicist.
Probably about 18 months, man.
She needed to just come on. She was so happy to see Chris Webber on.
That's when she really liked
Saturday.
My whole family,
come on over.
like my grandmother, my aunt Cindy, my aunt Wanda, my mom. They loved that Kings team. They went hard for that Kings team. So she loves seeing Chris. I'm like, hey, we're back now. We back up. You can come back over here. You ain't got to moonlight with them boys out in the Bay Area no more. We back up. Come on. So she'll be back in about 12 to 18 months.
Let's get Maddie here, 916-909-1320. Maddie, what's happening?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking the time. People are going to be calling in talking about Keon and Keegan and even Fox in the third quarter and stuff. I don't know if it's been talked about much, but I got some friends and even people on Twitter when the Kings are going through like that stretch towards the end of the season, calling for Mike Brown's head and whatnot. I mean, it's just, they're awfully quiet now when they win. Right. I mean, he shortened the rotation to 8 guys. He didn't tool around with Sasha or Duarte or Kessler. He just stuck with Len, Davion, and Trey Lyles. And then second thing, I think we all kind of had like a moment of like holding our breath on the challenge because it's so early in the game, but it was clearly obvious. And then he got it. And I was the one typing in the chat, Casey, similar to like you said last year at the end or yesterday. At the end of the show, a year ago, this is the same team that knocked you off. What'd you do a year later?
Yeah,
what'd you learn from it? And I think the game plan was clear. So I just want to talk about Mike Brown. So thanks to all guys.
No, appreciate you. I'm glad you brought up Mike. I absolutely want to talk about Mike Brown, but Maddie said something there that got my attention. Those people who were hating on Mike Brown, how they quiet.
Mm-hmm.
It is weird how some fans get quiet after the Kings actually win. Our dear friend Kamara doesn't seem to be in the chat today, and if he is, he's awfully quiet.
I'm gonna lie. I saw it yesterday. I didn't bring it up. I'm bringing it up. Kamara's throwing the delusional word in the chat yesterday, just because we weren't burying the Kings before the game started.
So I'm looking back at like our recent text exchanges.
He did say he was saying that.
Yeah, he was throwing delusional, like
Kenny, Kenny sends him some responses, and then I have like 1, 2, 3, 4 straight text messages from Kamara. Their record after the All-Star break shows they're hovering above 500. Their second best player or best player can easily be game planned for against, crowding the paint, forcing him to take a 15-foot jumper. They have a starting lineup who shows up 1 in every 4 to 5 games. They have a starter in the starting lineup that shows up 1 in every 4 games. Keegan is not ready yet on the offensive end to be relied upon night in and night out. All of that goes on. Text message after text message. That's a hallmark of mediocrity, mediocre to a bad team. Text message after text message. Last night, we got obligatory Kings win text. Chat tomorrow, fellas. And then dips. Bro.
How are you mad the Kings won?
Brody sends a thesis when the Kings lose. But when the Kings win, nothing.
Oh man, he does, man. He sounds delusional. Is said I got the Kings color glasses on and everything. Well, I tell you, man.
And then hit us last night with the obligatory quote Kings win text. Chat tomorrow, fellas. This dude, boy. This dude
here. He didn't even chat with us.
Nope.
We didn't even heard from him. Come on, where you at, man? Come on, man.
Just cut. He ain't in the chat. He was telling us we was crazy yesterday. Nowhere to be found. If any of our people in Orlando can find Kamara Williams, if Kamara Williams' family members are out here, could you please reach out to him? We cannot find this man. He is a Kings fan who is perpetually frustrated when the Kings win. Help us find this man.
Oh, man. What are you going to do if they win on Friday?
Oh, boy. He might lose it. That man might lose it.
Kamara's going to go out like the guys who escaped Alcatraz.
We'll
get a postcard from Argentina like 15 years from now.
The Kings win on Friday. Kamara going to be like Hal McRae in the office. When he threw the phone, the meltdown he had.
He going to be like, bro, in Major League, we'll blow it in the playoffs.
And then they win. They go up 2-1. Keon, let's go. We love you, Kamara. We just want to hear from you. That's all.
I think his Twitter handle is Kamara Williams. It's not the Black Aristocrat. What is his Twitter handle?
I don't know. He texts his
He does. It's at Kamara Williams. That's it. His title is the Uncultured Black, but the handle is at Kamara Williams. So y'all check on Kamara. Make sure he out there.
Kevin O'Condor made an appearance yesterday on Twitter.
He did. Get this guy. Kevin O'Con man made an appearance.
Kevin O'Connell. I don't want to hear anything you got to say. Good or bad. I ain't even saying what he said was wrong. Or that just
my favorite thing about this. My favorite thing about this is Kevin O'Con man said Keon Ellis was so awesome once again tonight. Defended Steph as well as anyone can. Secondary playmaking, timely scoring. Did it all just like he is always does for the Kings. What a story from two-way to key starter. No one bought it.
Oh, they was on him?
Oh, they told him. They told him to shut his ass up. Told him to shut his ass up.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connell.
Someone called him, our man Paul called him Kevin O'Cranky Pants.
Oh, jeez. No, nobody buying it from this dude, man. You already played yourself. I already see how you get down. Like I honestly, And I don't
This
have
is so funny. The quote tweets are great. No one wanted this from him.
No, bro, we ain't hearing from this guy. Don't nobody want to hear nothing you got to say. You
I know
already
your
played
hate.
yourself. Nobody want to hear you, dog. Stop.
Rob Mack said, "I know your hating ass ain't talking about the Kings for once."
Matter of fact, he can just go on and he can just hate the Kings and he can hate Sacramento. That's fine. Because if you say anything positive, we not hearing it from you, dog. We not hearing it with you. Maybe Deuce and Mo are hearing it from you because you're cool with them. I ain't hearing it from you. I don't like your style. I don't like the way you get down. Don't even you can say all bad things from the Kings from here on out. Don't even report on that. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say.
You've kind of showed your ass.
Yeah, man. Because it's a clown show, man. I ain't going to the circus. It's a clown show. They was on his head though.
Oh yeah, they got him. They got him. It was fun watching SportsCenter this morning because my dumb ass thought, man, they're gonna be talking about the Kings.
Why would you think that?
I don't know. Maybe because the Kings won.
Yeah, what that
handily.
thought? That's crazy.
No, it is. It's absolutely insane. It was the end of the dynasty. It was all of the clips from Steph about Clay. It was all of the clips from Dre about Clay.
So
and I sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna probably go in I ain't saw nobody out, but I do understand that. Because it does seem over for these.
But here's the thing: that 2022 title, that fooled a lot of people. That 2022 title is so arbitrary. I'm trying not to use the word lucky.
Yeah, man.
They weren't the best team in basketball or anything close. Look, it doesn't matter. They won an NBA championship that year. The dynasty had been over. At least the dynasty in terms of being able to win championships.
Right.
It had been over. That was one of the most incredible sequences of luck or good fortune.
Good fortune. And I don't have no problem saying luck because I've said a number of different times as a Giants fan who saw 3 championships, there was a level of luck involved in them winning all 3 of those. You have to have that.
Yeah, sure.
You have to have a level of luck. Hell, the Super Bowl, the ball, the muff punt, it just randomly hit a 49er that was trying to block. You know what I mean? You got to have that. So yeah, there was luck involved in that. Not that Steph is lucky or but there was good.
Well,
fortune
Audrey J says that was Steph's championship, and he's 100% right. Steph, that was absolutely the Steph Curry, I'm one of the ones moments.
Yeah. And you also got the peak Andrew Wiggins that anybody could ever ask for. He gave you 1 year of the best basketball he could ever play.
Yeah.
He was an all-star.
Fooled a lot of people.
Difference maker. But yeah, to your original point, I mean, if you look at the I think it's 5 years outside of that, they lose in the finals to Toronto. Injuries, they don't make the postseason the following year. The next year they lose in the play-in game. Then next year
I think those were 2 sub-500 teams, if I'm not mistaken. Shortened seasons, but sub-500 teams.
The next year they win the championship. Last year they get a pretty fortunate run to round 2, and now they're the 10th seed and they're out. I mean, this thing outside of 22, which you don't get back. Yeah, this hadn't been a good team for some years now, or a championship level team.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Because I believe I run it back. Yeah, I think they could be back in the play-in next year.
Yeah,
they could be right back in the conversation. I think if you're trying to get back to a championship level, and that's the difficult part that Dallas didn't have to deal with. Dallas got to a finals and lost, got to a finals and won. I don't think there was any delusion that the Dallas Mavericks were building a dynasty. So the exit of Dirk Nowitzki was more, let's just make this as comfortable for Dirk as we can. The Warriors, you win multiple titles, right? And you do things along the way like Kevin Durant, like D'Angelo Russell, Andrew Wiggins. You make moves. Chris Paul, right? You do things that kind of lay the framework for, we're still here, right? We're still doing this thing. And then, of course, you've got Steph anchoring all of that. You've kept Draymond around. The whole question is about Clay. As long as Steph, Clay, and Draymond are around, that's the championship nucleus. And it's the one where it's, okay, that might be the championship nucleus. That's not the championship nucleus anymore. That was it in 15 and 16. That wasn't even it in the following years,
right.
17 and 18. But it's like an optical illusion, right? They're there, you see it, same uniforms, not the same thing. It's like if Jordan and Pippen and Rodman had stuck around for 99, 2000, 2001 and couldn't win titles.
Right.
You think like, oh, that's the Bulls. It's the championship. It's not.
Right.
It's not.
This thing is a wrap. I'm not sure what they do moving forward. And they're always talking about, you got to go get that star. Like, who? I don't know who you're going to get. You never know in the NBA. The players pop up as available out of nowhere. And you never know. But, I all things come to an end. This is over. This is done. I said it yesterday on the morning roast when they thought, KC just talking crazy and, what did the Kings want and all this other stuff. Look, you're saying a whole lot of nothing to distract from the fact that it's over. It's done. Nobody can take the memories. Nobody can take the 4 titles away from you and all this other stuff. Nobody's trying to. But once again, don't let that distract you from the fact that it's over. And the Kings buried your ass last night. Put them in the dirt.
I wish I had the Undertaker gong that I could press here. No one
put that dirt over.
The radio people can't see what you're doing. They just hear you making
YouTube,
weird.
ESPN 1320.
But they hear you
watch
making
later.
weird noises.
Put that dirt on. Put that dirt on them. It's over.
Why are we gonna do this so aggressively, Dick? Do we have time maybe to bury him, or I'm gonna get tired out, Kenny?
Just get one of them. Do the Kane gimmick where he had the thing filled with dirt and he just had to press the button and it turns over.
That was the best buried alive Undertaker thing that he ever did.
Well, it took a long time for them to figure out how to do these buried alive matches. Because the first one's the greatest. Like they're trying to throw this dirt on him and they're realizing, oh my God, this is gonna take hours. Send all the heels out. So all the heels come out to bury the Undertaker and no one thinks for 1 second, hey, how come none of the baby facers are coming to help the Undertaker? All right.
By the way, saw Joe Lacob last night. He was in the building.
Okay.
Saw him. Joe Lacob did not.
Hey, shout out to Bonte Hill, who's always been a good sport about that Photoshop doc that David made.
Yeah.
Shout out to our brother Bonte and shout out to Afonso because he put Kamara on a milk carton and it's pretty funny. He put Kamara on a milk carton and tagged him in it so he knows that he sees it.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's terrific.
It's tough.
Yeah, it's
That's tough.
He's on the milk carton. If anyone sees Kamara Williams, please contact D'Lo and Casey. We'll come back.
It says it found contact D'Lo.
We'll come back. We'll look ahead. It's the Pelicans without Zion Williamson, who was phenomenal last night, coming up Friday against the Sacramento Kings. Much more ahead here at D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be this Friday. We'll talk about that when we return here on ESPN 1320.
Hey, hit the mics for me real quick.
White boy.
BBL Drizzy.
White boy.
You got people over there ghostwriting on your Instagram. We got more Bel Air over here. You got people writing on your Instagram. Hey, who wrote that voice? Who wrote that verse that you did, big dog? BBL Drizzy.
BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy. BBL Drizzy.
It came down to one, and you had to drop a bar for one person. Are you helping out Rick Ross? You're helping out Drake. Rick Ross co-signed Drake bars at one point in time.
He did. I can't even this. I mean,
don't Jake.
I got a personal relationship with Rose, so I'll go Rose. But those are my both. I like both of them dudes, man. I wish they just chill out.
Hear that non-answer?
I just said
he picked a side. He picked a side.
Yeah,
he didn't call it. He didn't call it.
I got a personal relationship with Rose. The man's invited me to his house, so
okay.
Yeah, it's Rose for sure. If I had to choose, I'm choosing the biggest boss. I see my people out there, and they out there walking by to go to Tribal Chief. I saw the Tribal Chief last night. Tribal Chief was in them triple letter rows. That's what we do with them triple letter rows. Scooter, now that is black. I don't have no personal relationship with Joe Lacob or Shams. I mean, they might be fine men. I don't know nothing about. I just don't have a personal relationship with them. What are you talking about?
Dame, you ever gave Shams a head nod?
No.
Yes, he did. I think he gave him a head. That's your game one. Stop.
That might have been true. Your Rick Ross actually just sounds like a different version of your Doc Rivers.
D-Lo here on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that wasn't a cue to do the impression.
It's like Doc Rivers before his voice just went completely the other side. It's like the middle of it.
Yeah.
Shout out to Doc. Doc got a $35 million house right over here. I saw the Tribal Chief. We were sipping that Luke Belair, doing what we do like bosses do. BBL Drizzy. BBL
Drizzy is funny.
You got to stop that BBL Drizzy. I wonder who wrote that verse for you. Not me. BBL Drizzy.
The carrying out of the syllables makes it a little.
Ain't no AI over here. This is really the biggest boss. Ricky Rose, Kyle Madsen in the house. Kyle Madsen, I see you got a $35 million house. I see you, boy. You put that on credit because you got that good credit. You probably got a 922 score.
I wish you'd stop. But when he told him to be careful when he got on the plane because the plane was old, I kind of laughed. He was like, hey, I know that plane you on. Be careful. He said that plane wasn't meant to carry humans. That was meant to carry packages.
Rose funny, man. I still feel like he's trying to get his attention into a situation that ain't really about him, but he's still funny. He cracks me up.
Well, who went first? Wasn't it Drake? Didn't Drake go at Rose first? Rose just did the unfollow. And then Drake did the track.
Well, no, he unfollowed before. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So Rick Ross unfollowed.
Rick unfollowed,
so
but Drake did the track.
What happened was they felt like, and Rose explained it, but they felt like he chose the side when it was time to choose sides. He unfollowed and went with Future and Metro Boomin.
And then now I'm remembering he did the he was in the car.
Yeah.
With Kendrick's verse from Like That playing.
Yeah. So then Drake snapped back, and now
his beard really bothers me now.
Who?
Rose's.
Why?
Because it's not real. Like you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
It just stands out. Like I saw a video of Busta where just the spray was too heavy. It's gotta be light. Like you gotta have a nice touch when you spray. If the spray's too heavy, it just looks like your head's painted.
Well, it makes the crisp line. Randomly yesterday.
But you got to be careful with it, is what I'm saying.
I understand. randomly yesterday when Leandro Barbosa was giving Steph a hug yesterday, like after the game.
Mm-hmm.
Line was Chris. He definitely went to the
On Barbosa.
Yeah, he definitely went to the barber before the game because
Yeah,
it
he
was
got to.
Chris. Had a little spray action there too. Not that he necessarily needs it, but
Sometimes you just do it
yeah.
to fill in to make it
Yeah.
look full. It's not necessarily changing your hairline. Mine changes the hairline. The other for some people, you just make it look fuller.
I don't know how I would do if I still had hair because I would want to have like a crisp cut at least once a week, and that's expensive. You do it every
it's
week,
super
right?
expensive every other week.
See, yeah,
And
that's
tough.
typically where I would be every other week, but I'd want, with the way things are nowadays, you got the beard, you got the spray. I
The
want
tough
to look
part is
crisp
the
whole
spray.
week.
Like the tough part is the spray.
Mm.
Like because that can take you like if you're on point, it's like a good game and a bad game.
Mm.
The spray could take one go, 5 minutes, you're good to go.
Yeah.
The spray could take 20 minutes because you can't just keep spraying. Like if you mess up, you got to wash it out and start over again if you keep spraying. So like spray in the D-Lo and KC studios, it don't matter because the cameras, the lights, like it's fine.
Yeah.
Spray yesterday with plans to go into the arena, that's different. That's a different
Gotta be
task.
fresh.
Yeah, it's got to be on point. It's got to be on point.
Yeah, that's one of the good things about not having hair. I'd be stressed out because I remember before all
It
this
is.
happened in the second week,
You
I was always like,
get the Doc Rivers thing.
you
Doc
see-
Rivers don't even have hair, do
you see
he?
LeBron last night?
Yeah.
LeBron don't even care no more.
Hey, LeBron. living.
LeBron, like as long as the front is cool,
Yeah.
I don't care what's going on.
Yeah, LeBron living. LeBron living.
LeBron also
Hey.
gave me a week when he let the grays come out,
Yeah.
and then on Saturday he's gonna be jet black.
So the best part about what I love about LeBron is LeBron's gonna finish the season, and then like he's gonna have an appearance on a talk show or on the shop.
Yeah.
And it's just jet black. It's like it's gonna be crisp black, full head of hair, even the back. Yeah, he gonna look like a movie star again.
Oh man.
Speaking of LeBron, I felt like all just basketball fan aside, Zion had a breakout game last night. He had the y'all gonna know who the hell I am moment. And just a routine drive to the basket, little pop shot, immediately turns to the bench and kind of like waves, says, I need out. They go to break, and the camera catches in him. Like, and this was the moment where, and I'm not thinking about this as it pertains to the Kings because the Kings haven't played yet. I'm focused on Steph and the Warriors. But my thing with athletes is they always know his reaction when he left the bench. I tried to tell myself, okay, he's frustrated because there's 3 minutes left in this game. But in hindsight, I feel like he knew something happened, and he knew what happened was not normal. And he knew he had another roadblock. And like I felt I legitimately last night and today, I feel bad for him. That's a tough way that was his first postseason game last night.
Yeah.
That's a tough way for your postseason to game for your first postseason game to end when you played like that. And you had your team in position. I don't know if they would have won if Zion stayed on the floor or not. But you had your team in position to win that game. And in as much as the Pelicans fought and as good as the Pelicans have been without him, there had to have been a certain level of who had 40.
Yeah.
We lost him.
Yeah, man. He same thing that you saw when he, goes back to the bench and eventually the locker room and he's putting the jersey over his face and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
It was one of those feelings of he knew like he had been here before. And he was like, man, I can't believe this happened again.
Yeah.
Not that I got hurt or I don't feel comfortable. I can't believe this happened again. And yeah, I feel terrible for him. And you also talk about what he's done to get to this moment right now, since December. He's talked about or mentioned to people how, he got in shape and, start to, eat better and all this other stuff, trying to prepare his body to be able to handle an NBA season and being an NBA player, and you've seen it in his game. And for that to happen at any time, but specifically in that moment, much like you, man, I feel terrible for him.
Also, oh well.
Oh, yeah,
you know what the
get
craziest?
well soon.
Yeah,
any
yeah,
offseason.
yeah. Get well soon. You know what was the craziest part about that game to me last night? It wasn't marveling at the things that LeBron James does. It wasn't marveling at what Zion Williamson was doing. It was the fact that I watched CJ McCollum shoot 1 of 9 from 3.
Oh, man.
Because my punk ass has watched the Pelicans play in full 5 times this year, and I sure as hell have not seen CJ McCollum shoot 1 of 9 from 3.
Man. Come on, man. Bruh, he better shoot 1 of 9 tomorrow.
I was going to say, we talk about carryover Friday. We talk about carryover. I'm going to need that to carry over into Friday.
Yeah, he better
carry
shoot
that
1 of
over
9
into
tomorrow.
Friday.
That's what I'm looking for.
Tomorrow is Thursday.
Or Friday.
I tried to get it the first time. Like you said it again.
Next
but I'm
game.
with you. I'm with you. Carry
Next
that
game.
on. Carry that over.
Yeah, man. But you know,
the Pelicans are a completely different team when they're not playing
Completely
Sacramento.
like we watch them play when they play against the Kings, and we're always saying like, yo, how is this team like in the vicinity of the Kings in the standings?
Yeah.
Like how does this happen? And
right.
And when they play the Kings, at least to me, it all makes sense, right? Like I look at them and I'm like, yeah, I could see that happening because Herm Jones is really good. Trey Murphy's really good. I like Alvarado. CJ McCollum's really good. Valanciunas is really good. Brandon, like it all makes sense. It's not like Detroit, lighting the Kings up for 130. No, I get why New Orleans does it because they're good.
They're good.
And then they go to the rest of the world and they're just an average to below average team.
That's what it feels like.
And it's crazy. It's crazy.
What they wind up finishing? Let me take a quick peek.
Was it 2 games ahead of the Kings?
Yeah, I think so. So my thought was they were, where are you? 49 and 33. Yeah. I'm just thinking you just split the games with the Kings. Yeah. Oh, bizarre. That's bizarre.
If I was a Pelicans fan though, I would not be comfortable about Friday, just based on how things have gone. 6 games, you've gone 5-0 already.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, I've been here. Niners Rams, I've been here. And Kings Lakers, I would feel the same way.
Yeah, that was the other side of it. Like I said this, and this could wind up hurting on Friday night. You could wish for the unknown, but I would have rather played the Pelicans than have to beat the Lakers again. Because it's the same mentality with both. Because at some point, that's what we said. We do that the perfect example is the Rams 49ers. We do that every Rams 49ers matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Sean McVay, at some point,
he's gonna get one of these.
and
all he needs is one.
He got the most important one,
mm-hmm.
right? He got the most important one. And as of Friday, the most important one is the next one.
Yeah.
Those 5 games don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
As they relate to the Sacramento Kings moving on, those 5 games do not matter. As they relate to the New Orleans Pelicans moving on, those 5 games do not matter. My hope is that the Kings can draw more from those 5 games than the Pelicans can. If you're Willie Green and you've beat a team by 30 points multiple times, I don't know what you tell that group. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. And we could talk about mismatches and matchup problems. We could do that all day. Boston's a matchup problem.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to them by 1. We thought Milwaukee was a matchup problem. They lost to them on a Dame buzzer beater and then beat their ass at the Golden One Center. Yeah. Like it's one game. That's all it is. It's one game.
That's it. And momentum and
I'd feel completely different, by the way, if it was a series. If it was a series versus the Lakers or a series versus the Pelicans, I would feel completely different.
Yeah.
One game.
It's one game, man. And, momentum and all that other stuff. I do believe that plays a factor. Like, I think I don't want to go so far as saying the Pelicans are reeling. I don't think that's the case. But they're got to work through some things as a team, as a unit. Like, they've got to overcome a little adversity. Zion being out, Brandon Ingram not being 100%. Now, in a do or die situation for your season, where the Kings, they've had time to deal with Malik Monk not being there, so they've adjusted their game and how they play to him not being there. They're playing good basketball, I think, before that, but even aside from all that, yesterday they played really good. They're feeling good about themselves going into a do or die game like that. So there is some momentum that's at play right now.
The Warriors Kings last night's second most watched playing game in tournament history.
The first one had to be Lakers Warriors.
Yeah, 5.62 million when the Lakers and Warriors were in the play-in tournament together. Last night, 4.05 for the Warriors and Kings. Lakers and Pelicans with the earlier time slot did 3.91 million. So the play-in tournament, some good action. The Warriors and Kings continue to deliver ratings wise for the association.
Man, you know what I thought about? What was it? I think it was after the maybe it was during the Suns game. I don't know. It was a random thought, but I was faced with the fact that they might be the 9 seed. It'd be tough to get into the playoffs, having to win 2 after everything we had talked about. And I was like, man, there goes their national TV games next year. Ain't gonna put them on it. Well, I think they still. I think that could change, especially if they make the playoffs. But I still think they're gonna find a way to put Warriors Kings on there. Warriors Kings is it's one of the best shows going for the NBA right now.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure. And I do think if the Kings have an opportunity to play Oklahoma City. I think that's showtime.
Yeah,
I think that's showtime. I wondered if, without the Warriors, without Steph, without that storyline, would we see maybe some NBA TV action for the Sacramento Kings if they made the playoffs? I don't think Oklahoma City, Sacramento constitutes NBA TV.
I don't think so either. I'm trying to think of what that would be in the Western Conference, though.
NBA TV game?
Yeah, they might put OKC Sacramento there because the other ones, you're not putting Luke on there. You might do Minnesota and Phoenix, maybe, but obviously you're not doing Denver and the Lakers.
Yeah, you're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that to LeBron.
But the other thing about that
That's
too
the
is
one I would do.
The other thing about that too is being a West Coast team, there's not a lot of NBA TV games for the West Coast because usually the conflict is
need a 7 o'clock start.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of that, but it might be Kings OKC. It might be. It comes down to Kings OKC, Minnesota, and Phoenix. And I don't know if they put Booker and KD and Ant-Man on NBA TV.
I don't know that they see Ant-Man as a draw yet. I think they do KD.
They're not comfortable with that, man.
Yeah, they're definitely not that.
It's a wild card.
Yeah, they're definitely not that.
That Ant-Man, you never know what he's gonna say or do.
Send a video. Can't remember if I said this or not, but it's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome over 1,300 people watching on ESPN 1320 TV, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. If you're on YouTube, please hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well. Take part in the chatty house. You can do the same if you're on Twitter. Retweet, thumbs up, follow, all of that great stuff. Shout out to all the Twitch followers as well. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, ESPN 1320 or 98.5 FM HD2, we appreciate you as well. Tune in app, or if you're listening on delay, like our man Ben.
Shout out, Ben.
Good morning, Ben. If you're listening in podcast form, man, however you listen to D-Lo and KC, no, we greatly appreciate you. Yeah. We know Zion's out. Alvarado got banged up a little bit.
Yeah,
last night
rolled
as
his
well.
ankle twice, didn't he?
Yeah, he rolled his ankle. He took he made a bad pass. I know what his idea was. It was just probably an ill-advised move. And he hit the floor pretty hard after that play too. And kind of, clutched his shoulder a little bit. So I think, there could be a couple of guys from the New Orleans Pelicans going in banged up.
Yeah.
In that game on Friday.
Yeah. And you know what? To be honest with you, that doesn't necessarily change how I feel about this team. If anything, it probably gives me a little more pause as to my excitement or my thoughts that the Kings can get something done. Because I just think, just in general, I think they got a great shot to go into New Orleans and win that game. Just based off how they're playing and what they've got going on. I'm talking about the Sacramento Kings. Like they are playing in a way that I think is transferable to a do or die playing game.
The Kings.
Yeah, in New Orleans.
So I'm going to play semantics here. Okay, well, no, I'm not, because you've been consistent that you think that the Kings are playing well over this stretch of time. I was going to make the argument that they played well yesterday. But they did play well against Portland. You can feel however you want to about that. They could have easily sucked against Portland. Spoiler alert, we've seen it. They didn't. We've got to put some value into the way that they played these last two games. And every game is the next biggest game of the season. Well, this is kind of where it ends. Because then you start a playoff series, and the entire, the entire makeup of that is different. Game one of the first round of the playoffs isn't going to be the biggest game of the season. The Kings have been playing the biggest game of the season for like 2 weeks now.
Right.
It's going to end one way or another on Friday. If they win, they got to settle in, regroup, get ready for this tough series against Oklahoma City. Obviously, if they lose, it's over. But looking, I got to give you a little bit on that. Beat the Warriors, beat the Blazers, fought the Suns, lost, brutal. Had nothing for the Pelicans, nothing new there. Blew a 20-point lead against the Thunder, beat up the Nets, fought the Celtics. The Celtics game was weird.
Yeah.
The Celtics game was a close score, but it was such an odd game.
It was really like
they had a chance to win at the end. That's all that matters.
Yeah, that game was really like a 10 to 12 point game for most of the game.
Right.
They weren't getting beat down.
It's hard
but
to.
It wasn't really that close.
It's hard to look at that Celtics game and go, yeah, they played really well in that one. They didn't. They
second night of a back-to-back.
They finished like they did everything they could to try to finish that game. You're right. Second night of a back-to-back. The first night, they blew a 20-point lead against the New York Knicks. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our man, Jamel. Jamel, what's going on, brother?
What's up, boys?
What's up, man?
First and most off, man, I want to give thanks to Jesse for my last call a few weeks ago. I asked for 45 seconds. He gave me a minute and a half. God bless you, Jesse. Hey, and about the Pelicans, this is how I keep it short and sweet. He who laughs last best. Let's go, boys.
Talk about it. Love you back, boy.
Yeah, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we found him.
Oh.
We found him.
Wait a minute.
Wandering the streets of Orlando, Florida.
Not far from Epcot Center.
Man just took the kids to Disney World today. Kamara Williams.
Everything's on me.
Kamara, they got your face on milk cartons. They got your face on milk cartons on Twitter, bro.
No, for real?
Yeah, man.
We was looking for you.
The streets are saying we don't hear from you when things are good.
That's what the street said.
Y'all are crazy, man. Hey,
Look, he even sound down.
You don't even sound happy. Yeah, why don't you sound happy?
What are you talking about? I am happy. I'm happy. But listen, Kobe, job's not done.
Yo, hey,
that's true.
That's true.
You're 100% correct.
Job's not done. But you ask Kobe, what are you? You should be happy. You're up 2-0. Job's not done. We're not done.
We're not done.
You know.
You are correct.
So, I mean, listen, it was a great night. Really happy for, exercising that demon. And listen, I was happy about the fact that, I don't think it's been mentioned before, it wasn't like it was an anomaly game with De'Aaron or Domas or anything like that. Maybe Keegan, but we've seen Keegan go off for 30, and I just think it was a great overall team effort. I am interested to see how they're going to attack or address CJ McCollum. And, and then listen, we're not being naive here, right? So we know it's going to be like CJ McCollum, Troy Murphy, Herb Jones. Like, what are we going to do? Brandon Ingram, I think he's injured, or he's hobbled. I don't know what the situation is. Yeah. But I just listen. CJ McCollum all of a sudden turns into Reggie Miller. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's seen over 60% from the arc. I am intrigued though to see like what playoff game planning does for this team, because I'm just baffled. I don't know what it is about New Orleans. I don't know what it is about them and perimeter defense. Hopefully it's just because we focus and we listen. I think you said it the other day, KC. We don't need to be beat. We don't need to beat them 5 times or 4 times. We just need to beat them once.
Yep,
that's it, man. That's it.
Appreciate you, Kamara. So happy we found.
I'm so glad we found Kamara.
Maybe stay out of your mentions today. Looks like the Chatty House might have had a little fun when we threw your handle out there.
Man,
at Kamara Williams, if you want to send him a message, just stay out your mentions.
That Chatty House, man. I tell you, man, you got to be careful with those guys, man.
Chatty House,
and
man.
Good house.
We hope y'all pull up on us on Friday. We're gonna be doing a show live from Sky River Casino, 12 to 4. We would love to see each and every one of you.
It's gonna be
get you ready.
It's gonna be a pep rally of sorts.
Man, it might be
Sky River Casino, man, getting everybody hyped up for that playing game on Friday night.
Yeah, we know Kyle Madsen is gonna come through and hang out. That's about all we know. We know Zabo will be out there with his signs.
Yeah, Zay.
They don't ever miss. But come through 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. Dealing with KC live beginning at 12 o'clock this Friday. Always a blast at that shows. And I learned on the last one how much more fun it is when you get a drink in your hand around 2 o'clock.
Oh, man. 2.
Well,
give me one at 12:15.
Well, we'll keep the Super Bowl off the screen and we'll start pouring some
Thank
drinks
you.
at 12 o'clock, and we'll get ready for the Kings and the Pelicans. So that's this Friday, Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. We talked about him. I think the discussion warrants a lengthier discussion, I should say. Keon Ellis, not just what he did last night, not just how amazed the TNT crew was by it, but what this dude's season has been and what he could be for Sacramento moving forward. That's all coming up. Plus, James Ham will be with us. It's Dealing with KC here on ESPN 1320. All right, Joe.
What up, Joe? No, nothing today. Just here. Jay Cliff, you got to pull up on us, man, on Friday. Pull up on us, man. Sky River Casino. You already know the vibes. I need to reorder. Oh my gosh, we've ordered so much stuff from Amazon since the last time I got this. Hey, what is that? No, that's not it. Oh, come on. I've ordered more than that. I gotta reorder this this cord here. Yeah, don't mind me, guys. I'm busy. I think you move Barnes to the bench and put Kevin at the 4. Maybe Shaka Zulu means Keegan. Casey, what do you think about the green glow? What's the green glow? I don't know nothing about that. Explain it to me. Oh, boy. The Blue Jays go up 3-1 on the Yankees. I think I might turn this one. Might turn this one to the see what the Dodgers are doing. I gotta know your enemies as well as you know yourself. I need to see this again, man. Because is this where I got the... Oh, no. Yeah, glow. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I did not get the industrial blue fours. They look fire, though. I really like those. Really like those. The green glow. What are those? Let me look them up. Sometimes people be having these names for these shoes. I don't even be knowing like the official name. They'd be like the green fours. They'd be like, nah, the green glow. Da 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 da. Oh yeah, I know what these are. They're fire. First of all, kind of remind me of the Tiffany & Co. Like kind of vibe they had going on with Nike. Oh, he'd be asking me some crazy questions during the break, man. Leezy asked me what's the best Sexy Red song. I don't know.
What was your answer?
I don't have an answer. I don't know. I mean,
I don't think there
like
is
Ski.
an answer.
Well, don't do that.
There's not.
Ski is a good song. The new joint, I don't know the official title for it, but bow, bow, bow. That one go crazy.
Okay.
Get it sexy. Get it sexy.
Well, all right. That was an interesting conversation that took place while I was gone. We'll be at Sky River Casino this Friday. If you want to come through, we're available right now, 916-909-1320 if you want to talk. I joked at the start of this show how funny it was that I thought the broadcasting crew on TNT was just floored by the performance of this young man, this RKO out of nowhere, Keon Ellis. I thought Keon was extraordinary last night.
He was.
But I feel like that's Keon. That's Keon. That's what he does. Now, what, excuse me, what clicked yesterday was him on the offensive end. What he did on the defensive end might have been the game changer for them yesterday. But when you get that, which I think you can get from Keon on a night tonight, when you get those little step-in threes, when you get those dribble penetrations, when you get that little extra juice you get from Keon on the offensive end, that's where you get to, hey, this brother could be the King starting 2 moving forward.
I think there's no doubt in my mind that's the King starting 2 guard moving forward. And
How much does the offense play into that?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot, because he's not just a negative on the defensive end. He is. De'Aaron Fox tried to tell us when he got like his first start.
Yeah.
He said, y'all ain't seen it, but this guy a dead-eye shooter.
Mm-hmm.
He can shoot the rock. And, that plays a huge factor into being able to be comfortable with him being that 2 guard spot. I was on the Insiders during the handoff, and I took it a step further. I said, Keon Ellis is the starting 2 guard. And if Malik Monk during negotiations says, all right, y'all got that 17-5, sounds good. But if I'm going to take that, I want to start.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
You got it, Malik.
Yeah.
You're the starter.
Yep.
And ain't nothing happening to Keon. I'm willing to go 3 guard. I think Keon's
roster the same. HB goes to the bench. Keegan goes to 4.
Yeah, if need. Well, no, because HB goes to the bench. Yeah, I thought you said HB goes to the 4. Yeah, that's how it will go.
Okay.
And because I think that Keon is a physical enough defender to be able to play bigger than what maybe his height says.
Okay.
I think he's really like 6'3", 6'4", but looking at that game last night, he can battle and he can defend against Andrew Wiggins or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would absolutely keep him in that starting lineup, and if Monk says that's what he wants to do to stay, all right, we're going 3 guard. Let's go. Let's cook.
Yeah, that's probably the wild card in all of this is, what exactly does Malik want? What are those contract negotiations like? Thankfully, that conversation isn't being had today.
Thank you.
Hopefully, that conversation isn't being had for a little ways. But I think you can't ignore the point you just made, because we have speculated maybe for Mike's 2 years now, he's looking for something that the core of this roster doesn't have. He found it.
Mm-hmm.
Took him a while. He found it in Keon. And I don't know, it's not like the romantic version is Keon stepped on the floor, wooed everybody, and won this spot. Keon had played.
Yep.
And whether it was, I don't know what the difference was. Lack of consistent rotation, lack of confidence, lack of knowing your role. I don't know what it was, but you'd see flashes like, hey, kid looks good.
Mm-hmm.
He's not playing a lot, but it looks cool. Then all of a sudden he's like playing. You're like, yo, this dude is legit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the Keon starting stat that started to emerge. And then it was like, is he KZ Okpala where he starts, he plays minutes? If he's not starting, he's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know where to pinpoint it all, but it's impossible for me to not think about Davion in the same conversation. When guys know you're gonna get run, when guys know this is your role, I think they can perform differently. And shout out to Keon, because he was playing well in a role, and then his role changed. It was like, well, Kevin ain't coming back. And you know how we feel about Malik in his position.
Mm-hmm.
So here you are. You're the starting 2 guard for the Sacramento Kings. And I think, what's good, streaks are fun, but like Roman Reigns, like Gunther, they got to come to an end, and you got to have a good story for it. Sometimes the pressure for bringing that streak to an end can be a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing to happen was the Kings lose when Keon starts. Like, get that nonsense over with. Just let him go out there and play basketball. Because now Mike was bringing it up. Now it was like out there.
He did,
It wasn't like Will Z digging into stats. It was like it was out there. All right, that's behind us. Settle in and play basketball. And man, what an incredible job he's done. This was a guy who we legitimately wondered, what are they gonna do? They're gonna run out of games.
Yeah.
And he winds up getting that contract torn up and signs an NBA contract. And he's one of the better in-season stories I think we've ever seen league-wide.
Mm-hmm.
But he, from an outsider's perspective, he appears to be everything that Mike Brown has been looking for in a player.
Yes. I mean, it just can't be stated enough how perfect it seems he is for Mike Brown and what he wants to do, you know, and what he's able to do on defense, the ground he's able to cover. It's just one thing that, you know, I feel like I can say about Keon and what he's been able to do is he's made others' jobs easier and he allows others to do what they're great at.
Mm-hmm.
You know, De'Aaron is a hell of a defender, but I think the thing he's great at is putting pressure on the defense and what he does on the offensive end. But they were asking him and saying, look, we need you to be a great defender because we don't have one. It's like, all right, well, you know, I'm like, he's a good defender. Why does he got to be the defensive stopper and score 30? Well, now he doesn't have to. We saw last night. Usually he'd be guarding Steph Curry. No, Keon Ellis is guarding him. Keegan Murray's guarding him. I don't know. And I'm sure maybe on a switch, assignment-wise, I don't know if De'Aaron Fox guarded Steph Curry last night. That never happens in Kings-Warriors games because they always usually have to have him guarding. And last night, I don't think he did. Between Davion, Keegan, and Keon, I don't think Fox had to guard him yesterday.
I thought Davion did a good job last night.
Yeah. They all did. They all made him work, man.
Yeah.
They all made him work.
And that's all you can really ask for with a player like Steph Curry
Mm-hmm.
is like make things difficult for him.
That's it.
Sometimes when he gets moving, it's like I heard Stan Van talking about this last night, and it's as they were glowing about Keon Ellis. Is they were talking about with Steph, you want to make him move like you want him moving around as much as possible when he's trying to get those shots.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I think of so many of Steph's biggest highlights, and I go, sometimes I feel like that's when he's best. Is when, like, we think about Clay catch shoot just right there, boom, easy work for him.
Mm-hmm.
With Steph, like, how many times have we seen Steph like dribble around in circles and move around, and then just like, I'm gonna shoot it now. And I mean, he took one last night, and again, there's just like these different moments throughout the game where you go, all right, we've seen that shot fall before.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't. Mm-hmm. He had one last night where he took an off balance 3 off of like 1 foot and missed. It was like, not thinking anything of it right now. But I'm gonna bookmark that moment. We talked about the logo 3.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bookmark that moment. Yeah. He was looking for, because there's different moments, and the timing of the game is so important too. Either of those drop, it sets the 20% of Warriors fans that were in there in the Golden One Center, sets them up, sets the Kings fan base down, and you start to feel the shift. The shift at the end of the first half, that was enough to get the whole TNT crew like, yeah, the Warriors got this. The Warriors had not played well that first half.
They were pretty dismissive of the Kings the entire night.
Extremely dismissive. Well, Domas was Shaq gave Domas some love. I'm trying to remember if there were Keon references. Like, I remember specifically Shaq talking about Domas and how aggressive he was. But they just kept pointing to the fact that Steph had like 5 points at the time, I think, at halftime, and Clay hadn't scored. And that's what they like. You're up 4 or 5 or whatever it was, and that's what you got from them. Nah, Warriors are just fine. All right.
If I'm the Warriors, I feel good. We're down 4. Steph only has 5 points. Clay hasn't scored yet. You know that's going to change. The others have done their job to stay in this game. And I feel good if I'm the Warriors at the half. The Kings are in trouble because they played as good as they probably could play. And they're still only up 4.
Thank you, Shaq.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie though, I was not happy at the half. Not angry, not like, oh, it's over.
No, I saw your
Oh,
tweet.
man.
I saw your tweet about being up. Kings need to, I feel like the Kings need to be up 10 going into half. Yeah. And I remember thinking, well, but I felt the same way. I just didn't tweet it. I was like, I don't care that they're down at 15. And I really don't. I don't care. I know, there was, we get scared when the Kings go up double digits. A 15-point lead in the first half to me is nothing. Like, it's just not. Like, you could still play relatively well through the rest of the game and lose that lead. Like, runs happen, right? Like, so 15 wasn't a big deal, particularly in the first half. So you go into the second half up 4. When they got up 12, 13, 14, 15 in the second half, that's when I got nervous. And there was a point where it must have been in the fourth. It could have been in the third. It might have been midway through the third where the Kings got the lead back up. It was when the Kings first got the lead back up. I thought it was like, well, we've hit the disappointment stage where you want to go out there, you want to play well, you want to bust your ass. But now if you lose, it's disappointing. And given that that's the last game of the season, if you lose, it's heartbreaking. And they never, after that second big run, they never wavered.
Yeah. No, they played so well.
Crossed my mind. It didn't happen.
It crossed my mind every time.
Well, yeah.
every time the Warriors scored, I was like, down to 17.
Leads down to 17. Jeez.
It crossed my mind the entire time. But they played so well last night. They played really, really well. They played with a level of resolve that I believe that was in them the entire time, but they hadn't shown it, on a consistent basis, especially, in the last month or so since they've had to deal with the injuries. And, they were ready to combat any run that the Warriors had for them. And they were ready to combat it with physicality. And what I mean by that is not necessarily pushing and shoving. It was working on the defensive end, staying in your stance, working over the screens, making sure you have communication if we're going to trap, and it's going to be a hard trap, and the help is there, getting on the boards, one shot and out for the Warriors, you getting extra opportunities. Those are effort and physicality plays, in my opinion, and that's how they combated any run that the Warriors seem like they might have. And those are things, and we talk about, why we're optimistic about Friday. Those are things that are repeatable. You can do that. Like, it wasn't just they shot the ball well, but it wasn't like, oh, they were on fire and that's why they won. No, they did things that are repeatable and that you can do, whether you're at home, whether you're on the road, whether you played 2 games in a row, whatever. You can always bring that level of focus to a game, and I think they're going to bring that to the game on Friday.
Got tagged in a thread on Threads. First out, shout out to our man.
On what?
Threads.
Wow.
Don't do that. Don't do that. It's a nice little app. JSW Vera said, you paid us the favor back. Can't be mad. Shout out to the Warrior fans who joined the chat today, listened to the show. And
What up?
Just kind of took the beating.
Yeah.
We appreciate y'all for being here. And we didn't I don't think anyone felt really, really great going into last night's game. It was a one-off. It wasn't a series, so it's a lot different than what we did last year. It was really no time to build true heat with the morning roast and Goo and all those guys. But we did have fun the last couple of days.
Yeah, man, it was cool, man.
This young lady's name is Julie. She's Miss Jules on Threads.
Okay.
Sat in over 3 hours of traffic. Prepaid parking pass, didn't have a parking spot, missed the first quarter, and finally made it to Golden One Arena to represent Dubs Nation. Kings fans next to me is irked and hates my Draymond jersey. takes a picture of the arena from her seat. It looks like she sits just below where just below where I sit as a media member.
Don't wait. This is where I sit too.
Are you gonna lie to us?
I would. Kevin John saw me. Marcus Thompson saw me.
For how long?
For a long time.
All right. Julie writes, I won't lie though. Atmosphere here is better than Chase. Not Arco or Oracle, but it's loud. Someone said love/hate relationship with Chase. Julie says, I like Julie a lot. Honestly, mostly hate. I live in San Francisco, but will happily BART to Oakland if I can get the Oracle atmosphere back. Another reply. Sack is hella fired up, and Dubs aren't doing enough to quiet them down. And my new friend Julie says, it's wild out here in enemy territory, and I respect it. I don't know who this woman Julie is, but I'm following her, and I think I love her. This is terrific.
Julie got that tweet where I told all Warriors fans there's a nice parking area over in McClatchy Park. You're looking for parking for the game, park over in McClatchy Park.
I love
it. Nice, safe area. You know, they got people that watch your car for you.
Well,
right over there.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that to Julie.
Right over there.
Julie, don't do that to Julie. Here, I'll read you. I just went to Julie's I don't know if they're called timelines on Threads or not.
Who knows
she says,
what that stuff is called.
Don't do that to Threads. It's a nice little app. I hope this isn't the last game of Steph, Clay, and Dre together. But if it is, I don't regret coming to Sacramento for the pain. They deserve to light the beam.
Oh,
I love this. This is great. No, there's more. Every time Keegan Murray makes a shot, the whole arena is into it. It goes, Keegan, and the crowd goes, Murray. If that doesn't give you confidence, I don't know what will. Chase's terrible home fans kill our home court, and I will die on that hill.
Oh, man.
Respect to Kings fans. I love this woman.
Well, I like Julie now, too. Now, I can tell her another parking spot. There's a Target over on Broadway. She can go park over there. It'll be fine.
She said to her Warriors fan base, this is not looking good, guys. I absolutely love Julie. That is so
Shout
great.
out, Julie.
Julie knows it's the dental office.
Oh man, there's not a lot of people that like that place. It's a very nice,
sterile.
That's it. It's very sterile, very sterile. It is, and it's just kind of extra. Like it's a really big place. It's cool but like I think they focus so much on. Because I remember when it was being built, and you know, this whole thing of like, oh, we got to make sure that it's loud, like Oracle, and Joe Lacob was like, we're gonna make sure it's loud, like the whole focus on it being loud. Like, if you got to focus on it being loud, then you're probably not gonna be loud. Because maybe I'm off, and I don't even know. Maybe I wasn't even here at the time. Was that a lot of the talk with Golden One Center? Like, oh, we got to make sure it's loud like Oracle. Like, no, we're going to build this, and this is what we do.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Oh, we got to make sure. It was like, all right, this isn't going to be Arco. Arco was extremely, extremely unique.
Mm-hmm.
It was
the wood floors.
Yeah,
and all
it was built so different.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the great, like, and it's like old arenas. The one in Chicago, the wrestlers love.
Chicago Stadium?
No,
Rosemont.
Rosemont.
It's
it's not called Rosemont Horizon anymore.
Yeah,
but it's that
Paul plays.
It's that place.
They always do CM Punk returns there.
Yeah. That's it's the wood paneling. It just creates a different level of noise. It wasn't just basketball. Like, you know, wrestlers will tell you from Austin to Hogan to the guy who ran NBC. Dick
Ebersol.
Yo, Arco Arena is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so loud in there. There was no way in a modern arena you were going to be able to recreate that.
Mm-hmm.
What the Kings did was create an arena where, like, it would still be loud. It's a little wider than Arco was, but the sound is still there. I don't know what Chase was thinking. Chase, and this for those who have never been, it's not a joke. It's just one of the weirdest places you'll ever go because there's no, this is a sport, this is an event. There's no atmosphere there.
No.
It's like you walk in and it's like, where do I go to my seat? Like, what do I do here?
Yeah.
It's whack.
And
Julie said it's whack. It's whack.
Julie says it, then I believe her or take it to the bank.
Julie lives in Sacramento. Was like, or lives in San Francisco. So I'm going to Sacramento to watch basketball game.
And you tell me, this is when I was there, is something that stood out to me. And I don't know what this does for the noise and all this other stuff, but is Chase like considerably higher? They got a higher ceiling than Golden One, in your opinion? Because I remember just being on the floor and it was just like, man, like the upper deck seemed way up there.
So that's how I feel about you know what? I've only been the once. That was for LL. I didn't really notice. That's how I felt about
Staples,
crypto. Yeah. Is, and Ramsey could probably speak to this. With at crypto, there's so many levels of suites. There's like 3 levels of suites. So once you get into those upper, it's not the upper level, it's the upper level.
Right. Yeah.
And that's why that arena kind of sounds the way that it sounds. I didn't really notice that with
yeah, I remember
I didn't notice it one way or another.
Because the one game that I covered there, I was down there, before the game, and I was just looking up. I was like, man, it's really high up there. The ceiling is high, and then,
but being that it's Silicon Valley, I'm sure.
Yeah, they probably
do. They probably, because all of those suites, I'm sure, are sold.
Yeah. And then there's also the aspect, and I don't know exactly how these things are built per se, but it feels like Golden One is a little bit more dug into the ground, as opposed to Chase's starts. I don't think it's specifically on the ground, but it starts a little higher up on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, think about the main entrance. The main entrance, you walk in, you have to go down.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of accuracy.
It's just way better.
It is better. But the Golden One is one of the great arenas in the.
It is. There's no shame in saying Golden One is better than your arena.
Who said Chase? Was it De'Aaron? Who said?
I think De'Aaron did like Chase. It's probably great for him as a player, and if you're a millionaire that sits on, like, E40 probably loves Chase. Like it's that's what it's made for. No Usher
Raymond.
Yeah.
I heard. Yeah, we'll bring this back. There were some like contrived reasons why Warriors fans were hating Sacramento last night.
Oh man, I gotta hear it.
Look, to be clear, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I was just like, y'all are really working hard.
I always laugh at this stuff, man.
We'll come back. James Ham is going to join us at some point here soon.
The one we read earlier was that. Now that was funny.
Which one did I have earlier?
I know the one I read in the other studio. I ain't gonna say it because I don't want to say it. It's not nothing to joke about, but it was funny.
It's ESPN 1320. Yeah. Alfonso, your brother lives in Arkansas. Yeah. Seems like Golden. I mean, Golden One was popping last night. I don't think E40 was there last night. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. They just it's like they got too cute. They got too cute, man. They got way too cute. Lazy. Lazy part of me feels like your Heat might get it tonight. I don't know. It's crazy to think the 76ers might be eliminated in the play-in. That is a bizarre question. And I think I just have to hit you with I don't think so. You got me thinking, but I don't think so. Oh man. Well, I guess you got a little. Deuce is not the tribal chief. Deuce is the wise man. He is the wise man. Oh yeah, that's easy. That's Malik. It's absolutely Malik Monk. Malik. I mean, Russ is going to be my favorite player in the league until he retires. Malik might be my favorite player, next to Russ in the entire league. I love that dude, man. Absolutely love that dude. Zay, I saw that. That's the one clip I saw. I haven't gotten a chance to really watch. And I saw Sammy's entrance, which was bananas. I can probably catch up tomorrow now that I think about it. Bro, I'm praying to God. I feel like I have good moments and bad moments today. But my biggest concern, the main reason I didn't go to the game last night is because I knew I'd be talking to so many people, and I desperately want my voice back for Friday. Because doing a show on that stage with a dead voice would be brutal. And if I lose it that night, that's fine. Oh, no, what'd you do? I didn't see it. What'd you do?
Oh, man. You see her over the weekend?
I didn't see it.
She was a mess.
Oh, no.
She got ejected from a game for just elbowing people left and right.
Lizzie, we watched most of the draft in here. I enjoyed every second of it. I love that every one of those women was treated like stars. I loved how many people watched it. I hope people stick around and watch the W and continue to support what those women are doing, man. It's a fun league, man. It's a fun league. It's going to start during the playoffs, but that's tough. Put the end of that money long on, and I could talk everyone to sleep. Felt like they had been teasing it, Johnny. Felt like they were like, I mean, and that's just old school wrestling, I guess. That's old school wrestling where you got like the trainer was like, I think he might turn here. It's good storytelling. I'm just not that invested in Gable, that's all. He can go though. Oh, Jesus, man. Y'all leave Kevin Huerter alone. Leave me alone too.
Trista said he was looking like he was ready for Desert Storm.
Yeah, with stuff like this, Patrick, I always think that those guys see something in practice. They know better. Or space. Room in the rotation. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, he may play well in practice or in the G League, but maybe not as good as obviously De'Aaron and Davion.
Heard it look like he got trapped in Jumanji. No, stop it. No, stop it. I think I like Malik's outfit. When I first saw it, I was like, I don't know.
Malik.
Then I saw it a second time. I was like, all right.
Malik he's one of those people. He's like the anti-Richard Jefferson. Malik wears clothes, and it almost doesn't matter what he wears. It looks good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he
The
just
man
knows how
makes
to
the
wear.
clothes.
Exactly. The only thing that Malik does that I don't rock with is he wears those furry slide-on shoes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like those.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot what they're called. Obviously, a very popular, expensive brand, but those are ones I'm not a big fan of because I don't like slide-on shoes. But if they were regular shoes, like at heels, like not high heels, but heels on the back of your foot, maybe I feel different.
Yeah. Nine 916-909-1320. If y'all want to talk about Sacramento Kings, James Ham will be with us. We're not exactly sure when. I think it's going to be a little bit later than normal, maybe about 20 or 30 minutes or so, a little less than that.
Mm.
We expect James Ham to be with us, so phone lines will be open for you until then.
What were you hearing about the Bay Area Sacramento thing? They get so upset.
I tapped into Butch and Bonte the day you were on. I just tapped in early, like I woke up and put them on, and they were taking callers, and my man said, and again, I don't have any beef with anyone who feels this way.
Mm.
You know, like these are my Warriors, but they're helping out John Fisher. John Fisher's my arch nemesis. And I just hate what they did with the A's and how they gave him an out and how they made everything easy for Fisher and how they took in the A's as if they're their own. So I'm rooting for Sacramento to get their ass kicked tonight. Like, look, I respect it, but I think you're reaching a little bit, bro. But like, I get it. And then I like they had another call. It must have been right after. It was really close because I didn't listen for very long. And it was like in a similar vein. And I don't know if they lined it up to do that and have the conversation of let's tie the A's into this somehow. But I just kind of chuckled. I was like, oh, so we've hit the stage where we're not even talking about the Kings and the Warriors now. Like this is like legit beef with Vivek and Sacramento. All right, man. I think I'm going to slide out of this conversation.
When it comes to all of that, because I have been a big proponent of the A's, if they're not going to be in Oakland, which all signs pointed to, no matter come hell or high water, Fisher was leaving. If they're not going to be in Oakland, oh yeah, come to Sacramento. Big proponent of that. I understand all their arguments and how they feel. I get them. I just don't see it the same way. I don't agree. I think I'm excited for what's about to happen for Sacramento. I don't look at Vivek as any kind of,
evil
villain or something like that because he did that. He saw an opportunity, hopped on it, and whatever comes of that opportunity is whatever comes of it. Hopefully it's something for the city of Sacramento and we could have it that way. If it's only the 3 to 4 years, I'm gonna enjoy that too. But yeah, I don't see that stuff that way. And I'm not gonna talk about anybody who does, but I'm hella happy for the A's coming to Sacramento. I can't wait for next season.
916-909-1320. Man, first time in a long time. Disco Tim.
Hey.
What up, baby?
Love you guys so much. Miss you, but I thought I'd dial it back a little bit this year, and I'm hoping it sticks with it. Hey, how about that little baby Ray on TV?
That was tremendous.
Everybody on our team is just adorable. I love this team so much, regardless.
Little baby Rain, looking just like his daddy, and the facial expressions.
The facial expressions were phenomenal.
It was hilarious. So cute. and Keegan and Keon, they're just adorable, man. And I think that gets mixed up. I think we have the most adorable team, hands down.
All right, Disco Tim, I'm going to draw the line there. I'm not going to refer to these grown men as adorable. You had me with Baby Rain. I think we are getting a little out of hand if we're referring to Keegan and Keon as adorable.
Tim full for that one.
We so excited over getting rid of the Warriors. We calling our players adorable right now. Man.
Oh, man, you got to love it.
Mrs. Mac-10 says, just want to pinch their cheeks.
Mrs. Mac-10. I ain't seen Miss Mac-10 at a game all year, man. That's the other Louis Vuitton Don. You know how Miss Mac-10 come through. Be having that Louis on the wrist. Shout out Miss Mac-10. Oh, so Miss P's in there too. How she get down. Miss P got a better jet than Drake.
I hope so. The way Ricky Rose was talking, I hope Miss P got a better jet than Drake, because you don't want to hear Ricky Rose. Miss P, be safe. Don't get on that jet, Miss P. Be safe up there. 916-909-1320 if you want to share with us if you think the team's adorable.
Hey, if you want to have a good time today, we are all aware of what is in front of this team on Friday, and the daunting task of trying to get to the playoffs from the 9th seed has been done a couple of times, but that doesn't make it easy. Going up against New Orleans, a team that's dominated you all year long. Yesterday didn't do anything, like you said a number of different times, but guarantee you an opportunity to play again. Yep. We understand that. We understand all of that. And we've got
another day.
We've got Thursday and Friday for that. Today is a day to have a good time, feel good, celebrate the wins. I'm all about celebrating the wins.
Yeah.
All about celebrating. That's what we do all this for.
Let's celebrate. We ain't never done that before.
Gonna get me out of my seat again.
We ain't never done a mid-show light to beam.
Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot
we some Sacramento Kings.
Squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See now.
Down the lane off the
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now.
Hey.
Show number 916.
Yeah,
today.
Man. It's 916 now.
So this is funny. I think I can address this right here. God, that microphone arm, boy, goodness gracious.
It's just never gonna be fixed.
So here's a funny note right here. Mrs. Mac-10 asked, Friday is a Drake Bart game. Yes? Question mark. There's a big problem with that.
It's dicey.
But there's a problem with that.
Yeah. It's dicey.
Game 1 of the first round of the playoffs is Sunday. So the Kings could potentially win a second play-in game and play the first game of the first round of the playoffs before D'Lo and KC even take the air. Now, if the opportunity presents itself, we'll try to do something.
Yeah.
That evening. But yeah, that's kind of the other side of this. The playoffs got to get started.
Yeah.
And game 1 is scheduled for Sunday. So whoever wins the game on Friday is headed straight to Oklahoma City.
Yeah. Hey, pack for a long road trip.
Come on.
Pack for a long road trip, baby.
Talk about it.
Yes, indeed.
Talk about it. Pack for a long road trip. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, man. So, this team, I think they revel in the opportunity to play again. Oh.
Nah, your boy is trash, bro.
Who?
Elon.
Oh, ain't my boy.
X. Yo,
definitely not my boy.
Why did I just go to Twitter? Because I wanted to see the schedule.
Mm-hmm.
And one of I obviously retweeted us, being live.
Mm-hmm.
The broadcast on Twitter says the broadcast is not available in your location. Sir, I'm in the ESPN 1320 studio. How is the broadcast of this radio show not available live from the studio?
That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, Bob.
No, doesn't. That's your boy. I told you this app.
That is not my boy.
I told you this app was ass, but you don't listen. You don't listen.
That is not my boy.
Go ahead. I interrupted you with my disgusted response.
See, Elon done messed up my train of thought.
That was my that wasn't Elon. That was me.
No, but what I was saying though was these guys, they're feeling good about themselves. They feel like, hey, just got to go get that one.
Mm.
And I think I was going to get to the point of saying I think that can carry on. We talked about a number of different times before, but that can carry on, and you look at it and you feel like, hey, maybe things are lining up for us, whether it's the way we're playing, whether it's catching a break with not having their best player there. That hasn't always been anything that the Kings can rely on, but just in general, people will look at that in general like, man, okay, the best players and playing feels like we have a better chance or something like that. Maybe things are lining up. And they're there for you, and your job is to take advantage of it. And I think this team is in a good spot, in a good headspace to take advantage of something like that potentially.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I certainly hope you're right. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. We welcome over 1,400 people watching on 1320 TV across multiple platforms, Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. Of course, shout out to those working on Twitter, watching on Twitter, because I can't. 916-909-1320. James Ham, by the way, is scheduled to join us. It'll just probably be a little later than usual, about 15 to 20 minutes or so. Hammer will be with us. Let's get to DJ here on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. What's up, DJ?
KC, D-Lo, what's up, fellas?
What's up, man? How you doing, DJ?
Man, I just wanted to start. Yes, Elon Musk definitely ruined Twitter.
Yeah,
I say that as I'm sitting in my Tesla Model Y driving down the freeway.
Well, that's fine.
It is what it is, you know what I mean? It's a totally different thing. And
No,
got one thing.
Trust me, the hypocrisy is not lost on either one of us.
Well, as I'm sitting in my car yesterday, driving down the freeway, trying to turn the game on the station that shall not be named, they're saying my location's in the wrong spot, and I don't have access to listen to the game. So now I got to race down the city freeway back home to get there, but that's neither here nor there. That was actually last week, because yesterday I went to the game. G1C was electric, as we guys knew it would be. And, I live in West Sac, so for me, I just hop on my bike, ride down to go to One Center, and I'm riding past Rayleigh's Field, or I don't know what they call it nowadays, but I'm like, we're riding right past, the A's are going to be here. I'm riding over Tower Bridge. There's music playing. People are out. We're excited. Sacramento is up right now. And the Bay, they kind of down right now. Let's just call it what it is. So it's a good time to be in Sacramento, man. I'm rocking with the Kings. Keon Ellis is something that we just have been able to develop over the course of this year. Has been so amazing for this team. Obviously, we still have to develop if we want to take that next step and mold our roster the way we need to kind of do to be a serious contender. But I'm enjoying the ride right now, despite the way the regular season ended. And Friday, I think we seriously got a shot. Go Kings.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you,
Yes,
DJ.
sir. Appreciate you, DJ.
No, we would never mess up your ability to listen to the game. Just know that.
No, we ain't doing that. That's not
that
what
would
happened
never
over
happen
here.
with Odyssey.
That's not what happened over here. Odyssey is premier, top level, top shelf.
That's what we do.
Know what that is. So, just remember
no
that.
bargain basement stuff
Yeah,
over here.
remember that.
And I know there's some people in the organization listening. Just know.
Yeah, you'd be in good hands with Odyssey. That's
Mhm.
just what it is. Also, Sac is up right now. Sac is up. Sac is booming right now. But I don't want to put down the Bay Area. I love the Bay Area. So, Sac can be up and we can still got love for the Bay. I ain't got no issue with the Bay. And then lastly, just want to say, as we check in daily, I saw my man last night. Ben, he says the 2022 title is looking funny in the light.
Well, that's got to be a record. That's got to be about 2.5 hours. 2 hours. Yeah. We appreciate you, Ben.
I saw Ben last night in traffic, man. Yeah, that's my dog, man. That's my dog. Everybody
He was just getting to the game and you was just leaving.
No. Yeah, we was trying to navigate through them concourses, man. I don't know what happens because there's a sellout every night at the Golden One Center. A sellout every single night.
Yeah.
And it's packed for a game in January. You know what I mean? It is booming.
Mm-hmm.
Something about these playoff games feels like there's 5,000 more people there.
Well, you know what I think it is? I think the times that people move around is different.
Mm.
I think it's the same number of people there the whole time. But if you're at a game in January, there's a possibility you're going to be at a game a week later or 2 weeks later. Or you're going to be at a game in February, or you're just there hanging out with your boys or your girls or whatever. So you guys are going to get drinks. You're wandering around the concourse. You're running over to the team store. Yeah. When it's a postseason game, you're watching the game. Like, you're there for the game. You're not there for the Golden One Center. You're not there for the atmosphere. So when you go to, make your rounds at halftime, everybody's getting up because they didn't go to the bathroom with 7 minutes left in the half or whatever.
Good point.
I think it's just the time of when people move that changes.
That's a good point.
And I'm sure you were mobbed by so many people. It's hard to.
Yeah, they kept asking me where you were at.
I don't believe that to be true whatsoever.
Where's D-Lo? Bro, he's not with me today. I had to say that like 17 times.
You probably had to say it twice.
Not true.
One of them was probably to Sarah Hodges or Jay Gayton, one or the other.
I didn't see Jake yesterday. Well, doesn't Jake sit? He sits a little more inward where I can't.
Yeah, he's tucked over. He's tucked over. Y'all want to win a gift card, a $500 gift card? This is what you need to do. Take the word halftime. Head over to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the Nothing But Net giveaway. Enter it right there. The key word for today is halftime.
Halftime.
Head over to ESPN1320.com right now. Enter that keyword on the Nothing But Net giveaway. And boom. You entered to win a $500 gift card just like that.
There you go. There you go. Oh, man.
Halftime, when Kenny gets mobbed by his fans.
Well, that's not.
The keyword is halftime.
It's not happening. People show up. I saw a lot of people. That's another reason why I like going to the Kings games, man. Like I've said a number of different times, it's like a communal like meeting place, meeting ground, which is what Vivek has always said about the thing. But you see all these people, right? Like people from, your high school, or people that you met on Twitter, people that you met in real life, all this other stuff, the ushers and everybody that, we've come to know. It's just a good time out. I saw and ended the night last night seeing the local guy in one respect. And then I saw a girl, Jill Adge, as well, man. So that was cool.
Jill. Jill, that's the big homie.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
Okay. All right. I watched I actually rarely do this. I watched a little bit of the post-game show and then flipped over to NBA TV because I wanted to watch the press conferences.
Mm-hmm.
I normally watch the press conferences the next day. But man, everyone was saying the right things last night.
Mm-hmm.
From Mike, on down. No one seemed, and I know it's just when you look for mentalities, right? Like you just look for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
De'Aaron, I think, said this on the broadcast. We haven't gotten De'Aaron, even after the win, because he had said this, I think, after Portland, even after the win last night, holding Baby Rain looking funny at the camera. This is probably what he was saying when she looked funny. We put ourselves in this position.
Mm-hmm.
We put ourselves in this position where we had to play this game. We put ourselves in this position where we have to win another game. All this means is because Chris was asking about the Warriors and all of this. And De'Aaron said, it just put us in a position to take the first step towards our goal. Goal, not even making the playoffs.
Yeah.
The goal is advancing in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But they put themselves in a position, as De'Aaron noted, where we have to win games before we even get there.
Mm.
It could mean nothing
Mm-hmm.
because your level of focus may not matter when you're going against a team that's perpetually 6'10" and extremely physical.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at this team and I love their focus. I love the way they responded to the Warriors because we fans, media, so on, talk about how emotional those games with the Warriors are.
Yeah.
I was the guy, one of a few, who was frustrated by the preseason loss at the hands of Steph Curry. You got the Clay game. You got the Malik game. You got I can't remember if the Malik game and the De'Aaron Steele game were the same, but there was there's 1 point games everywhere, right? And they're all emotionally taxing. Maybe that's one of the benefits to the 20-point win last night is equally, we talked last year, Game 7, the 20-point loss. You get to the fourth quarter and there's a realization and an understanding that it's over. And you start to process your thoughts. And for us, it's how we deal with Butch and Bonte and Marcus Thompson and our crew who, covers the Golden State Warriors, right? We're able to process it. We even talked about it with the players, how introspective the players could be knowing it's over.
Mm-hmm.
There could have been a certain level of that to them last night. The fact that it didn't come down to Steph losing the ball or De'Aaron stealing the ball or Malik hitting a crazy shot or anything happening at the very, very end of the game. You get a little bit into the fourth quarter and there's this, all right, we got it. We did it. The exhale is taking place on the court, on the bench. And then there's all right, New Orleans.
Yeah, that's it, man. And, and they were able to do that last night, right? Like you just kind of laid out, like they were able to do that a little bit earlier. Like you said, as opposed to a 1 point win, and then you got to go talk to people and you're just exhausted or you're excited or you're feeling some type of way. You got to get to the realization that, all right, this is finished. We accomplished this. We got to start getting our minds ready for the game on Friday. And this team's extremely focused, man. It's just, whether they make it there or not, they've stayed consistent with what their goal is, and they know what it is. They haven't said, well, if we get in there, maybe we can do some stuff, and we could be happy. No, I'll promise you this: they're not happy to just get in because that's not their goal. Their goal, whether we look at them crazy or not, their goal is to win a championship and compete for a championship, whether it gets to a conference championship or the NBA or something like that. That's what they're playing for. And hey, man, salute to them. I love that. I love that mentality. I love how they get after it and stay locked in on that goal at hand. So get another win and you get another step closer to your goal, like you said.
And we'll talk more about that when James Ham joins us, when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great job, Joe.
Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. What the hell did this jackass say?
So okay, well, let's start doing it to me, and we'll get along just fine. So, question:
That shit ain't funny. He did a little heart.
Yeah, I saw the.
What the hell? Weirdo. And we'll get along just fine. Who the hell are you? She should have Roman Reigns his ass. Get him out of here.
No, seriously. Leave.
It's either him or me.
We ain't got all day, lady.
I'm just seeing that that thing you reposted. The Kings Warriors did more than Lakers Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the number is for Bulls Raptors?
Lower than 3. I say the WNBA draft beats it.
I think so too. You do have Chicago in there though.
The state of Chicago. Man, 1 minute, like I feel like perfect. My voice is like, all right, tracking back. In the next minute, I feel like, man, I'm gonna go in for a surgical procedure today and just end it all. This is how I feel like my career is gonna end, by the way. A doctor is gonna say, hey, buddy, your voice it's gone. You just can't talk no more. And this little cup is amazing. It has a little button I push right here.
Yeah. I love
this
those.
thing stays hot for real.
I love those. Is that a Contigo? Because I got a Contigo like
it's a Stanley.
Oh,
I got it.
That's high. That's next level.
No, I got it this
Contigos.
morning at Nugget. Or
yeah, that ain't Walgreens.
No, it's not Walgreens.
I get it. I'm saying. But yeah, I got something like that's called. Mine is called a Contigo, and it's supposed to like keep it hot or cold for like 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, this thing is a shoot stayed hot. Like it stayed for real hot.
I use it as my coffee cup. Got it for Father's Day one time. It's the best gift. I shouldn't say that, but it was a great gift.
I had one of these B. Perry. I didn't like it as much, but I do still have one.
Do you have any thoughts before we talk a little bit more about the Kings, close this thing out? Do you have any thoughts on the games today?
Yeah, Leezy asked earlier about the Heat in the 76ers.
Mm-hmm. I'm going Sixers.
I kind of was leaning towards the Heat.
Mm.
But at the same time, I can't imagine Philadelphia. I know we joke about it. I can't imagine Philadelphia really missing the playoffs.
They said
not that if they lose tonight they'll miss the playoffs, but still I can't envision them missing the playoffs.
Somebody said, like on Twitter the other day, said, and it sucks. We all kind of know why it happened. But they're like, how you start 30-13 and don't get 50 wins?
Crazy. Well, I mean, there's a reason they did.
There is a reason, but
Joe missed most of those games.
Yeah,
I mean, he missed a lot of games.
Missed a lot of games, but I'm just saying he only needed 20 more wins.
I hear you. I don't know how much more, like, because I was thinking, we could hold it off till tomorrow, but we lay out the shows here live, and tomorrow, like Friday we vibing because we're at Sky River Casino, 32 Brew Street. If you're 21 and over, come through, hang out with us, man. We'd love to have you. We'd love to see you. We'd love for you to be a part of the live show. 12 to 4, we will get you ready for the Kings and the Pelicans. People have been asking, is it a watch party now? You're at 32 Brew Street. There's 70 TV screens. There's amazing food and beer. Why would you leave?
Mm-hmm.
You can stay right there. And, of course, we'll hang out with you for a good chunk of time after the show because Lord knows I'm going to be eating and drinking as well. But I didn't know, and you could tell me what you think. Is there a long discussion regarding what happened with DeJounte Porter?
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, it's something to talk about, but it seems pretty cut and dry, right? Like he gambled, they found out, and you've got to go forever.
Yeah, it felt like this was where we were trending when Adam spoke last week.
Mm-hmm.
Normally you hear, now you got to go.
Okay. With Jontay Porter, it's for me, it's one of those things where I don't want to say they wouldn't do it for any, LeBron or something like that, because I do believe they would. But Jontay, it's easy to throw the book at him.
All right, hot tag. I'm back.
Oh, our truth.
Our truth. Hot tag. All right. No, what Adam said a couple of days ago that he was contemplating a ban for life.
Mm-hmm.
It was clear they knew what they had then. Because normally it's, well, we're investigating and we're going to hold off all. Adam knew that day.
Right.
This dude's cooked. We have enough evidence, man. This dude's done.
Yeah.
And we were talking before the show, and it's he might not be a example for the NBA. He might be an example for sports.
Mm-hmm.
With sports betting being so regular.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything is a part of, DraftKings, BetQL, all of these different things are tied into sports leagues now. It's a regular part of being a sports fan. Okay. Well, we got one,
mm-hmm.
and we're going to make an example. So NFL, Calvin Ridley, guys who have placed bets and different things that have got, take note.
Yeah.
Major League Baseball, y'all see what's going on with Ohtani's interpreter. See all of that stuff? Take note. We throwing dudes out of the league for this.
So and that's what you have to do, especially with the gambling being so easily accessible for the country now. Before it was like, you can gamble and people get mad about gambling and stuff like that, but it was almost secluded to Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, like, if I'm in
Gotta keep
Charlotte,
pro
North
sports out of
Carolina,
Vegas.
if I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina, there's not a lot that I have on the line when it comes to gambling. You got your stuff locally, whatever you do, but it's not going to affect me. But now that everybody can go on their phone and people are really betting on it and they're putting like real money on it on a daily basis, you got to make sure your league's on the up and up 100%. And yeah, you look at somebody like Porter and you say, there's any inkling that you may have done something, you're gone forever. We don't do this in our league.
Yep.
Period.
Yep.
And
it doesn't hurt that DeJounte was a two-way player.
It doesn't hurt at all.
Who didn't really play. And you didn't have to make an example out of an 82 game starter for the last 5 years. And I don't say that tongue in cheek. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, I think it's harder to make an example out of Michael Porter versus DeJounte Porter.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, and it's one of those things where, maybe there's somebody that's doing all this right now, has been doing it for years, and it's like, yep, I got to figure it out. Nobody else can catch me. But DeJounte, like, what you think was going to happen? Like, especially from what I read or whatever, like, you were putting so many bets down, like,
and that's
what did you think was going to happen?
That's the other side to you being DeJounte Porter and not, Keegan Murray. Bro, you don't play. Like, who's putting action on you?
Right.
Nobody putting action on what you're doing.
I mean,
and all of a sudden, $80,000 bets are cashing in for what they say 1.1.
Yeah, that's to the point where, number one,
hey, it's a good hustle if you're willing to risk the jail time.
It's right. Like you may have a gambling problem, right? So there's that. But that to me, that's just stupid. It's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think was going to happen? You were going to get away with this? You were going to do it for the rest of your career? Like, what did you think? And maybe he was like, one more bet and I'll stop. Maybe that's what happened. And he kept doing it. But yeah, it was only a matter of time before you, sir, were getting caught.
He had to have gotten, that was the bet, right? Someone placed a bet on something. It was like an $80,000 bet. Yeah. And it paid out at 1.1.
And I remember Trista came and broke it down, and the trends were crazy. There was so much random traffic on his point totals or over-unders or whatever. Come on, man.
The bet, which was placed at DraftKings, was not paid. So what was the idea there? You get a cut? Because that's the game he left.
Yeah, I would probably.
You get a cut of that? That was against the Kings, by the way.
It was. I'd say
That was against the Kings. Yeah.
Oh, the one in Toronto or the one here?
It was March 20th.
Yeah,
that was Toronto.
I remember him. I don't know if he was on my radar for this story or just I always because he's Porter Jr.'s brother. I remember him being in Missouri, so I always like take note of him.
Played 2 minutes and 43 seconds in that game. Left ill.
Yeah,
the bet wasn't paid. But my question is, what was the idea? You was going to get a cut of that, and that's how you was going to make your money in the league? You didn't think anyone would notice?
Well, somebody put it out there, and I don't know if it's true. Maybe it's a chatty house situation, but it's like he's making like $2.5 million as NBA salary, and he made like 21,000 with these bets.
21,000, yeah. Yeah.
What? And that leads me, and I don't want to make too much light of him and be like, you're stupid, this and that, because to me, clearly that says you have a problem. You have a gambling problem.
Yeah.
Because that's not even, maybe you're just not that bright, but that's not even smart.
Bring in James. Like, yeah, Nido, what was it, 13 bets? That's not a problem.
Maybe you're just not bright.
50 bets. That's a problem. Being dumb is a problem.
Yeah.
As we welcome in our insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham. James, are you riding high after the win last night, or are you even keel? Bill Belichick. Oh, we got to talk about that tomorrow. That was a wild story this morning. The Bill Belichick story.
No.
We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Football makes its return to D-Lo.
There's stories out there. Well, I mean, we got a day between games. Like, we might be able to fit that in. James, are you
football playoff expansion tomorrow?
One day. James, are you riding high, or are you on to New Orleans?
No, I am riding high. I think that there's good reason to be positive. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to win tomorrow or not, or whatever on Friday or not. I have no idea what's going to happen. And if I tried to tell you that I knew what was going to happen with this team, I'd be lying to you. And I don't do that. So, but I think there's so many good things that came out of that game that you just can point to moving forward and say, look, that happened. And for starters, Keegan Murray became a star, right in front of our eyes. Just that's who everybody's been waiting for, and boom, he does it. He's got to figure out how to do that more often, but to have him do it on that stage under those circumstances was like, okay, that is a really, really good sign for the Sacramento Kings moving forward. But the other one is Keon Ellis. I've been waiting for a moment. I'm pretty sure. I had been pretty sure that, look, I think he's earned a starting job next season, and he's at least earned the opportunity to have that role, or maybe be in a really good competition for that starting job. But you walk into a game like that as a guy who converted as a two-way player midway through the season, and you put up 15 points and 5 assists and 4 rebounds and 3 blocks and 3 steals, and you just take it to one of the greatest players of all time in Steph Curry. That was so incredibly impressive, and something that realistically, I think it changes. You talk about moments that change somebody's ceiling. We had it with him with the 26-point performance where he hits 8 threes, but this was on a different level. I mean, when you have a player who comes into, again, a high pressure situation and nothing bothers him and he just goes to work, that's why I think Kings fans should be riding high. Whatever happens on Friday, you learn some new things about your team in a huge game.
Yeah, James, I'm kind of with you. I asked the question earlier, and I'll ask it to you as well, or just kind of brought up the statement. I guess it wasn't as much of a question, but win or lose tomorrow, it feels like there is something positive to take out of what they found out, I believe, and what they put together right now. Because I think right now, with Keon Ellis being in the fold, whatever, is going on with Davion Mitchell and getting him to play a certain type of way, De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray, I think navigating through all this has allowed Mike Brown to find the type to finally mold the type of team that he wants. A tough, physical, defensive team, not just ignoring offense, but a team that is tough and physical and versatile on the defensive end. And I think they've established that. They didn't have this type of identity maybe 3-4 months ago. I think they have it now, and I think it's going to stay with them. That's more of a Mike Brown type of team. And now you've established that, come hell or high water this year. And now you work around that when you're trying to build this team in the offseason. But they were able to get to this point that they weren't at, I don't think, 2-3 months ago. And I think that's a positive to take away, regardless of what happens tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there is something to what Mike has been saying the whole time that, like, look, he's not here to win a playoff game or to have a 48 win season or 46 win season. He's here in Sacramento to try to win a championship. And in order to win a championship, you have to actually play defense. And it's something that, again, I think everybody loves the fun, running up and down, scoring, frenetic pace Sacramento Kings. But there's got to be some sort of substance to who you are. And that's what Mike has been searching for. It's sort of the substance. Like, you have to have something more. And all of a sudden, the light bulb has gone off on this team. And let's not, like, part of the light bulb going off is Keon Ellis. Like, a change in the starting lineup that makes you just a better defensive team. And, like, one player can make a huge difference. And then I think people feed off of his energy as well, because he's a high energy type player. And so, like, look, I don't know where this leads, and but I will tell you that Mike has been telling us the whole time that in order for us to take this next leap, it has to be on the defensive end. And now we're starting to see what he's talking about. Not that I didn't believe him or anything else, but I think when you look at some of the other teams out there, even like the Golden State Warriors, who they faced last night, like, the Warriors couldn't play defense like the Kings could play defense last night. And, like, maybe that's an aberration. Maybe they just had a really bad game. But the fact that they turned the ball over so many times was because the Kings were all over them. Like, where they have 17 turnovers, and of those 17, 10 of them were steals. And so that's a big deal. And how many deflections did we see from the Kings last night? Like, the way they played last night, if they play that way on Friday, they will win. And if they play that way, if they win on Friday and they play that way next week, that is going to be one hell of a 7-game series against Oklahoma City Thunder. So, and that's what, again, it's what Mike has been building towards the whole year. It's playoff defense.
And you think they got that figured out? You think they got the yeah, well, I'll keep that term. You think they got the playoff defense part of this figured out?
I think they understand it. Like,
Because
whether they can match it again.
Yeah, but they were really good defensively, and that can't be taken away. Like, we could talk about Clay and Steph, but it's also an equal portion of they shot 46% from three. Like, they hit 18 of 39, and they didn't put up like a mind-numbing number of points last night, but it felt like they'd been stuck, with the exception of the Blazers game, at 107 forever. Yeah, they got to 118, which is above the threshold we always set to where the Kings are winning games if they get to this number. They got above that number last night. So it was like, Hammer, I can't. Did the defense create the offense? Was a combination of the defense and the offense? Did the and this is what I often wonder. Did the shots falling motivate them on the defensive end? Because we always talk about them doing something on the defensive end, motivating them on the offensive end, or potentially leading to points. Sometimes I wonder if it's the other way around, and Keon's getting those shots to drop. Domas is aggressive early. Keegan obviously ridiculous yesterday. Did that lead to what we saw on the defensive end?
Yeah, I'm not sure what feeds
And I
what.
don't expect
Like,
you to know the answer to that, by the way.
yeah. But I would tell you that they have so many fast break points early on, and that was because of the defense. I mean, Keon getting steal after steal, that play where Fox just chased Wiggins around a screen and then picked his pocket and went down and dunked. Again, Keon one-on-one against Steph Curry just picks him clean and goes down for a bucket. Like, those are things that this team should be able to do because they're long, they're athletic at the guard position. They have speed and quickness at the guard position, not so much at the 3 and the 4 or the 5, but that front line, I think what they've all of a sudden they've developed is a really strong defensive identity, whether it's again like Keon, De'Aaron, Davion, even when Malik is in the game, he's a gambler and he comes away with big time steals all the time. So I think that the defense is what fueled everything, but I also will tell you that all day long and the day before, all they talked about was physicality. Like, we're going to come in there, we're going to be physical. That's what we're going to do. And that's what I felt. Like while you were watching that game, it's not like they were pushing people. It's that they were the ones to every 50-50 ball. They were the ones that were getting to all the rebounds. They were getting so many second chance points. They just out hustled, outworked, and out physicaled a team that, is typically the one that pushes them around. So, like, lots to be excited about with that. It's just, can you bottle it and can you take it into the next game? Can you bottle it? Can you take it into a series? And can you have everybody step up? And that's, I guess what you're saying, like, you hit all these threes, but look at how they got those threes. They got those threes because they were in transition all the time. They had the Warriors defense chasing them at all times because of the transition. And then they got a bunch of wide open looks. Like, the Warriors were not ready for Keegan Murray to come out firing. They weren't ready, even just the way that they set up their defense. They weren't ready for Keegan. They weren't ready for Keon Ellis to be a player. They weren't even ready. It didn't seem like, when Harrison Barnes decided he was going to take over the game. They weren't ready for that either. So maybe it was the Warriors, but I definitely think that it's something that you've got to try to repeat, because that is the winning formula right there. You just saw it.
Well, talking a little bit about that game again last night, I do feel like, because we've covered it from a number of different angles, but man, maybe some flowers or specific flowers are in order, man, because I don't think we've really, at least on this show, we've really dove into what Keegan Murray did last night. Keegan.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Keegan was
that's a fair point.
Phenomenal, man. 32 points, 9 rebounds on the night as well, guarding Steph Curry. 8 threes. I mean, it felt like every time it was time for a big three or something got kicked out to him or whatever, he knocked down the three, and he'd advance lead from 4 to 7 or from 9 to 12 or something like that. He was so good. And I talked to him on the handoff about it. This felt like it might have been one of those moments where we could all take a excel when it comes to Keegan Murray and say, nah, he's who we hoped he was. He's going to be what we hoped he was going to be.
Yeah, I think that's what so many people came away with after that game. It's like, okay. Like, and to have Keegan have, like, the mindset that he came into that game, he was hunting shots. And we haven't seen him do that. We saw it in the Utah game where he went for 47. Just flat out hunting. And for him to take 10 shots in the first quarter, that was just as big as how many shots he hit. That's what you have to have from him. And again, I thought the Warriors were totally caught off guard by it. There was a moment where, like, someone ran out on him on a 3 and he blew right by him and went for like a high arcing shot off the glass. There was just, he kept showing more and more wrinkles to his game. And I think everyone was super happy for him, but they also sensed what was happening and they fed him. And again, for some reason, the Warriors didn't make any adjustments at all when it came to Keegan. And for that matter, all they did to me, like Steve Kerr, I respect Steve Kerr. I think he's a great coach. I mean, surefire, first ballot Hall of Famer coach. But his decisions in that game were just baffling. Every time Moses Moody started doing something, he'd pull him and go back to Clay. And it just didn't make any sense. And, we had conversations all around like, why does he keep doing this? And like sitting by Slater, he goes like, look, man, the guy won you 4 championships. It's like, yeah, but he ain't winning you a 5th. That 4 championships are nice. You got those rings in a safe somewhere. But I just thought the coaching from the other side, they didn't adapt at all to what Keegan was doing. They didn't adapt at all to, they seemed like they were so hyper focused on trying to slow down Sabonis and maybe limit Fox a little bit that they just let everybody else kind of have their way.
Almost felt like they didn't know who Keon Ellis was either.
Man, they were as confused as the TNT crew was. Felt like Steve was searching last night. Hammer, he was doing what Mike Brown does when Kobe Jones is playing, or Chris Duarte. With all due respect to those brothers, like sometimes when you see them go in games, Mike is looking for something. One thing that I think Mike does really well, though, and this is what you were talking about with Moses Moody, is sometimes when Mike finds something, he stays with it. And sometimes that's the detriment to someone else's ego. But that's essentially how he got Keon Ellis into the position that he is. We've talked as the season was concluding, how so many of the Kings' year-long frustrations are just manifesting themselves in the final week, from 3-point defense to free throws to whatever. I felt like it was Steve last night. Like, how often have we heard Warriors fans? How often have we heard, Bonte and the people who cover the Warriors on a day in, day out basis talk about, that was the thing with Klay Thompson and Kuminga, right? Like, why does he continue to go back to Klay? That was the question last night. It just wasn't Jonathan Kuminga this time. It was Moses Moody, and everything. And it's like, we talk about all the time how things just wind up working themselves out, right? That was the story of the Warriors' entire season. It all took place last night in the confines of a 48-minute game, where if Steph can't be Steph, you can't win.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Steph wasn't Steph because the Kings took away so much. That wasn't just Steph having a bad shooting night. Steph couldn't shoot. He couldn't get a shot off because they were right there. Like, everywhere he went, they were tracking him. Even late in the game, I think Sabonis picked up his 4th foul, 4th or 5th, defending Steph going to the basket. Like, every single person on that team was so locked in at stopping him and not letting him have that moment. And then what you had was a bunch of other guys. Like, first of all, like Clay couldn't hit a shot. So we can just, like, whatever happened to Clay, it's happened before. We saw it last year in Game 6 and Game 7. Yeah, he just absolutely forgot how to play basketball last night. But the other guys that they're trying to rely on, they're not reliable players. Like, as far as an offensive weapon, Draymond Green, like, he came out, he hit a 3 in the first, like, 5 seconds of the game, 10 seconds of the game. He finishes with 12
can't lie,
points.
that made me a little nervous.
I said, wait a minute.
Yeah,
that made me a little nervous.
I totally agree. Yeah, but the problem that you have is that the same goes for Wiggins. You can't depend on Wiggins at all. Like, depending on Wiggins, like, banking on Harrison Barnes scoring 17 points. Like, it's just, you can't bank on it at all. And then on top of that, the way that Kuminga scores, or at least the way that he scored last night, it just felt so, like, it wasn't dangerous. Like, it doesn't matter how many mid-range jump shots he has go in that are off balance and weird. You just didn't fear it. Like, if he's, like, spin move, and hammering on somebody, and he does that once or twice, and then all of a sudden they get him in a couple of, like, alley-oop situations and pick roll situations, and he's just going off, and you're like, how do we stop this kid? That's one thing. But that's not how he was scoring last night. What he was doing is, like, these really awkward and almost, like, Sabonis kept backing off of him. And again, it just felt like it wasn't sustainable. And that's where I think most of what the Warriors did all night long felt like it was, okay, like, what here is sustainable that you're doing that could possibly make you think you can climb out of a giant hole that they dug for themselves.
Nah, it's interesting you say that, Ham, because I feel the same way about Kaminga. Very talented. Future is bright, but I don't feel like he's somebody that you would build your franchise around. And I'm watching the game last night, and he's going to work. He's getting buckets on Sabonis. But I was like, okay, that's to me. I guess the outlook was that's one less possession where Steph could get a three, a backbreaking three. Like Kaminga's not going to beat the Kings tonight. He may have 25. It's not going to beat the Kings. And I'm not going to say like I was okay with him making shots, but I never felt like the Kings were in danger because Kaminga was getting shots.
Yeah. Again, go ahead and shoot. If that's how you're going to beat the Kings, and again, the Kings were trading baskets. Number one, that the Warriors got to a point where they're down 15 and they're trading baskets. They weren't stopping anybody. But also a lot of their stuff wasn't sustainable, and the Kings were shooting and hitting threes, and they're shooting and hitting wide open threes. Like I think maybe Keon had one where it was like, holy cow, where did that come from? And even like the Kings didn't play a mistake-free game, but you can almost remember every mistake. And like the Alex Len mistake, which ends up being like a flagrant foul and 3 free throws. And even then they didn't capitalize. They hit 1 out of 2 on free throws, and then I don't think they scored after they got the ball back. So there was all this like momentum for the Kings that was positive, and very few like just horrible mistakes. And that's where like I think that Golden State they made a ton, and the Kings forced them into a ton. I mean, even the one play where Chris Paul just bounces the ball right into the first row. You're like, what are you doing? Like, it didn't make any sense. And then you you watch Keon Ellis, you're like, huh, look at that. Keon Ellis is in a 2-man game with Sabonis. Oh, there he goes. He's going up the right side. Wait, did he just throw the ball behind his back right to Sabonis? Like the whole time we're like, what is happening? I thought that was the fun part of it, is that you're seeing some of these guys start to like get comfortable and start to show more and more and more of who they are. And that's, man, Keon Ellis, man, he's got all kinds of game that we haven't seen yet.
Well, continue to sing the praises of Keon if you want to, because the TNT crew was baffled at who this young man was playing so well for the Sacramento Kings. They knew the story. They knew Kevin Huerter wasn't playing. They spoke a lot more about Malik Monk not playing than they did Kevin Huerter, but they seemed genuinely baffled by the way Keon Ellis was playing and how last night felt like a coming out party for him.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, the Kings have been on national television a lot, even in the second half of the season when Keon
I
was
think
played
with
live.
the same crew as well.
Yeah, that's their that's their crew,
which is what made it a little bit more perplexing.
Yeah, you had plenty of opportunity to actually watch him, but I'd also say, like, look, like the coverage of the team isn't as robust as it was in the past, and the fact is that you can get national guys in here to write some big stories about Malik winning 6 Man of the Year or Sabonis or Fox, but there's by the time you get to Keon Ellis, there's no one writing that story, and there's and that's a problem. And so I want to just blame it all on them for not doing their homework, but like, who are they reading that's written the definitive work on Keon Ellis? And what, I got a one-on-one with him like a couple of weeks ago, and we had a good conversation, and you write some stuff there, but like there's not that much to go off of. And even Fox, like in the middle of his conversation last night, we were asking about Keon and how well he's playing and all that, how he stepped up, and he just threw it out there. Yeah, just could you imagine playing against him and Herb Jones on Alabama? And I think everyone's like, oh man, I forgot like those two played together. Like, and that's something that's I think it's just kind of the way it's going right now in Sacramento, and you got to find a way to get the coverage up there. And clearly they should be listening to our show and your show. That would help them. But at the same time, like, so many people are used to doing their homework off the written word, and when it's not there, it's a bummer. They're not looking on YouTube to find clips At least I don't think Stan Van Gundy is, to find clips that I've put up of Keon Ellis talking after practice.
By the way, I heard Hammer on Inside the NBA yesterday. He asked Keegan a question. I was like, look, that's James Ham. Shout out to James. Real
I do
quick,
that sometimes.
Yeah. Real quick, couple different bouquet of flowers, before everything's all said and done. We mentioned when he does nothing, and we, hammer that story for 4 hours.
Some of us do.
Harrison Barnes was really big, especially late in the second half yesterday. 17 points, 4 rebounds for Harrison Barnes last night. He was 3 of 4 from beyond the arc, 5 of 11 from the field. Like I said, timely. He ate all 4 of his free throws. He was really good last night. I love the way he played. I love that for him. Obviously, going against the Warriors, being able to knock that team out in their season has got to feel good for him. And also the other one, nobody really mentions it because Kings didn't lose, I guess, and doesn't necessarily fit the narrative. But Domas, just a Domas game, 16 points, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, almost another triple-double.
Yeah.
And no mention from Kevin O'Connell or anybody else.
I don't think we mentioned Domantas Sabonis' name once today.
I don't think so either.
Kevin O'Connell was moved by Keon, though.
Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad to see that he's finally watched a game. When it comes to Domas, first of all, Harrison Barnes had a good game. He had a really rough start to the game where he kept trying to take people off the dribble and throw weird shots off the glass that did not work. But there was a moment where, I'm writing my 6 quick thoughts and I had even Steven, because there was a moment where both Wiggins and Barnes were stuck at 8 points and 3 rebounds and 2 assists, both of them. And that's kind of hey, if you can be even Steven with Wiggins coming out of this game with Harrison Barnes, it's probably a good thing. I mean, that means that he didn't go crazy like we've seen him do in the past, although I don't know that he's capable of doing that anymore. But the fact that Harrison then hit the nitro button and finish that team, I thought, number one, it's a great thing for him to sort of exercise the demons, because no one feels worse than Harrison about missing the 3 in game 4 last year. No one. And so for him to get that moment where he's part of the reason why they put them away, I thought that was huge for him. But with Domas, I think we should all look at his numbers from last night. Yeah. Do you want him to make 1 or 2 more buckets? Sure. But that's kind of if you've got Keegan going for 20 field goal attempts, and you've got Harrison, you've got 25 out of Davion Mitchell, and not Davion, out of De'Aaron Fox, and you got 11 shots out of Harrison Barnes, and 8 or 9 out of Keon Ellis. I think that's the type of game that this team can be really successful. A 16 point, 12 rebounds, 7 assists, 18-point game from Domas, where he doesn't have to carry all of that offensive scoring punch, as long as everybody else is kicking in.
Well, the guy is getting black eyes during the game.
No, this is not a lie.
He 7 of 14 is 50% from that's just like a bordering on inefficient night for Domas.
Yeah.
It's 14 shots. Normally you'd be probably in the 20-point range.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's at 16, but we're talking difference of 4 points. That 20 is a big barometer for some of these national media writers. But yeah, I
only 2
Domas,
field goal or free throws last night in that physical game.
1 black eye, 2 free throws, huh? Okay.
In that physical game, only 2 free throws for him.
Yeah, that's the new code word for referees just not calling fouls. Is this game's physical.
Well,
Domas over there, arm's been ripped off. This is insane.
They threw every look under the sun at him. They started with the young kid. Why am I drawing blank? Trace Jackson Davis. They went to Looney. They tried to go small. I thought the only one who played it well was Draymond. He's the only one who played
Draymond did exactly
well.
what we said he would do. Draymond did exactly what we all said he would do.
Yeah.
And that's where a lot of those 7 misses came from. Is he'd be a little bit away from the rim, and Draymond would let him have it and shoot it.
And he did, to Domas's credit. He shot it.
Yeah, it was what you want, because he can hit that. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I want. 10 times out of 10 from Domas. James, we obviously have a lot of time to talk about this before Friday at 6:30, but what has to be different going into Friday, or what has to be different Friday at 6:30?
Well, first of all, I mean, I don't know if you guys heard, but Zion's not playing. Also, yeah.
As Mitch New Jersey calls him.
Brandon Ingram doesn't look like Brandon Ingram right now. Alvarado rolled his ankle, and who knows what's going to happen with him. Like, that's a team that's beat up, but they also have the length, the athleticism, everything that messes with the Kings. And the last time these two teams played and Zion didn't play, they beat the Kings by like 33. You just have to forget the previous 5 games and go in there. And if you play exactly like you did this last game, you should be in that game and you have a very good chance to beat them. Again, they've got all kinds of really solid players, but it's going to come down to who the Kings are, not who they are.
All right. We've got plenty of time to talk about that game coming up on Friday. We got the Bulls and Hawks coming up here at 6 o'clock. But if you want more coverage of the Sacramento Kings beating the Golden State Warriors, if you want more coverage of the Sacramento Kings living to fight another day and have an opportunity in this play-in tournament, stick around. We will run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings still like the beam. My dog.
Good stuff.
Kyle texts me that the Kings are favored.
Yeah,
we heard that
half,
earlier.
I think.
Yeah, that's wild. All right.
We're also
you guys good?
The Kings do outdoorable the Pels. That's a shoot. Shout out Disco Tim. Just adorable.
He said, "Oh, Rain is so adorable," and then Keegan and Keon, they're so adorable.
We got an adorable little basketball team here.
Man, Rain out there giving you like the Gary Coleman. What you talk about, Willis? That's like every time you see him, he's like, "What are you talking about, Willis?" Like, all right, man. Like,
crazy.
I love him. He's such a he's super serious. He's a super serious baby. Yeah. Like if they try to put him out in baby races, he's just gonna stand up and sprint to the other side and sit back down. Like, what are you fools doing?
And hit him with the DX.
Awesome.
All right, y'all. We're gonna shut down. We got another show to do. I gotta go fill up with some cold water and some hot water. A little contrast bath here. We'll see you guys tomorrow.